Hold on here. Is this the barbershop? Is this the barbershop?
Yes, it is.
It's the barbershop. Well, I mean, we can't talk straight in the barbershop. Then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all.
You gotta tell who's the park down.
It ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
Why you gotta tell?
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose that fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
Large meeting, unless you want me to do the intro, I can do the intro too. So.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us in another edition of the Black Man Unfiltered Barbershop. Thank you so much. I'm being point guarded by the best tonight, Mr. Bennett in the house. Yes,
pleasure to be here. Pleasure to be here.
Yes, sir. The president of the 8B Network. Go give him a rundown, Mr. Bennett.
Well, again, welcome everyone to the barbershop again, and so greetings from the bold and the beautiful, the beneficent, benevolent, bald, bifocaled brotherhood of the BMU Network. It's good to be with you on this Friday evening. Thank you all for coming in. Ask that you hit the like button as you come in to the barbershop. Consider becoming a member of the BMU Network. Certainly become a member, a paid member. We appreciate it. And everything helps to grow the network. We got content 7 days of the week here, so you'll find a show touching all kinds of subjects, across the spectrum. So we are definitely, really trying to grow this network in a big way and just have something for everyone. So it's always a pleasure to be a part of it. I'm privileged to be a part of this since day one, and I want to see this network do great things. So, and Peter's asking how's the election going. So again, apparently there was supposed to be an election for the presidency of the 8B Network, but I think I'm running unopposed. So, but I'm open to challenges. I'm open to a primary if anybody wants to run against me. But I think I'm running unchallenged. So I think this will be an easy slam dunk election for me.
That's right. You run a dictatorship over here, man. Very good. Mr. Bennett, I'm going to check on you, man, see how you're doing. How's everything going, man?
Just grinding, man, grinding. So, I work. Like I said, I got a major release coming out at the end of the month. So I'm working in different time zones, different people across the planet. Just trying to land this plane. And so it's challenging work, but it's good. I like being in the thick. But I'll be on pretty much the whole weekend. I'm kind of on. I'll step out here and there, but it's just good to be in the land of the living, and it's just good to know that I'm grinding. I just like the pressure, man. It's like, say, pressure built makes diamonds or bust pipes. So I'm saying bring the pressure on. Let's get better at this thing, and let's land this plane, and we'll celebrate later. But it's just good to be in the thick.
Indeed. That's glad to hear, man. Good to hear you doing well and doing your thing, man. Tonight's broadcast, man, we're going to be talking a little bit about damned if you do and damned if you don't. Interaction with black people and the police. We got to talk about it, man. It's been a minute. The Tyreek Hill thing's been in the news, man. We're going to touch on that a little bit. And just talk about how we interact with the police and what to do and if you have kids or whatever, what to tell them, how to interact with the police, man, how to make sure they make it home safe. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what's so important. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get the howdy do's out of the way before we bring everybody up. We got Boss Man in the back running the ones and twos. You know what I'm saying? And we also have Almond Eyes in the crowd. We got Katalia in the building. Of course, Mr. Bennett in the house. You know what I'm saying? And of course, I'm in the building. That's right, y'all. Make sure y'all hit the like button. And who else do we have? BMU is watching from the clouds. You know what I'm saying? Telling everybody, hey, what's happening? Who else do we have? Grooming and Reviews in the building. He says, hey, everyone. Who else do we have? Same person. Marriage, Politics, and Sports. Mr. I think he's ready. Mr. Arpain in the building, ladies and gentlemen. And also, we got Edward in the building. We're going to go and get started. We're going to start bringing everybody up, man. Y'all know, man, he has his own show. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Izzy Bands in the building. I'm going to let y'all introduce himself. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only Mr. Izzy Bands.
Hey, what's up, everybody? What's good? How y'all doing?
What's happening, Izzy?
Doing well. Good to see you, bro.
I'm good. Good to see you as well.
I am
happy to be here. I am so happy to be here.
Glad to have you back, brother. Glad to have you back.
Hey, what's up, Cat? Shout out to
how you doing today, brother?
I'm well. Just getting in, excited to hear the topic, to hear what y'all bring to the table, and I can't wait.
Indeed. And last but not least, and we probably got some more people coming in a minute as well. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only Mr. Arpain. Y'all know him, Mr. Boomer Arpain in the building.
What's going on, Mr.
You got to roll down the window. Roll it down.
What's happening, Arpain?
What's going on, brother? What's up, Izzy?
What's good, man? How you doing?
How you doing, my guy? How you doing? How's the family, man? Arpain, I was asking, how's the family, man?
Everybody's doing cool, man. Everybody's good, man. Everybody's good.
Indeed. We got Milana. I ain't want to miss you, darling. And of course, we got Trey Ferg in the building. Unapologetic Lala in the building. What's happening? She said, hey, boss man. Boss man in the back. Listen, the first thing I'm going to go ahead. I'm pretty sure y'all heard about the whole Tyreek Hill thing, man. And how we interact with the police and that type of stuff. And every now and then I find a video that gives both sides of the story. And I'm gonna play this first video and y'all guys tell me what you think. Boss man, go ahead and run that first video, man, for the cardio, man.
That video that this cop did on TikTok, he was talking about all the fun things that he do during his day, to make him happy. They put a smile on his face.
I hear about some of my favorite things to do. It's going to piss you off. It's so much fun.
And he named a couple things. One of the things he said was,
when you're driving and you're coming at me and we pass each other like such, I just like to hit my brakes, get the blood flowing, scare you a little.
Another thing he said he likes to do is if he's just sitting there and he has to go somewhere, like he has to go to the bathroom or whatever, and he see a car ride by.
And then as soon as you pass me, I'm going to pull out. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah.
What kind of shit is that?
Even though he has to go somewhere, it's going to look like he's pulling out behind you. He said this makes him laugh. Another thing he said.
Also, at a stop sign, I'm not going first. I'll wait. You can do that. No. You're going first. Figured I'd let you in on a couple of fun things that I like to do.
And he just thought this stuff was hilarious. And I'm pretty sure it is funny to a lot of people, but it ain't funny to me. You see a lot of people of color, when they see that, we have a different reaction. It ain't funny. It isn't about, I'm about to get a ticket. A lot of people of color, they're worried about way more. And I'm not one of those people out there who think all cops are bad, but I know there's bad cops. And I don't know if you're one of the good ones or the bad ones. So anytime a person of color get pulled over, we don't know what to expect. It can end up in a different situation for us. So just understand, if you're watching this video, that when you're doing that, you are putting extra stress on somebody who doesn't need it in that moment. It's not funny. It's not cool. What most people of color want is just not to be bothered. They don't want to deal with the cops unless they call them. So when you're doing stuff like that, you are giving people anxiety, stress, heart attacks, headaches. You are doing more damage than you think you're doing when you're just having fun. I just need you to understand it. I've never had a problem with the cops. I've always had pretty good situations when I get pulled over, but I cannot say that for other people. There's a lot of people of color who don't have good situations, and this is not funny to them.
You muted, Loss.
Yeah. Hey, man, I'm going to start with you, man. What do you think about the video, brother?
Yeah, he's dumb. So that's clearly a dumb police officer that doesn't have anything better to do than to harass people and then to cause people problems in people's life. We need less of those. We need to defund all the police officers like him. Matter of fact, fire them all. They don't deserve a job. So that's it.
Our pain.
You know, yeah, I mean, I think it's wrong for him to do that. I think it's even worse for us to be on edge when we see the cops. You know, and we all have it. It's funny because I don't think it matters what class you are. If you're still in tune and you're a black man, you have that extra anxiety. I went to the doctor one day and he says, you know, black people generally run a higher blood pressure. I said, well, why you acting like you don't know? I said, man, we live under more stress than you fucking people. That's why. You know, and he looked at me. I said, but that's the reason. We don't have to do no research studies for that. You should know that. Anyway, so let me just land it right there.
Appreciate it. Let's go, Mr. Bennett. I know I already showed it to you, but
yeah. Obviously, you know, it's certainly unprofessional what that cop is doing. He didn't specify that he was doing anything specific, like if it was a black person who he passed or whatever, and did that stuff specifically for. But I think anybody, you see those sirens go on in back of you or whatever, you know, you're going to have a reaction regardless of who you are. But I think certainly with the proliferation of stories that we've been told over the years, that we talk about the conversation that only black kids have or black families have when it comes to, you know, our interactions with police officers. So I think some of the stuff is embedded in us. How much of that is real and how much of that is imagined? Again, I've been, you know, pulled over multiple times in my life. Fortunately, not recently, but again, we all get that in our minds because we go back to, you know, stories from 30, 40 years ago and whatnot. So those things certainly resonate with us. But you know, but yeah, I think that the you know, the idea, the idealism of being a police officer to protect and serve is certainly something that for I think a lot of these officers, I don't think that's how, you know, that's how they operate. It's more about enforcement and intimidation a lot of times, and I think that's more so what is taught and promoted more so than it needs to be. So yeah, but I didn't see anything that what he was saying that was like racially motivated, but right. Just given our trauma, I think it's definitely going to land for us differently.
Definitely. I'm going to go ahead and bring up another brother from the back, Mr. Trey Ferg in the building. What's happening, brother?
What's going on, sir?
What's going on, Trey?
On this Friday, man.
Hey, man. See, nice and deep.
Trey Ferg,
no Diddy.
No Diddy.
You had to say that. You know you was going to say that.
Trey Ferg, man, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
How you doing, man? How you doing, brother LIT, man? You know, last time we talked, man, I know you was moving, so I was just trying to see how you checking in with you, man. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good for now, man. I'm good for
That's
now.
cool.
I had to come in and check in the barbershop, man. You know how it is. And barbershop always make you feel good, man. You know,
appreciate it.
It does, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, my team won 4 games straight, so I just want to give a shout out to my team. We done won 4 straight.
Oh yeah.
Congratulations.
Anybody want to learn how to play football, come see me.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Congratulations, sir. Oh no,
appreciate it.
Did you get a chance to see the video, Trey Ferg?
I saw half of the video, but I think I can understand it just based off the context. Yeah. Some of them actually put that stress on you. They hoping that they can put that stress on you so you can overreact.
Right.
You know, when those numbers, toward the end of the month, they got to get those arrest numbers, and a crime can be whatever they make it sometimes. So, brothers,
you really
just
think
be
that's what
careful,
it
man.
is, man? You really think
I
they got to
mean,
get that numbers?
why do you intentionally stress people out?
Right.
To put them under that pressure. And a lot of young brothers don't know how to handle that pressure like that, challenging them. You know what I'm saying? I can understand how somebody would be agitated or experience that 4 or 5 times against 4 or 5 officers, because officers, they drive around the same communities day after day, so they know who's who. And sometimes they just do that to shake, see who's going to break. The street game is tough, and guys that play it, they're subject to getting hassled like this by, cops. It may not even be rogue, but that's just part of the system that's been going on for years. That's why I wish brothers could become police, because it ain't gonna be no young brothers, hopefully, not getting deleted.
Right. Absolutely. Welcome to the show, Boss Man in the building. What's happening, brother?
What's going on?
Boss Man, you saw the video, man. What's your opinion, man?
This kind of reminds me of, honestly, the military a little bit, where in the military, this is what we call fuck games, okay? Where it's like boredom, and it's like, how do I make my job, less, I don't know, mundane. How do I, fuck with people? How do I basically get enjoyment and amusement? And how do I add levity to my day? I know, let me fuck with people, okay? And anytime you have an ounce of power, what do? You pick with people who you can subject your power to, essentially. And they do this in the military a lot too. And unfortunately, what happens here is that there's already angst and kind of a timid kind of, relationship between civilians and officers already. And they know this. And that's how you don't play fuck games unless you already know that your position is going to enact or impart some type of reaction. Otherwise, there is no game to be played. Okay, so you have to know that you're going to get a reaction. It's almost like a cat and mouse situation. The cat doesn't have any fun with the mouse unless the mouse reacts. So this is classic abuse of power, but in a less, I wouldn't say less targeted way, but a less violent way. But it can be violent, and it can have its dire consequences, especially to the opposite end of the person, the mouse. Okay, colloquially speaking, it can have its consequences, and I don't think the person who's playing the fuck game is thinking about the effect that it has on the other person. And I think if more thought of it that way, they probably wouldn't take it to this effect. But yeah, classic situation with someone who has too much power and plays with it.
Let me ask you a question, man. I think there probably needs to be a study on this, because I don't know about y'all, but when the lights come on, I think most people's pulse quickens. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't know exactly what's going to happen. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's a part of authority or not, that there has to be some type of consequences, but fear should not be one of them. I guess it's just easier to control people if you fear them. But I also know that people act differently under fear as well, too. I think when we were little kids or whatever, I think most of the kids wanted to grow up, they wanted to be a police officer, a firefighter, that type of thing. You know what I'm saying? But as you get old, you was like, man, the police ain't exactly what I thought they was. I'm thinking that they, chase after the bad guys or whatever. No. As I got older, I just noticed they just show up and write the reports after the fact. You know what I'm saying? And if something big pops off, then of course, the big guns come out, that type of thing. But my whole situation with this is that I don't think that you build trust with the community when you do unnecessary stuff like that. You know what I mean? Given the climate that we're in, a couple of summers back, man, it just seems like we had somebody leaving here, for anything. It could be selling cigarettes or eating Skittles and sweet tea and all type of foolishness. It really didn't matter. You can tell them you have a gun on you, or you can just be minding your own business. You could be walking, and the next thing you know, you ain't here no more. And then, sorry don't bring people back, and it's bad enough, it's already hard enough as it is for brothers out here. And then, you got people out here adding to the equation, you know what I mean? And I certainly understand why sometimes brothers leave here a little bit earlier than most people, because that amount of stress will mess you up, man. I start to see guys gray a little bit more, especially if they do a lot of traveling. You don't know what to expect. But I don't know if y'all how many of y'all have been out of the country before?
Oh.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. What is the interactions with the police overseas, boss man? We'll start with you first. Do you even notice them?
My experience was very limited, and I honestly didn't experience anything with the police overseas. To be honest with you, I didn't have any issues with them, and I didn't see any interactions with the police. So I'm very limited.
Okay, Mr. Bennett, you had your hand?
Well, again, not overseas, not to Europe, or certainly to the Caribbean. I think I've seen more military presence than actually police officers. A lot of these places, like the military, is kind of, you see the Jeeps and whatnot kind of driving around and whatnot, because again, they're not in a heavy military, so it's almost like they sort of serve two jobs there. But you see very limited interaction or just that, that kind of presence there. And again, last time I went to Jamaica, I intentionally, I wanted to get out because I was like sort of in the resort. And I wanted to get out amongst the people. I wanted to see how they lived. I wanted to see like what the daily life is like. Right. And in some areas, it was like if something went down, even to try to even contact the police officer, it would take, it would take hours before anybody got there, because it's just not something that you just see on a regular basis. Any of those essentials, firefighters, the same thing. But again, it seemed like as far as how the people conducted themselves, you didn't really see a reason. That doesn't mean everybody was well off or there wasn't poverty or crime, but it just wasn't, something I think people factored into their daily life, at least from my observation.
Okay, awesome. Who else had their hand raised up? Izzy?
I've been out of the country, but
go ahead, Arpay.
I had no dealing with the police. But people are people wherever you go. If there's a class divide or a racial divide, the police are going to treat the people on a lower rung pretty much the same as everywhere.
You think so?
I mean, I mean, we might not see the reports, but people are people. I mean, if a person gets power hungry, that's not something that's just germane to American police. Anybody who has the license to kill, they have a power that corrupts them. So I don't think. I mean, I'm not saying they're all bad, but wherever you are, a police person is going to treat the people who are under siege different than the people who pay them. I mean, we could debate that, but I don't think it's any different. We're in America, so we're going to see those reports.
I think you may be on something, Arpay.
Yeah, because even in every country, there's a government that controls the military and the police per se. But what I've seen that's different in America is that America sort of inflicts its own criminality as far as the citizens. If somebody, like in other countries, if you see somebody going off, they just snap and they just go on a rampage, drive a truck and, ride through they do something crazy, and the police presence is there. Because I always like to know where a safety net is first. And I learned this early in the military. I like to know but as far as them coming up to me and asking me and frisking me, no. You don't even see it unless they just there to really in case, because in other countries, you snatch a purse, you might get your hand chopped off. So it's a lot different. You ain't going to spend time and if you go to jail, it's going to be a box with a hard, wood floors, everything, dirt, rocks, whatever they put you in. There ain't no sunshine. So it's a little different type of culture, but, unless it's a self-defense. But in America, yeah, I've been pulled over just because I was light skinned with a bald head, like what you doing?
Can I ask a question about the coach and boss man? Since you guys served in the military, I don't know, Izzy, if you served in the military, but have you seen? Because I know there was a case a couple years ago where you had a military officer. I think he pulled up in a gas station. He had his fatigues on. I think he just bought a vehicle, and that went left. And they, pepper sprayed him in his eyes and did all these kind of things to him. Have there been occasions where you've seen negative interaction between police and military? It's almost like, like an envy type of thing or some sort of that didn't go bad. And I've heard of a couple cases like that where just because, I don't know if it's just envy, the cop thinks, oh, you think you're military, you think you're something because you got the uniform on or something. But have you seen that kind of negative interaction between police and military?
So I haven't seen it because a lot of military are police.
Right,
a lot of guys in the military are police in the military, and they get out and become police, or just those guys in that type of, military lifestyle and police lifestyle is very similar in an aspect. But there's going to be incidents like what you saw, guys. Guys just snap sometimes, but for the most part, not really. I haven't seen it. Even in America, y'all know even though you mentioned it, have any of y'all seen it happen like that where a guy's been in the military? Except the storm on the White House. most of ththose guys was former military vets. They didn't have nothing else to do. A lot of those guys.
But that one in particular, that triggered me the most because again, I know we're going to get into the Tyreek case later, but people may make an argument that I guess the profile. That he fit a profile. He had the wife beater on. He had the luxury car. You don't know if he's a dope dealer or whatever. Like there was like an image that a lot of people talk about. But again, this is a guy in his fatigues. He identifies himself. You would think there would be like a respect level. Like, hey, we're kind of on the same team here. But there seemed to be, even in that, it seemed like the main thing but still he was black, and it seemed like that didn't protect him. So I just think that, I don't even know if the uniform even can protect you in a situation like that. So that's what about that one in particular. I know we're going to talk about, later, but I think that one in particular was harmful. It's like, man, why are you going after him? I mean, he's protecting all of us. So why are you messing with him? It just didn't make sense to me.
Brother Bennett, if he has his uniform on, he's held to a higher standard in a sense.
Right.
If he's in the military, believe me, because if he gets in trouble like that and they have to do that, if the police were wrong just because of, I don't know exactly what his actions were, then they'll be reprimanded. And as long as he wasn't violating nothing outside of the military, because you get off base and you got your uniform on, you held to a different standard. You can't be out there ranting and raving to the police, and it's a lot you can't do with that uniform on. If you violated that,
the only thing I saw in that situation is that he was apparently he was allegedly followed for some time. And he intentionally pulled into the gas station that was lit because he was taught that, like, I'm not going to engage with you on this dirt road in this place, whatever. I'm going to go where it's well lit and whatnot, and that we can actually see what's going on. And then his interaction with the officers was relatively respectful, but it seems like they were still triggered by the fact, I don't know, that he had to drive, I guess, a couple more miles until he found the place or whatever. But even in the interaction, it didn't seem like he was, intentionally trying to trigger them, but they just came with that. But boss man,
you said it, Mr. Benton. I mean, the cops. Listen, think about this thing. And I hear he was doing something that was smart, but that's not the cops' interpretation of that. Mm-hmm. If a cop is asking you to stop and you don't stop for another 3 or 4 miles, they are building up a hatred for you. They are building. I mean, that's built. So by the time he actually did stop, all that shit didn't dissipate. They didn't give a shit that he wanted to be under the lights. They're just thinking that he didn't stop when they asked him to. Mm. You know what I'm saying? So they were already starting from a deficit. I mean, that's just human nature. They were mad at him for not stopping, even though he was protecting himself, right? So I'm not saying they were deep enough to say this guy thinks we're crazy, but I can see cops getting mad because you didn't stop. Just like with the window with Tyreek, when we're going to get into that, but you know what I'm saying? So they want you to comply when they ask you to comply. That's what they want.
Yeah.
And then if
boss man, get your input.
I'm sorry. Yeah. No, it's fine. you'll probably run into some of this issue, and I'll delve into it a little bit. You run into more of this issue where there are police units really, really close to a military base. Okay. And what'll happen is, so I've sat in briefings where, you know, the commanding officer will come out, let's say on a Friday, or right before leave, we'll always have a leave brief. Okay. And they'll say, hey, Marines, we're noticing these trends, and there you go, that trash right there, what he just did, that trash right there. Okay. And we're noticing this things. Okay. So here's what we're going to expect you to do. Okay. If this, then that. You ought not do this, then that. Okay. Now, what we obviously aren't aware of is that the commanding officer or commanding generals or whoever have a relationship or have a decorum with some of the police officers or police chiefs, at the higher level, between chief to chief or officer to officer, okay, at the higher level. Okay. And so sometimes the lower officers, sheriffs and so on and so forth, may not like the fact that there is a hierarchy or a chain of command or a special treatment. They may see it as special treatment as it relates to dealing with military people. Okay. So when you pull over a lance corporal or a corporal so-and-so or a sergeant so-and-so or whatever, don't do X, Y, Z, call so-and-so, or don't follow certain protocols, here is the chain of command type of sort of thing, or here's who you call. Right. And they don't like that. They don't like giving someone special treatment because of who they are. They don't like that. You're outside of base, therefore you're in my jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. Okay. So there's that, kind of prick measuring contest between, civilian, enforcement, and then of course the military. So you got that element, right?
Right.
The second one is we will get instructions on what not to do. So let's say that for that example, the guy said that he will not pull over in an unlit area. Okay. So he may have gotten instruction from his chain of command saying, don't do this because police officers have lost their fucking mind in this area. Okay. Especially against Black military people. And they like to saber rattle, to show they're big and bad against the freaking military. Right. Okay, so he's following his chain of command, because here's what people don't understand is that even if they did everything, even if he were to pull over in that instant, okay, and he did everything right and nothing happened, but let's just say something, went slightly amiss. When he got back on base, his chain of command or whoever is going to ask him, did you do what I told you to do? Mm-hmm. Okay. And then he is going to have to deal with his chain of command about not doing what he was directly told to do. It could be the smallest thing in the military, especially in the Marine Corps. I don't know about anybody else, but if you don't do the smallest thing you are told to do by your NCO, your staff NCO, and above, it's a problem. Okay? So there's a whole lot of nuances between military and then, of course, your civilian officers. Okay. Right. So there's a lot of contention between that. And the closer that a sheriff's office is to the military base, the more contention there is. If that kind of clears it up.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
Sure.
I've seen situations where there was a Black female judge who got pulled over in Florida. I don't know if y'all remember that a while back. And the guys kind of gave her a hard time, and she was telling them that, she was a judge or whatever. And they really didn't care until after they found out. And then they came down, like Bossman said, the chain of command came down, and it was like they let her go. But my whole thing is this: what's the difference between treating the regular person a certain way than it is treating somebody else who has a little bit of privilege? You see what I'm saying? Shouldn't the normal, regular citizen be treated the same way? And most people say, no, you guilty until proven innocent. But in America, I thought you're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's one of those things I think that we really need to take a deep dive in and find out exactly what it is. I'll give an example. Just like when Boss Man was talking about certain police officers do certain things in certain areas. I believe that. You see what I'm saying? And then on top of that, you have, I know police have this system where they tell you exactly who somebody is before you engage with them. You know what I'm saying? The police already know who you are before they pull you over. Once they know what you look like, they be like, good evening, officer. I know police do this thing where, they pull each other over. It's like, all right, man, see you back at the station. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. And then they go about their business. But at the end of the day, when you're a regular citizen, you don't know all of this stuff going on. All you do is just say, hey, I'm going to do what the police tell me to do and go about my business. And then sometimes you never know what somebody's told you. Like in his case, Bossman's case, the guy told him to go to a well-lit area. So there won't be no excuse that you couldn't see their ID or their hand was reaching for here or there, because as a military person, you are an asset that costs a lot of money to train. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And then on top of that, you have police officers where they're put in a situation with a limited amount of training, and they don't really go into exactly what it takes to interact with the people, especially if they're new. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about y'all, but they always talk about rookies on the scene and they don't know this, know that. But most of the time, I don't really think the police get the training that they need. Sometimes when we get a hold of police, I'll see police out there and it's just like, what are you trying to prove? You the one with the gun. You know what I'm saying? You trying to intimidate me? You the one with the gun. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got nothing to do with that. But I understand that they have to protect themselves as well too. You know what I mean? Because I've had friends who are police officers as well too, and you don't know what you're gonna run across every day. But all I know is that when you have situations where you have police officers that act outside of the norm, it doesn't look good for all police officers. Even this political climate that we had, where Kamala was talking about, defunding the police or whatever, and then we already know you don't want to do that. You want to get a police to the things that they need to stop crime. But at the same time, I still want people who know how to conduct themselves as officers and gentlemen as well too. And then that way it builds up a trust between the police and the people. And that way you don't have these situations. So basically the police become invisible until you need them. What do you think about situations like that, man? As far as the interactions between people and the police officers, what are some of the things that you think we could do to bridge that gap between the police and the people?
As much as possible, I would say, like Boss Man was saying, get policemen. Excuse me, I think it was Mr. Bennett that was saying, get police officers that look like you in your community. You know what I'm saying? That are from the community. The likelihood of them doing certain things are slimmer. Now they could have personal vendettas like the brothers did in Memphis. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, but at the same time, I think that reduces that gives a certain level of understanding, which reduces the level of police shootings or police beatings or whatever the case may be. Even though it's a hint of danger, there's a familiarity there, so there's a certain understanding, so that could be better. Other than that, I'll be honest with you. I said this the other day, and I don't know why we expect a system that was built on our backs, on our necks, on our heads to protect us or take care of us. It doesn't really make much sense to me. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I think the best help is at the end of your own two wrists. Like, you know what I'm saying? We need to come up with, like they have in Detroit, groups and people that protect the community and police the community and serve the community. That's what I really believe.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there should be a certain level of distinction that you have to be a police officer. None of this, you got something to prove type of thing. Because guys who have something to prove escalate problems well beyond the necessary. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, I'm going to show you I'm the police today. That type of thing. We're going to get into the video in a minute. But I think those type of police officers really shouldn't be police officers because their egos are in the way. Absolutely. And when your ego gets in the way, that's when trouble shows up. And we're gonna get into the video in a minute. Y'all ready, man? We finna get this thing started. We finna get it cracking.
Bossman's got something.
So
go ahead, RPN.
No, but go ahead, Bossman. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Blackhawk asked the question: why do so many military people get arrested for DUI. I don't know if the question was asked in genuine or if it was asked, facetiously. I really don't know, honestly, but I can tell you for sure, from my perspective, coming out of Cherry Point, where the Marine Corps was, where for me, honestly, that was all you had to do in Cherry Point in North Carolina. I'm being very honest with you. It was really nothing there to do. But when you got out of what you were doing for the day, and then you left off base, for the most part, that was basically your relief from the arduous day, was to basically drink or to have fun and be jovial outside of base. And so getting back to base, for the most part, you end up getting caught. Now, the interesting thing about that is that it's mainly the young people, the younger, lower ranking individuals that end up getting busted. Now, it's not because the military does not grill those individuals for being or attempting to come back inebriated. We actually tell people, because I was an NCO, we told the younger individuals, do not do this. Always have a DD. Do not do this. I was a DD for many of my Marines, and we tell them all the time, do not do this. And you will be surprised how many still try it, do it, and they get busted. And hey, every man for themselves. But military people are notorious for profusely drinking.
So that plays into what I was going to say. First of all, I think a lot of times we put rules and regulations in that ignore the human condition. I mean, you give policemen who might have been bullied as high school students and all that shit for their whole life a license to tell people what to do. They're gonna corrupt themselves. You tell a military guy that that they've been under stress all week, but you give them 2 or 3 hours of relief, what do you think they're going to do? So there should just be a program of buses taking them wherever they want to go to pick them up, so they don't have to drive drunk, because it's going to happen. So these things are easy fixes, but I think a lot of times as Americans, we put rules out there, maybe everywhere, but let's just concentrate on America. We have rules, regulations, and policies that ignore the human condition. And that shit is crazy, because it's really simple for me. And I'll just give you a couple of quick examples. Putting females in a man's prison as prison guards. I don't have to go too far to tell you that sooner or later, those buff dudes are going to seduce some of those fucking women to get anything they want, including weapons and a means to escape. Right? Or putting men in female prisons. I don't have to tell you that it won't be long before those men have those women extorted to give them any kind of sexual favors they want. The rules are not going to change that. They're not. So these things are simple things that we keep ignoring. So and so as long as we have this identity bullshit that try to govern how we want, because we want everybody to be equal, we're going to always have these problems. I got one more, and I'm going to shut up. The Catholic Church telling men and women they can't have sex because you want to serve God, without giving them extensive counseling on how to suppress your sexual urges. I mean, you can't just say, I'm a priest today and give up something that God ordained you as a man that you'll never do again. Are you kidding me? If you're healthy, you're going to go crazy. So I'm just saying, these are simple freaking things, man. So if I'm going to be a priest, my first thing before I get ordained is I got to go through 2 or 3 years of therapy to give up the most natural thing I have, and that's the pound chicks. So once I get to grips with that and how I could deal with that without buggering boys, then I could become a priest. You know, so let me just land it there. I'm just saying. I mean, I'm sitting here.
The toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy.
I thought you were gonna play the other one. Oh, you out of your effing mind.
All right, man. I love my play there.
I that one the other day, and I had to play it. Sorry.
Oh my gosh.
I just think we underestimate the power of nature.
But now, having said that, so are you a proponent then? I guess in military situations that some of these inclinations or needs get met through the military. No, so like if a guy's going to go off base and get himself in trouble trying to get back to base, would it make sense to bring maybe some of those things into the base and keep it inside the base rather than a person stepping out?
If we're just talking about, if we're talking about drinking, right, to release themselves, forget what they're doing. The answer is yes. The answer is either. But listen, I worked in a military base. We used to have the NCO club, which was always popping, especially during happy hour, and then the officers club. Yeah, drinks are always flowing. They had to cut out happy hour because people are driving drunk. If you know what's going to happen and you lean into people drinking, you should have some kind of thing, because the NBA and the NFL supposed to have these things too. But guys want to drive their own Lamborghini. But if you get drunk in a club and an NFL player, there's a number for you to call for them to pick you up. You know, so the sexual part, I'm not saying they need to lean into that, but the drinking part.
I'm asking the rhetorical, why not? I remember that movie, An Officer and a Gentleman.
Yeah.
And you had those girls, they were basically there. They would go to those places that you're talking about specifically to hook up with an aviator or something like that. Maybe get pregnant by one in there, but something more legitimate, something more legalized to an extent that, hey, if that's what you need, there's a place for that.
If you would have said the Dirty Dozen, I would have said, yeah, that's where you gotta. I'm just saying. Either way, but go ahead. But there's no way you could morally sanction that I can see for the sex part, but the drinking part, whether a guy gets lucky or not, that's not up to you. But the guys are going to drink. They're going to drink. And again,
there's currently, even in small little base that I was at, there's liquor stores on base that sell liquor cheap, but tax free.
Yeah.
There are multiple joints on base, that bars on base. Okay, so you can eat and drink. Okay, all right. There were multiple clubs on base. I wouldn't say like clubs, like party clubs, but I mean clubs like, NCO clubs, officers clubs. They have them spread out so that way you don't have any fraternization. Okay. The larger bases, they had like, bowling alleys and things like that, so on and so forth. But guess what? You can also do on base. You can still get a DUI on base.
That's right.
Because they can still get a DUI on base because there are MPs on base.
Okay.
Right.
So what I would do is my barracks was literally not too far from where the E4s, the E4s and below are able to go and eat and congregate, whatever. So I would literally walk over there. I would drink. And there was some weak ass drinks too, by the way. Neither here nor there. I'd walk my ass over there and I would drink. All right, shoot some pools, so on and so forth, yada yada. Okay. I was a PFC at the point in time, so there was no getting lucky there. And I would then stumble my ass back over to my barracks to avoid DUIs. I was also 24, 25 as a PFC versus 18, 19 as a PFC. Difference.
Yeah.
I was the same age as my sergeant.
Right. What about women?
Same. What's the question?
Women, like not fellow officers. I'm talking about, were women allowed on the base in these clubs, in these places for?
And then the NCO, baby.
It's all mixed in
I'm
there.
just saying, but you know,
when I say I wasn't getting lucky, wasn't getting lucky,
because you were part PFC, because you were PFC. Right?
It was a PFC. Okay.
Anytime there's a military base, there's always going to be 12.
Okay. Now there were.
And I'm just asking, are they just happen to be there, or do they get a special pass to be there? I'm just saying.
No, they serve there too. The only time they actually have any specialized places is, of course, their restrooms, and of course they have like a floor, in the barracks. There is no co-ed. There's no co-ed barrack room where there's a man and a woman.
I'm not talking about that. No, I'm talking about like from that movie, Also in Jail. Like there are clubs where women from the town or the whatever, they come in for the weekend to fraternize with the troops or whatever, and to hopefully.
The only time that a civilian can come in is one at the gate if the code or the color code, the security code at the gate is at a color that allows civilians in. So if we're at DEF CON, no one else can come in. But
Makes sense.
So it has to be green. Okay. That's one. And then two, if someone is in uniform, is able to vouch for them to come in as a visitor. And they have to, they have to, you have to tell them how long you're going to be there. You can stay overnight, but you have to say how long they're going to be there when they plan on leaving. Okay. Give a check-in, check-out type situation. Okay. And then three, the third option is that's actually four. The third option is if you are a civilian, but you are married to someone who's
obviously, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the fourth one is if you are someone who work on base, okay, and you are a visitor to someone who works on base. And of course, if you work on base, that's the fifth one. But yes, anybody can come party on base. I mean, but there isn't like necessarily like a club on base. But let's say there's an event on base, whatever. Sure, you can come in and have a good time, eat there, drink and stuff, this, that, and the other. But you got to be chauffeured. You got to be with your person all the time. Yeah.
All right. I'm just trying to address Arpane's concern. I'm only thinking about the soldiers here, so I'm only thinking about his concern for the human condition. That's all.
What happens in the barracks for the most part? What happens in the barracks for the most part stays within the barracks. So as long as there's no untoward things happening in the barracks.
Well,
okay, because there is
unfortunately we've had some guys in barbershop who maybe fess up to that. There may be some untoward things, but we can move on from here.
Anytime there's other women, there's someone
Mr. Bennett trying to find out what's really going on.
I'm just saying, or there might be an opportunity. I'm saying there's an opportunity here. It wouldn't surprise me at all that there's some scandalous story that there was a sex ring in the military, and the CEO had these women coming in, and they were use some of that military coin. To it wouldn't surprise me at all if there were stories like that, but I don't know. I'm not claiming that, but I just got a feeling that something like that has gone on, especially in all these overseas bases, man. If you're in Thailand or whatever, or some other South Korea or something, I'm just saying Philippines definitely.
If you put somebody
you're not getting all those biracial kids over there. I mean, come on. I mean, there's something going on.
Down, Mr. Bennett, you wouldn't lose. I can tell you that. Put money down on that shit, you're not gonna lose. I'm telling you.
Yeah, Mr. trying to get down to the bottom of it. He's trying to get down to what's really happening.
Mr. Bennett trying to find out what's really going on.
What's really going on? Okay.
That's so funny.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, dang.
You think about enlisted?
Man, I should have enlisted and went to Okinawa.
Man.
Speaking of being,
we're
gonna break up our main man JT in the building.
What's up, JT?
Oh, where were you, man? We needed you to put on this one, bro.
What
goes down in the barracks?
It stays in the barracks.
What's happening, JT?
Yeah,
JT,
man,
I'm trying to tell him what happens in the barracks stays in the barracks. Try to tell him.
whatever in the barracks, it definitely stays in the barracks, bro.
All right, try to tell him.
That's all you need to know, Mr. Man. There you go.
Yeah, all right.
Hey, what the on duty guy doesn't see. All right.
That's right. That's right.
There you
What's
go.
happening, JT? What's going on, man?
Hey, what's happening with you, man? What's going on, Pep? What's going
Good to
on?
see you, man. How you doing,
What's
bro?
happening, man?
Well, bro, I'm doing well, man. What's going on with y'all, man? What's poppin'?
Doing good, man. Doing good.
Yeah, you know how I gotta do, man. I gotta come up with where the cool kids is at, bro.
You already know it, man.
I'm loving that cap, that hat, bro.
I had
Yes,
to put
sir.
it on, man. Y'all was sitting
Yes,
there
sir.
talking military talk. I was like,
Yes,
all
sir.
right,
Hey, I'm gonna have to find my. I'm gonna go find my cover. All right, I still got that thing.
Yeah,
and it's still starched too, by the way.
Hey, boss. Oh yeah, everything I wore was starched or shined. That was just what it was. It was pressed. Literally, my uniform. You could just stand up in the corner, bro. I was one of those heavy starch dudes. I was definitely one of those. Even in when I bloused my trousers, they were still, the blouse was creased.
That's right. That's right. You wasn't right.
Hey, Braxton Snake Fiend, watch Deliverance at somebody else's house, man. Don't watch it at your house.
Oh,
Jesus.
man. Nah, you gonna
Oh God.
Don't let them demons in your house, fam. Jesus.
Oh, that's funny.
That's scary. My bad,
All right, Lost, back to you. I'm sorry. JT, back to you. I'm sorry, my bad.
No, it's good, man. It's good. I was just listening to what you were saying as far as like especially the NCO clubs and stuff like that. Like, man, it's a whole different experience. And when you was talking about the whole thing on being on base and going to the NCO club, most of us we didn't drive. It was cool when you got to a place where you didn't have to drive somewhere where you can party, because you think that these cops are something out here in the civilian world. Them MPs, man, they trying to get you.
Trying to get you.
Yeah, and the higher your rank is, the better it's gonna be for them. So
Yeah, so JT, we were talking about that before you came on, like police military interaction. I mean, the focus of the show tonight is on policing, but I've always seen, in some instances, I've seen interaction between the police and military isn't always the healthiest, even though you would think there'd be some mutual respect there. But yeah, that always troubled me as to why. What do you think? What do you think is causing that?
Well, the nature of the military is based off of rank. So when you are a private, E2 PFC specialist, you're trying to get to bug sergeant, staff sergeant, sergeant first class. You're trying to get to that, and it's weird based off of where it is that you're stationed at. Like overseas was a lot lax than over in the States when it came down to this whole thing of rank, right? We wasn't really big on every time you see an officer that you salute them, right? If you in a PX or something like that with your family and stuff like that, it wasn't a really big thing to salute. You just do it out of courtesy, for one, but they were more lax. But when I was over in Fort Drum, New York, it was a lot different. Like, they don't care if you with your family or not. They'll come to you. When you see an officer, you supposed to salute them, all of that crazy stuff. And normally it'd be somebody that's probably a second lieutenant or something like that, just getting into the military, and did they ROTC and college and stuff like that. But for the most part, it brings a divide, right? It really brings a divide, because when you're an MP, whether you're a PFC, a private E2, a private E1, if you get you a sergeant and you can lock his heels, man, it's something different. I've never experienced this whole power hungry thing until I went into the military. It's a real thing. It's like when you hear people talk about pulling rank, right? They get that from the military. You got people that would grandstand, pull rank just because they can do it. So imagine having someone that's an MP that's only probably been in that unit for about a year or two. They can't wait to lock somebody up, a sergeant or something like that, so they can just, because now it ain't got nothing to do with rank. I outrank you. Like I said, I've seen instances where you done had captains, majors getting arrested for DUI, and it's bad when it's on a duty station. You're probably better off getting a DUI when you're on civilian land than you are when it comes down to being there. One of the reasons is because you will lose rank, no doubt about it. And it's really bad if you a buck sergeant, because it used to be this way. If you was a sergeant and you lost your rank, they would move you to another unit. But you have some places where they're not going to move you to another unit. So the person that you were over can be over you. That's how bad it was. I don't know how it is now, but it used to be that way. I remember when I had my squad leader, he ended up getting a DUI. He got demoted down from a E5 to an E4. I was just an E4 promotable, but I was the highest ranking that was in our squad. He was lower than me at that point.
He like that.
No, he ended up. Nobody likes it. It's terrible. It's especially if it happens where, for instance, say if you was the E6 and then you get busted down to the E5 and you were platoon sergeant, they won't let you go. So now you're a squad leader instead of a platoon sergeant, right? But what if you get demoted at the same time that somebody that was up under you gets promoted? They're going to take your spot.
That's hell. They're gonna dog
you don't want to be there, right? That's how. Like when you guys hear a lot about PTSD and stuff like that, trust me, it's not all about wartime. It comes from being in garrison. It comes from being in garrison means that you just at your duty station, right? You're not deployed anywhere. So it plays a big part on you. I done went through suicide attempts. People that went through deleting themselves. You just don't know the mindset that these folks be in. And we had one incident where I was in Bosnia where a guy shot himself in the stomach, but he didn't die.
Damn.
So after he got out of the hospital and he was all good, they court-martialed him.
Damn. For failing to delete himself. God dog.
Yeah, he was a E4. They took that rank, and then this is the thing too. See, I was what they would call a fast tracker, right? So by the time I got to be about 23, 24 years old, I was already a sergeant. You got people that's been in the military for 8 years and they're just a specialist. In the Army, I don't know about the other branches, but in the Army, once you get to specialist, E4 promotable, they used to have it where the retention was 8 years, and then you have to get out. You won't be able to re-enlist. You won't be able to get promoted. It's a lot that goes on. They flag you, what we call flagging. It will flag you. So it stops your career and it forces you out. It plays a big part on a lot of people because you got a lot of these folks that want to be career soldiers, Marines, seamen, or airmen, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it stands in the way of their career. So it ends their career. Whether you know it or not, once you get into there, and if you spent more than 4 years in the military, you want to make it a career, because you will see some of the most dopest things in the world, man. I've seen dudes that come in there and they came in, and in 2 years they got promoted to sergeant. Another year passed, they getting ready to go to BNOC so they can go and get their E6. You know what I'm saying? By the time they done got to their 8th year, they're already E7. That's crazy to see somebody to do something like that, bro. That's what they call a fast tracker, right?
Right.
Now, this is the craziest part about that. I've seen guys that did that and ruined their career. DUI. A DUI would ruin your career. When you having issues with your wife, like your personal issues, it could stop your career.
Hey, JT, let me add something on what you're saying. As a civilian working with the Army for my whole career, I always loved working with the military guys. But if you wanted to move up, your record had to be pretty much spotless. I mean, spotless. And they had favorite sons, of course. I worked with one guy who was a lieutenant colonel, and I worked on his programs all the way up to him becoming a 2-star general.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he gave me, I mean, we worked, he trusted me with a lot of shit with his programs, you know, meetings, money, everything, you know. So, and he was, man, you know, then he retired and worked for a private industry, and that's when he started making his money. You know, he became one of their favorite sons. But yeah, working with the military guys is awesome. I worked with the Navy guys, Air Force guys, but I was based in the Army, but we did some tri-service stuff too. So it's great. It's great.
Now, JT, one thing that and I know we got to move on with the show, but you're talking about when guys get out, whether it be dishonorably discharged or forced out or whatever it looks like. So imagine those guys getting out and maybe some of those guys becoming police officers. So we were talking about earlier in the show, we're talking about certain people do not need to be police officers. And I'm just wondering if for some of those, how many of the officer ranks are filled with, again, ex-military or guys who've had that stress, but it was never dealt with. They never talked to anybody about it, or it was never quite resolved. But they're coming in with a mindset or an attitude of, I'm going to get them, or I'm going to show them, or what was done to me, I'm going to do back to someone else. I'm just curious. And again, I don't have any stats on that, but I'm just wondering, but the profile of the person that you're talking about is certainly something I can certainly see, why these incidents get escalated. We always talk about police de-escalating the situation. But why is it so often that these things get escalated very quickly when it doesn't need to be? But again, have these guys been really evaluated, or have they really dealt with whether their frustration or the embarrassment of them not being able to make that military career that you're talking about?
Yeah, a lot of these guys, I don't think that it has a whole lot to do with. I think what I've experienced was that when you're dealing with difficult people, it can wear on you. It's the same thing that if you are a nurse or a CNA and you're dealing with folks that have mental disorders and things like that, and you're doing it for so long, what happens is that it will wear on you because you haven't released the frustrations that you have. For instance, as a police officer, if you are a police officer that's in the inner city, you deal with a lot of difficult people on a daily basis. It wears on you.
Yep.
I'm talking about wear on you. Think about being in the inner city and you're working at a store, a liquor store, not just a regular store, but a liquor store. And you in one of the most impoverished neighborhoods. It is very difficult to deal with those type of people. Super difficult to deal with those type of people. Now imagine you have the authority to lock people up. You got the authority to beat their butt. You got the authority. You got guns on your side. What happens is that when you don't have a release and you're doing it every day, and most police officers, I know in most inner cities, they do 12-hour shifts. That's a lot, man. When you on that beat, that's a little bit different than if you're a detective. That's a little bit different than if you're actually working inside of the police station and you've never had to go out for 5 and 6 years on the beat. Most police officers, because I was going to be a police officer when I got out, and I said, I don't want to deal with nothing military. It took me 10 years just to start working back for the government. But I understood what it was because there's a stress that a lot of people are not equipped to deal with. And it's long-term stress. I ain't talking about something that you done did for 2-3 years. Most of your cops have dealt with, they're not people persons. You know, they don't deal with people to the point where they're more of a what they call that word where they a person that's to themselves.
Standoffish.
Yeah. Introverts,
right? Yeah. So introvert is definitely not a good person to be a police officer with, because you have to be in the community. Most great police officers that I've ever encountered, or even with my friends, they know mostly everybody in the neighborhood that they patrol. They party with them. They do business with them. They do like pal league, you know, things like that. They're involved in the community, right? And they take charge. You can't be an officer if you're not willing to take charge. So you have to be assertive. If you lead your life more with frustration and you know, negative emotions, and you're a police officer, you're probably the most dangerous person that's out there. That's where it goes to. But if you're a person that, and a lot of, and this is the thing, leadership is something that has to be developed, right? You've seen people do it, and it comes with not just age, but it comes with developing a lot more empathy for people. That's a difficult thing to do when you're dealing with difficult people on a day-to-day basis. I mean, it's basically what it basically is it's kind of like being a person that's you know, you just work with people every day. A lot of us don't want to work with those type of people every day. I done seen police officers fight as if they were just regular civilians. I take my badge off. I've done seen cops do it. Took their badge off,
crazy.
Threw their gun in the car, and they like, we gonna knuckle up. You can't do that
in uniform.
Yes.
Yeah, take the badge off.
Crazy.
Yeah, I take my badge off.
You
somebody say, because you always have somebody say that. You take that badge off, you get rid of that gun, I beat your ass, right? And then you got cops to say, all right, hold up. And they would do it. That's the worst thing that you can ever do, is to come out of being an officer into being a civilian. You just then gave up your power right there. It's the same thing that when somebody is saying something to you and it's offensive to the average person, and you take it to heart, instead of being assertive, instead of being a person that's saying, no, this is what we're going to do. This is why you have to understand why cops do what they do, because they're being scrutinized more than one way now. They get in trouble if somebody sit back and say, he hit me. They look at the thing. They don't know if that cop hit him or not. He didn't say anything, but you hear the person screaming. So that's why the cop always narrate everything. I'm talking to you. I'm asking you. They keep repeating themselves. You ever see it? If you see the dash cams and stuff now,
right?
Cops, they repeat themselves, right? They make sure their hands are being where they can be seen in the camera now. because what we don't know is that when they have to go into, the meetings and all these different things, these are things that they're telling them. And if you don't go by those protocols, man, you can get in trouble. You might not get, they ain't trying to fire you or nothing like that, but you can get wrote up. And that can impede on one of the biggest incentives, and that's you getting promoted. You know what I'm saying? So you have a lot of cops that say, listen, I'm gonna do my 2 years on the beat. Depending on what precinct or whatever they're from, it takes a minute. But a lot of them just go to school because they say, well, listen, I just want to be a detective. I'd rather deal with, what they would consider to be real cop work. I'd rather be a detective, whether it's, homicide, whether it's, anything else. But I just want to get that sergeant, then that lieutenant, and I'm on easy street now. You know what I'm saying? But if you're a beat cop and you keep wearing that blue, eventually you out here in them streets patrolling concerts and all that crazy stuff that they got, or you are a traffic cop and stuff like that, it's dangerous being that. So a lot of these guys be trying to get out of it now.
Well, let me ask you this, JT. Let me ask you this. Do you think that some of the cops who are on the beat are frustrated with some of the guys who won't move up? You know what I'm saying? Just say, for instance, you get somebody who's a detective and they want to get comfortable and be on easy street. Then you got a regular guy that's frustrated. He says, I want to come up off of the streets, but this guy won't move up. You know what I'm saying? Do you think that sometimes that frustration may be played out on the streets instead of, conducting themselves in a different type of manner?
Yeah, absolutely. Most of their frustration comes from the protocol that's inside of their unit. It's the frustration that they have inside of their unit. You'll be amazed at what you hear these commanders telling the officers what they can't do. If you see how they working right now, you see how they in a lot of these cities, man, you be like, damn, they would sit back and explain everything to a difficult civilian. This civilian's been 100% difficult, but they're still explaining to them. They're not actually talking to that civilian. They're actually talking to the camera.
Right.
They're not. You get what I'm saying? So it's kind of like my hands are tied.
Arpain, what you over there talking about, man?
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. You know what, JT? I was looking at Facebook for a second. This woman says she left 50 cents because he bust her out too good in bed, so she had to leave.
Hell no!
Get the fuck out of here. I couldn't hold it in. I'm saying,
was her name Michelle?
No. I just couldn't.
I'm sorry. Look, not to pivot, man. Look, I didn't see it. I don't want to hear it. Nothing. I can never watch. That's like you're like walking. They call him Unk, right? That's like walking in your Unk. You'll never be able to listen to him again. So I'm willfully ignorant on. I don't want to see it. Nothing, man.
Hey, listen, you gonna have to hear it one day, Mr. Bennett, because I already downloaded for a soundbite.
Nope.
Yeah.
Man, man, we got so many ways to go with that. So
not trying to go there.
Michelle.
It's all up to you. You keep that door, but we can go down a rabbit hole.
No.
Mama Michelle.
Keep the show moving.
Yeah, Mama Michelle.
Let me ask you.
Y'all can do all the impressions you want, as long as it's not him. As long as I don't hear his voice, I'm alright. Y'all can mimic and all that kind of stuff. I just don't want.
He was saying skip. Hey, skip.
Let me tell you something, Skip.
Skip, let me ask you a question.
Boy, look at who boy Skip.
Yeah, man.
Hey, Ocho said, man, you know what? You need some stamina. Ocho said, man, you got to get a little more stamina in there.
You know he was.
Nah, he kept talking about them blue diamonds. You know, I'm on them blue diamonds, man. I'm telling you, man, them blue diamonds.
No, he lying. Talking about, you can't have it two ways. Either you stage that, or either you was not going for no 25 minutes before it started. You can't have it both ways. Come on, son. Because anybody knows that if you just lay your phone on the bed, guess what's gonna happen? the daggone screen lock is gonna come on.
Yeah.
So come on, fam.
Yes.
Like, who are you talking to? Like, who are you talking to?
You ain't talking
Hey,
to no
man,
dog.
somebody
Right.
said there was a third person in the room.
Oh, jeez.
Oh,
What?
So I
Wait
said,
a minute.
I said, no,
how to
no,
get that? How to get that for the story? That's just added. So how
Yeah,
to
I'm head in the sand on this one, guys.
I hear that.
He
I
said,
hear
he
that.
said the dude. He said the dude Jordan called him. He said the dude
Yeah.
Jordan called him. So that's
Now,
not. That's not.
now,
Oh
Now,
Lord.
Izzy, I gotta say this. My heart probably would have dropped too if I sounded like him. That was crazy.
Nah, yo, listen, but this is the thing, though. You don't go from my heart dropped, my heart sank to you know what I did. Hey, Ocho, you know what I do, Ocho, what I do, Ocho. Hey, I got them roll pills, Ocho, for days, Ocho. I did it, Ocho. Like what?
Hey, bro, I was thinking the first thing that came to mind was Kevin Hart. When Kevin Hart says, "Uncle, what I do?
What he do?
Hold that motherfucker up." What I do, nephew?
Hey, what I do? Huh?
What I do?
Oh my gosh. Oh, my ears hurt right now. Like I got this pain in my ears from laughing so hard. Like right here.
Listen, I gotta tell you, Mr. Bennett, you gotta hear
like,
one.
man,
I can't do it. I'll never watch him again. I will never watch him again. That's worse than like you're walking in and your parents doing it. I can't do it. That's I can't do it. So any suspicious from this point out, any suspicious emails or texts or messages y'all send me, I'm not opening them. I'm just deleting them.
BMU said it was Michelle Obama. That was funny. I was like, which Michelle? He said, you never guess which Michelle it was. You never guess. You don't know.
Because then they said that she right. They was like, it's somebody that you actually know. It's like, okay, nope, it wasn't no Michelle, Michelle K or whatever. No, this was some other Michelle.
K Michelle.
It ain't no Michelle A. Oh, this is a
Nice tea.
Oh, no.
Miss Nice tea.
Nice tea.
Yeah, she's an underrated singer.
Man.
Oh yeah. She got that squeaky baby voice too. I thought she was faking it, man. I couldn't believe the way that lady sounded.
Yeah, it's funny how
that's
she
naturally
could sing, but she
irritating.
couldn't talk. Man.
Oh my god.
I don't like it though. It's just bad all the way around. I don't like the way they try to play in our face, man. It was just so many inconsistencies. And let me ask y'all a question for real. Which one of y'all ever got excited that one of your homeboys was with a woman and not a man? Like, I'm just trying to say, I'm glad, Unc, that it was a Michelle and not a Michael.
That was no mistake. Yeah.
Like,
I would be mad at him ever saying
but they were slapping the G label on him because again he was coming after certain women and saying certain things, so they were slapping that label on him. So
it was staged to try to get points.
Did y'all see the roast though?
No, I didn't see the roast.
Oh my god!
I did a roast, but I didn't see.
He had Godfrey on there, Snoop Dogg on there. They had it was a couple other people. What's the little young dude, man? That the gamer. That be on there.
Consonant.
Oh yeah.
Okay, now I gotta see this thing.
Oh man.
No.
Crazy.
Don't see it. Don't go see it. Okay. All right.
No, you do what you want. I'm just saying I can't do it. I would never be able to look him in the face again if I don't want to hear no grunts. I don't want to hear nothing. I'm totally laying off.
You gonna turn red.
I can't do it.
If you got that, when I heard it,
Could you imagine, man? People
across
America,
right, I hear
people across America picking up their phone, talking about something.
Yeah.
And then he said to his assistant, he said, "You think anybody heard it? You think anybody watched it?" How many IG followers do you have, sir? You think anybody watched it?
He already
went viral, Ninja. You went viral, man.
He already
started. Shop is full of shit.
18
extra.
I'm jumping off. BMU, if you bring it up, I'm jumping off.
Yeah, listen. Hey, Mr. Payne, if full of shit was a person, it's
I don't know. Once you get to a certain age, like now, I still don't look at myself as like an elder or nothing like that, right? I still don't. I be hearing people, "What's up, Unc?" and "What's up, OG?" and all that. It still don't hit me. But if I sound like him, Like, he ain't that much older than us, Mr. Bennett.
No, he's 55, 56. He just turned 56.
So if I was signing, especially being country, and I'm like, that's my Michelle.
That's my Michelle.
Listen, it got worse. It got worse every second that went on.
Yo, man, but even the
it wasn't many of them seconds though. It wasn't many of them.
It wasn't many of them. He talking about 25.
Okay, but even the way he said Michelle was
I gave you all I got.
I gave you all I got.
I can't believe all you guys just like running to listen to it, man. I just.
It was only a minute. What do you mean?
That's enough. Again, that'll scar you for life, man. That's enough.
No, it's hilarious.
Hey, come on, hey, Izzy, right? The way he said Michelle was kind of, I thought it was kind of staged. It was like, it was a couple of moans in there, it was a couple of this, and then always said Michelle. You know, like he does that. Like he wanted us to know there was a real woman there.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
That's the last time he said her name. Like, if you pound it out, you're not gonna say, "Yeah, take this shit, Michelle." Take it. No, but he didn't do that. He just said, "Oh, Michelle." You know, and then he went off into some other kind of grunting moments and shit. I said, "Wait a minute, man." So I thought it was all staged. Matter of fact, here's the thing: he might not even have been having sex.
Right.
Right. That's what I was just about to say. I was just about to say that it's crazy because he said that by mistake on IG. Do you know how many moves you gotta
exactly to the iPhone? Exactly.
Live by mistake.
By mistake, nigga. After being knee deep for 25 minutes, like you
gonna pick up your phone.
Right. I'm like, Izzy. Quit playing in my face, dog.
Exactly. I was pissed off.
It's going wild now.
I took it personally. I'm like, yo, that's disrespect. That's disrespect.
If you listen, man, really best of you. You'd be like, if you're watching this on the replay, man, just from the BMU network.
It's all. I'll take the blame. I felt disrespected. I'll take it. Izzy Bands. Izzy Bands said it. I said it. I ain't scared of you, man. I said it. Izzy Bands said
it is very bad if he didn't stage it. This is the thing. Either or, it's a bad thing. Both of them is not dated. One is no worse than the other. One's no better than the other. Dude.
Nah, I don't know. I think the real thing is worse because then a lot of people are like, man, this can happen any time or whatever. Turn that phone completely off. Like, don't have any.
Should have been better then.
Then the fool said, "Well, I knocked one off this morning, but hey, you know how I do. But look, I'm gonna keep my phone in the car."
Right,
like what?
Right, right after he said, "I cried."
I cried. Exactly. Right after he said, "Yo, I cried. I cried. I cried. I was crying. I can't cry no more tears, Ocho. I can't cry no more tears." Like, if you don't sit your extra goofy ass down,
you're so full of shit.
Bullshit, right?
Extra goofy.
Yeah, and he's gonna get a pass.
Of course.
Yeah, Stephen A. already said he's not leaving first take. So he already said he talked to the higher ups and he said they on. So.
Yeah, they believe that bull crap about my phone, you know.
It's funny, a sister told me, what was that if that was a woman? I said, well, she'd be a billionaire now.
Yeah, she'd be a billionaire.
Look at Kim Kardashian. Look at Kim Kardashian.
She'd be a billionaire, you know.
Exactly. Have her own shapewear.
He's just trying to keep his job, you know. She'll be a billionaire. He's just trying to keep his job.
Matter of fact, you had people trying to follow the same trend. Look what happened with all them damn women. They was trying to leak all that shit. It was the only ones that was very successful was Kim Kardashian and the Paris sister.
Yeah. If it was Molly from First Take, are y'all congratulating him? Hell no. No. For what?
She married a sneaky link, so it's all over.
No.
Oh man!
All right, back to regular programming.
All right, so what's next? What's going on?
We got the video man in the back, man. We're gonna go and pull this thing up and get this started. For greater context, this is the video man for Tyreek getting pulled over. So
Tyrese got pulled over too.
He was probably crying in the back. You know,
God dog, he having a bad week.
Right? It's just god damn, Tyrese.
All right, this is the stop, y'all. He already pulled over. You know what I'm saying? So here we go.
Why do you have your seatbelt on? Why do you have your seatbelt on? Like what? Why do you have it up? Hey, keep your window down. Hey, keep your window down. Keep your window down. I'm gonna get you out of the car. As a matter of fact, get out of the car. Give me that. Get out of the car. Give me that. Break that freaking window. Get out of the car. Get out of the car right now. We're not playing this game. Get out. 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 What part of violence do you understand? Hey, Drew. Hey, Drew. I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting arrested.
All right, y'all.
Go
All
ahead.
right. So far, what we got, man? What we got? We already got 4 police officers on motorcycles pulling this man over. You know what I'm saying? How many police officers it take to pull over somebody? Just out of curiosity. Just out of curiosity. What do you? Come on, Mr. Bennett. What's your first thoughts, man? I know you've seen this.
I mean, a lot of this changed, I guess, over the course of the week because, again, the initial conversation from Tyreek, he kind of painted himself as I did nothing wrong, I didn't say anything disrespectful or whatever, that he was like a choir boy essentially in the situation. Then once the video comes out, he changes his tune and says, like, I guess I could have handled the situation better. Certainly, again, the profile, as I said earlier, I think that's a 2018 McLaren 720S that he's driving. His interaction when telling the police don't knock on my window like that. I mean, again, he could have handled the situation better. But and then after, now I think where it went when he rolled his window back up, which I didn't know that was whether illegal or illegal not for him to do that. But everything just seemed to escalate from there, where the cop didn't even allow him to get out of the car. So I think, to the earlier point we were saying earlier, once cops are turned up, it's like it's a switch that just doesn't turn off. And I think it just went left from there, where everything afterwards was totally on the cops. But the initial interaction was such that I think he could have handled the situation better. But he was almost like ordering the cops, look, here, take my license, registration, just give me the ticket and let's be on my way. Like it's almost like he's ordering the cop to tell the cop how to do his job, which I think is not going to settle with any cop. But nevertheless, I think the cops certainly have an obligation to certainly try to de-escalate the situation in that matter. But yeah, I mean, there's again the sides of every story, and then there's the truth that comes out with the video. But I don't think his interaction was good. I thought he did come off as kind of cocky and arrogant in that situation, and it didn't help him. But that doesn't excuse the behavior of the police. It just doesn't. I think they went way overboard.
Gotcha. I noticed one thing that he asked him why his seatbelt went on. Let me ask you fellas a question. Do you guys keep y'all wallet in your front pocket or your rear pocket? And if so, can you reach it with your seatbelt on? So is it normal for the police officer to say, hey, where's your seatbelt at, when you just took it off to give him your wallet? Is it?
Well, I don't think that was the case in this particular case. You got to remember, when they saw him speed by. He didn't have a seatbelt on to begin with. Because the officer asked him initially why he didn't have his seatbelt. But nevertheless, the thing is this, right? It's a triggering video, especially depending on what point you see it from initially, right? If you see it from the standpoint of they pulled them out the car and that's the first thing you saw, which that was originally the first thing I saw, I was highly triggered. I'm like, damn, they doing Tyreek Hill wrong. You know what I'm saying? They doing the brother dirty. They dogging him out. But then when I got the total context of it, I was like, man, nah, Tyreek Hill was wrong. And he antagonized the situation unnecessarily. A lot of it was unnecessary. It just didn't make sense. First of all, let's say that you didn't like the way that he knocked on your window. Say it once. Why are you saying it 6 and 7 and 8 times? Yo, why you knock on my window like that, though? Why you knock on my window? Don't knock on my window like that, though. And then he already knocked on your window to get you to pull your window down. So common sense says that before he leaves, you probably shouldn't roll up your window. I'm just saying, legal or illegal, you probably shouldn't roll up your window, okay? Then you roll up your window, and he's asking you multiple times to roll it down. You take your sweet time to do that, right? But then you crack it, and he says, hey, look, roll down your window. You got to roll down your window, otherwise I'm going to pull you out the car. And you say, well, you can't tell me what to do. And he's like, yo, listen, roll down your window, I'm going to pull you out the car. And you say, do what you got to do. So then the other officer who's been watching this whole thing go down and is frustrated probably with his partner, like he's being way too patient, was like, yo, matter of fact, yo, get out the car. Get out the car. You damn ignoramus, get out the car. So, yeah, it was excessive. At the same time, to be honest, Tyreek Hill provoked that situation, man, in that particular case. Now, I don't understand why we as a community try to judge every situation and people's assessment of one situation and say and make it a blanketed thing. We have to be able to be intelligent enough, have enough discernment enough, and enough astuteness about ourselves to say, okay, listen, this particular situation, this happened. In this other situation, this happened. Two things can be true at the same time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. R-Pain.
No, I mean, I have much. I think Tyreek Hill is just wrong. Listen, the one cop who pulled him out, if you look at him in the rest of the videos, he was just hyped for the rest. He wanted to arrest every black man he saw. But this whole thing, we don't know what would have happened if Tyreek would have just left his window down, gave him his credentials. They would have looked him up, find out who he was. They probably knew already. And so people say, well, we don't know whether they would have let him go or not. Well, you don't know that. You know that if he would have gave him all that and this shit would have still happened, he would be able to, everybody in the world would have a case against these cops. Right? So he didn't even do that. Putting his window back up in a tinted window thing in a concealed carry state where, and with tinted windows, the cops saying, wait a minute, man, what happened to just put your goddamn hands on the steering wheel and wait for me to come back? Give me your shit. Let me check you out. He was responsible for everything that happened afterwards. He was, man. We got to stop giving people grace for being stupid, man. I mean, just do what the fuck you got to do and go to the game. So he got too arrogant. He got this car, the guy wouldn't have been banging on his window if he didn't put it back up. And then taunting the guy by putting it back halfway or a quarter of a way. That's, listen, I'm just tired of guys, and he got caught in a lie and everybody saw this. And I don't want to be too hard on him, but why make a stupid situation worse? It could have been a routine. No, I don't know how the guy see that he didn't have a seatbelt on. I don't see through those windows. I couldn't see that, right? And that's
well. Did he say they didn't have the seatbelt on after he rolled the window down?
No.
Right? So, or was it before?
Initially, He had his window down. When they saw him, he had his window down. Because remember, there's a video where the police tell him to, hey, pull over a little bit more down the street, and Tyreek was complying with that. So there was a video that says,
so they saw his seatbelt.
They saw his seatbelt was off. Gotcha.
Okay, so that, all right. So
they pulled him over for his seatbelt, or they pulled him over for speeding.
For speeding, and then they saw that his
what was it, 20 or was it 60 and a 40? What was the
he was like, it was real fast and a real slow.
No, but he wasn't doing like 120
but he's doing like 60, 50 or 60 in like a 20-mile-per-hour zone. He was
but it still would have been a simple ticket.
Yeah, because if you're going that fast, then that's a 5. At least in Jersey, that's a 5 point. They'll take you right there. If you're going to over 25 miles plus over the limit, they'll snatch you up right there. So it wouldn't have been a simple ticket at that point.
Well,
Usually it's like up to 15 over is usually when it's like, all right, we'll give you, we'll just give you a ticket and you be on your way. But 25 and up, so it couldn't have been.
Well,
it couldn't have been a 60 and a 25 is
but he was going to the game and whatever, you know what I'm saying, about the play.
Yeah,
They
I
was
think
doing
they
they
had
was
some
doing
discretion,
they was doing detail for the game. So he probably would have got off if he would have just chilled out.
Well, he would have got a ticket.
They'd have maybe gave him a ticket, but yeah, he probably wouldn't have got arrested. You know what I'm saying?
No, listen, all this stuff was just him not complying. Just comply, man.
Let me ask you this, Arpain, how much of that do you think is actually Tyreek feeling like he's privileged because he's a millionaire, and also the police officer thinking, I'm the police and you should do what I tell you to do? How much of that do you think?
I think it's 100% that the police officers think you should do what they tell you to do. But unfortunately, I think idiots in the black community have no class. I mean, the guy who's broke will say the same stupid shit, and a rich guy will say the same stupid shit. That's the point. I mean, if I have a lot to lose, you would think you would be, regardless of what you think of yourself, right? I'm thinking that if you have more education, I mean, but he's a football player. He has, of course, his ego is out of control. He's a wide receiver. They're divas by definition. And so, but I'm still saying that I don't think there's a class situation to that. Because if it was a brother in just a regular car getting stopped, I can still see him saying the same stupid shit to the cop. What we don't see is enough people saying, "Here, officer, here's my shit," and watching the police officers let you go because they give you a ticket. They only publicize these kind of stops, and we blow them out of proportion like this is the norm, right? These guys probably try to stop hundreds of people. There's no incidents at all because the guys just comply. And the fact is, this guy, so your first thing, the cops, no matter what, expect you to listen to them. Sometimes they're a little out of bounds, but even if they're out of bounds, you have to be thinking in yourself, my shit is self-preservation. I want to get out of this situation. If they're just talking to me, I don't have to go crazy. Right? Here's my shit, man. Give me the ticket and let me be on my way. But when you look on the other side, whether you're a rich man, a middle guy, or somehow in the black community, we have to always be gangster. And I think that shit hurts, man. Just get your ticket and shut the fuck up. Period. And live to fight it. If you feel you're wrong, then take it up when you're in a place of safety. That's all I'm thinking.
Boss man, let me ask you a question, man. If Tyreek Hill had a nice set of tits, do you think he would have been treated and manhandled in such a way?
No, he wouldn't.
How come he gets a tick question?
I'm not always going to give you the question you want sometimes. I want to see Boss Man. I want to see Boss Man blush a little bit.
There we go.
Come on, man.
No, absolutely not. I'm just be very honest and straightforward with that question. Absolutely not. And we know the reason why. It is because women are less imposing. Okay. That's imposing. I struggle with this question and with this entire situation. On one hand, someone asked the question, what laws did he break? And technically, the only law that he broke was the speeding situation. Okay. What
and
harm?
Seatbelt, right? Seatbelt too.
Well, okay. Now hold on, because the seatbelt situation is how the hell with those windows tinted the way they were, and as fast as he was going, how the fuck did you see that he didn't have on a fucking seatbelt?
His seat.
Well, I think Izzy mentioned that. Yeah.
Down. He had his arm out the window, and his window was down when he drove by.
Okay,
reaching.
We're reaching. Okay, but okay, fine. So let's say he didn't have on a seatbelt. Okay, in that instance, okay, In the moment of the actual traffic stop, what laws did he actually break?
He didn't follow a lawful order. So that's another one that I keep failing to mention. The lawful order was roll down your window. The officer said it politely several times. Roll down, you gotta roll down your window, roll down your window. He didn't follow a lawful order, which already automatically, that's why they had just cause to pull him out the car, especially with intent at a traffic stop in a right to carry state. You don't know what that man has in the car. He put himself and those officers in danger by rolling his window back up. Just
no.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, what's going on, BMU?
We can hear you.
I'm driving, y'all. So if I start sounding robotic, just tell me.
Watch for those sirens, though.
So if you go back and watch the video, at the very beginning of the video, I had to study it today while I was working. At the very beginning of the video, the knock on the window was aggressive before he let the window down to even address the cop.
Right.
So hold on, but R-Pain, I want to say this because sometimes I feel like you Santa Claus in a black man's body. Watch this. Let me tell you what happened. Because what we have to understand is that was Robert Kraft, and he told that police officer, "Fuck off, suck my dick." He wouldn't have gotten a ticket, and he wouldn't have got pulled out of that car. If that was Tom Brady, if Tom Brady would have said, "Fuck you, officer," there's no way they putting hands on Tom Brady. I guarantee you. If Tom Brady would, because let me tell you, hold on, we see white people do it all the time. Fuck off, what's your badge number, you son of a bitch? We see it all the time.
I see you get
bringing up
you sound robotic. You sound robotic.
You blaming up me? I ain't saying
you sound robotic.
Okay. When you characterize like black
man, you
sound robotic.
That's God helping me out here, man.
Yeah, because that ain't necessarily true. I've seen countless white people who have talked Karens who have talked junk to the police and they fold. Why are you arrested? Wait, get your hands off me. Wait, let me go. What do you mean? I'm a white woman. Stop it. Wait,
how many of y'all follow God?
As they're throwing her in the car. So I'm saying.
The yoke of the devil has been destroyed.
Fuck the frail shit.
Wow. I'm just seeing that.
I know where he's coming from, but you know what? Equality doesn't mean that we should feel equal to be assholes. We ain't living in that society. I mean, we know what to do. I mean, what's going to happen to your pride just to say, "Okay, officer, here's my shit."
No,
and that's it.
No, I don't disagree there. I mean, where I'm trying to strike is a balance.
Okay.
On one hand is what laws did he actually break in that moment? Okay, there's one hand. But on the other hand of it, what I sensed from him, and I think it's to Izzy Band's point, is what I sensed from him was basically privilege. Assholery is basically a new word there. I talked to Webster about that another day. But what I sensed from him was basically privilege. I sensed that he basically forgot what he was and what color he was. Okay, all right. I'm sorry. Those are my two thoughts there. And the other part that I seem to get from people, and especially our community, is that we focus so much on trying to express our rights because we feel the need to overcorrect because of how much fuckery is happening within the police community and police force, that we feel the need to try and correct the situation right then. And I understand that, but in that moment is not the time to whip out the "I Have a Dream" podium, or the Martin Luther King podium and the civil rights podium at that point in time. It's not that time in that moment. Go ahead, Izzy.
No, it's just weird to me that we don't understand. The police don't work for you.
They don't.
The police don't work for your black ass. Let me keep it real for you. Since you obviously are living in a delusional world and you obviously haven't been here for that long and you obviously haven't been in the United States for long, the police don't work for your black ass. They were created to keep you in control. You are the commodity. You are the thing that they was built to keep in line. Why don't y'all understand this? I don't understand why people don't understand.
Izzy, I can.
We got in the 60s, we got daggone footage of daggone them sicking dogs on you, them sicking fire hoses on you. Yo, at the end of the day, overseer, officer. The hell is wrong with y'all? The police are there to protect and serve me. Shut the hell up. You don't know what you're talking about. They're not there to protect.
Okay, so Izzy, then to that point, Izzy, then is it fair or is it right for us in our community to call ourselves Americans?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Even though you just admitted that there is a systemic branch of enforcement that's specifically for us, not to protect us, but to keep us in line, that other Americans are not subjected to the degree that we are. But it's still right to call ourselves Americans if we don't have the full rights and privileges of an American.
Mr. Bennett, I think what you're missing, is Izzy Ben's trying to say, is that the police force is not designed to preserve and protect anybody.
Right.
What they're designed to serve and protect is the government property. They're there to preserve and protect the institution, not people.
Okay, if I misinterpreted what you were saying, then I apologize for that. Or were you saying that they weren't put in place to Boss Man's point, to protect property, or was it they instituted to oversee us? Who are they overseeing?
They was instituted to oversee us initially, and at the same time, they are there to protect property. Right. We are the property. But not in the sense of they're there to protect us. They're there to control the government's property, the United States corporation's property.
Can I say this?
Of which we were property at one time, but
no. If you hold on,
let me answer
hold on real quick, Mr. Payne. Hold on, Mr. Payne. Let me finish. If you have a birth certificate and you have a social security card, you're a property, sir.
You're talking in that context. No, so you're not saying that they were put specifically in place to basically to oversee specifically. I'm saying specifically African Americans.
Yeah, well, black people, yes, but what happens is this: things evolve. You have things evolve. You have to understand that there was a free market system and we were the free market, right? You know what I'm saying? And then it evolved, So as things evolve, institutions have to evolve in order to protect the main thing. You know what I'm saying? They gotta keep the main thing the main thing.
Can I just throw this in there real quick?
Yes, sir.
The thing about the police is we get protection as long as the protection of us aligns with what their orders are. Once there's a mismatch there, then we fall behind. So as long as the things we need from them is in line with some of their duties, is okay. But once it doesn't align, we lose every time. That's the way it is. And it's not just black people. Remember Occupy Wall Street? Yeah. The police were there to protect the goddamn buildings. They weren't there for the people. They didn't give a shit about it. White, black, and indifferent. They were there to protect the wealthy in those buildings. That's it.
But do you
understand? That shit lame as fuck.
But do you understand that I could say about 85% of police officers, probably more than that, don't know the law. They don't actually know the law.
Of course
and
not.
And then on top of that, just like everybody else right now in this world, they're not doing their job. They're not actually doing their fucking job because they're ignorant and they're stopping motherfuckers. They don't know just as much as civilians don't know. So when you look at it in this instance for those cops that stopped Tyreek, right? Those cops didn't know the fucking law. They're just doing what they think is right based off of how they interpret what they were taught, right?
But it's a business, though. JT, it's a business. They are conducting business to get paid for their particular group, state, whatever you want to call it. It's a business at the end of the day.
God damn it!
But what I'm saying is this: if you look on the other side of them, right, when they're inside these precincts and shit like that, they catching shit from over there too. Look how timid these fucking cops are now. Look what happened with those motherfucking cops that had deal with that shit with the woman and they killed her, right? They wasn't doing their job. The motherfuckers did not do what was supposed to be. They lacked in their job. Actually, that's how she got shot, because they were reckless. Why? Because the motherfuckers were frustrated from what I was saying earlier in the show, Mr. Bennett. They get frustrated. Ain't no telling what it was, other things that had them to build up. Right? These motherfuckers, and then on top of that, not knowing everything that they did with Tyreek was wrong. It was wrong because they let the emotions start taking over. While you on my, like, if, for instance, any one of us on this panel could have been cops, right? And you had Tyreek, you ran his plates. First and foremost, understand how that shit go. Do you understand that there's a PC right in the middle of the console of a police car? The first thing that they
He was on a motorcycle. He was on a motorcycle, JT.
But it was another.
They didn't have a police car.
The computer was in the trunk.
The other dude was on a motorcycle too.
None of them.
Matter of fact, hold on, let me show you.
Motorcycles. They didn't run his. They didn't run his plate. They didn't run his license until afterwards.
Yeah, it makes it even worse now, nigga. To be a motherfucking, I get it now.
Get out of the car right now.
Hold on, let me show you.
Get out. Get out. Get out.
No.
Get out. Get out. What part of violence do you understand? Hey, Drew, I'm getting a...
See, look, the motorcycle.
This is cannabis and mushrooms.
Hold on,
they're not.
Shoot, let
Right.
me try that.
No.
That's good. It's nice, right? Yeah. So that's a
YouTube Premium, fellas. Nah.
I got it now.
I
They
hate
didn't
commercials.
they didn't do their
YouTube
job
Premium.
like they were supposed to have did their job. Remember when I was saying being an officer, you have to be assertive, right? That was aggressive, right? Totally different. They were over the fucking top. I understand now. They're in fucking Florida on some goddamn motorcycles, and it's goddamn 99 degrees outside. And these niggas is the lowest ranking motherfuckers that's out there. They got fucking attitudes. They got
that's a computer right there, though, right?
Right.
Yeah,
They pulled it out that boot thing. They pulled out that boot. But this is the thing, though, JT. The original officer was polite with him. He wasn't being nasty with him. The original number one officer never was really crazy nasty with him.
No,
he really was about to let it go and just go to the car, and then fool rolls up his window.
Right. So I was on your show when I spoke on it. I spoke on the part where I addressed Tyreek. Right? I addressed him. At the end of the day, what did I tell you? If that was my son, my little brother, my cousin, or whatever, I would have told him I'm disappointed in you. Nigga, you got a game to get to, right? I would have told him that. But it'd been between me and him. What the fuck are you doing, nigga? Get a nigga your license and shut the fuck up. That's where I would have told him. You got a game to get to, right? Now, we already got that passed. I'm just talking about on the officer side. Niggas was all off kilter. They were all off kilter. At the end of the day, take this motherfucking shit. I don't give a fuck. If you got his license, write the ticket, give the ticket to him so he can get on his way. Period. So if I was their commander, I'd be like, y'all was sloppy than a motherfucker with this shit right here. However, now I understand why the motherfucker got attitude. I just came from Miami. I know how hot it is in that motherfucker, bro.
It's hot as hell.
And on that motorcycle, all you got is hot wind. That's it.
Man, we don't care about his hot wind, man. He the police. He's supposed to do what he's supposed to do.
Right.
What's up, Dirty Folks? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, Dirty Folks. What up, Dirty Folks?
What's poppin'?
What's happening, man?
That's good. Boss man, you were trying to get on something?
No, man, I just pulled up, man. I heard y'all talking about how all the responsibility is for the public servant, and there's no responsibility for the
civilian.
The civilian. You know what, bro? I went to a child support hearing from some goofy chick I met online that I hit raw, right?
This nigga be coming with them stories, don't he?
Yo,
That
bro, I
shit
be
lame as fuck.
hella side stories, right? So Shorty hit me up. She was like, yo, you know them throwback Thursday pictures? I showed a picture of me when I was a kid, right? Like 1 year old. Shorty hit me a year after I smashed, was like, yo, I saw your throwback Thursday picture and it looked like my daughter. I said, text me the picture. She texted me the picture. I said, damn, it do look like me. I said, well, maybe it's me. Like if it's me, I'll deal with it, right? I'll pay the bill. Ain't nothing. I go to court. When I go to court, the state tells me that I have been arrested 76 times. Bro, I damn near asked the judge, why am I on the streets? But I don't remember being arrested 76 times, right? 72 times that of 76 was traffic. And that's when it occurred to me that every time you get a ticket, it's really a bond slip.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I'm like, I got 72 traffic tickets, 3 resisting the police, because you know I fight police, because you know I like that shit. I like that shit, they like that shit, right? And I had some miscellaneous shit. So really only got like 3 times I did something illegal. But I got 3 fighting the police and 72 traffic tickets, right? So I think about these traffic tickets I had and how many times I got profiled, right? How many times a police officer saw me driving west and they driving east and they bust a U-turn just to pull me over because I'm too young to be in a hot car.
Yeah, we just
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm like, a lot of this is bull, right? But then I thought about all the times they let me go. All the times I was sipping tequila and I had open liquor in the car and it was like, look, we're going to give you a ticket, but park the car and walk home. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The way you interact with men is how you get treated by men.
Yep.
You can put this color shit if you want to, but I think Tyreek was emotional as all outdoors, right?
Yeah.
How you operate with men is how you get treated as men. How many times was I speeding doing 92 and a 65 on the E-way and they pulled me over with a warning like, we're gonna put it on your record. Like this part of my arrest record, right? Like we got to give you a warning or something, but you know, bro, slow down.
Slow down. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like I have to say that, and I always say this, and as you know, I say this, you got to make a choice whether you're gonna be a man or be black, but you can't be a black man. You got to choose, right?
Damn.
So once you decide to be black, you're gonna do some effeminate shit and you're gonna end up in a trick bag. Once you decide to be a man, you might be able to go home. Because even when they tell you don't drive your car, they pull off and you wait 10 minutes and then you get back in your car, you drive the opposite direction.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You got to make the choice. Am I a man or am I black? And once you decide to be a man, life is easier, bro. You know what I mean? So the Tyreek situation, I just saw what you played, but I think you skipped a lot. Like Tyreek admitted that he was belligerent, like, man, I got somewhere to go, nigga. I'm a rich nigga. At no point did he follow contrition. At no point did you have to understand that most police officers are the people that got bullied in high school. At no point did you say, yo, my bad, G. You know what? You got a little power position. You got a little pistol. All right, bro. Just give me the ticket.
Got it. Yeah.
You got it. You want tickets to the game? Don't give me a traffic ticket. You want tickets to the game? At no point was he player.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it is what it is, bro. You can't take that away from that. That's all I gotta say about that, bro.
And that goes that goes to what I was talking about. I was going to piggyback on what JT was saying about militants transitioning over to police officers. One of the things that I noticed about that is, so when I was training to go over military combat training, we were taught de-escalation. I'll go through this really quick. So when we were teaching or learning about checkpoints, specifically motorcade checkpoints, we were simulating checkpoints, let's say at like Afghanistan situations. All right. Say we were in a situation where a car was coming, and we were like, let's say at Afghanistan or something like that, and a car was coming, and we were at a barricade. We were taught how to de-escalate the situation. Now, in the Marine Corps, for instance, we are not allowed to fire a bullet unless we are given a direct order to, or we are in a theater type situation. We are given live ammunition and told, "Hey, you see someone, pink mist. You have an all clear." So unless we're given an all clear, we are not allowed to fire a bullet. Okay, that's how we operate in the military. Okay, so with that in mind, we are taught to de-escalate. So let's say we have a car coming. Someone is coming and they are not stopping. We are to give an audible command, 3 audible commands before we then fire a round in the air. If they still do not stop, then we are fire a bullet. And we're talking about 50 caliber rounds.
Yards. Yeah.
We're shooting at the vehicle, okay? But now again, we're talking about disabling the vehicle at this point, okay? So we're shooting, in the engine at this point. Then if they still don't stop, then we're deciding to disable the vehicle a different way. And then and only then, if they still do not stop, then that's when we decide to take lethal action. Now, how many steps did we talk about there? We're talking about 5 or 6 different steps. We're talking about warning shot after warning shot after warning shot before we take a lethal action. Okay? I mentioned all that to say that militants try our best to de-escalate. Even when I was going through hand-to-hand combat or training, or going into McMap training type situation, and going in training with a live weapon, we were taught to de-escalate close quarter combat fist to fist first before we reach for a gun first. And even if we did have a gun, the first thing we were to try to go for is something that was non-lethal. And if we were to go to something lethal, we were to maim or disarm, meaning I may not go straight for center mass. My first thing to do is to try to maim you, disable you. Okay, so maybe go for a shoulder, maybe go for something that's going to maim you or try to keep you from moving. The whole idea is to not, I want to say that word, not delete you. And I think in that training from military going into civilian, that part transitions over. So military going over into civilian police force, they're well equipped to try to, as JT was talking about, they're well equipped to try to disengage and try to de-escalate as much as possible. For some reason, civilians, when they go straight into law enforcement, they go straight to escalation for whatever reason. We don't want to mass. It's right straight to center mass. We don't want to actually have to take a life if we don't absolutely direly have to, because we're trained that we don't want to take a life unless we absolutely have to. Because trust me, if it's a decision between me and you, I will make a decision. But I prefer not to have to make that decision if I don't absolutely have to. Because I can disarm you with my hands if I need to.
Can I pick back up there real quick and salute to your training, right? I told you when I read my rap sheet, I had 3 assaults on police officers, right? I said that, right? But beating up a police officer is a misdemeanor, by the way. It's like fighting a person in the street. If you don't have a weapon, you can fight police. They're civil servants. It's like fighting in the streets. So the reason those happen, and it's funny you say it when you start talking about civilians becoming police officers, right? It's normally the people who want to make an example that I have to make an example, because they'll shoot you if you run because they fat, they get cowards. You know what I mean? But if you fight, they'll fight with you because they're trying to prove they can jump you. They would rather jump you than shoot you. They shoot you because they're lazy, but they'll fight you if you stand there. So we'll fight, and I'll lose because it's like 8 of them. Of course I'm gonna lose, right? And then I'll have to sit in the station until shift change, and then the next shift to let me go. But it is what it is, right? With your checklist, and I'm going off your checklist, and I respect your checklist. I believe it to be true, right? I have never side quest. Same girl I was talking about showed me the picture. I'm trying to see the baby. She won't let me see the baby. I live in Chicago. I'm trying to drive to Waukegan, which is like an hour away. I'm driving down the I-90. A school bus catches on fire. Just the most random thing possible because, you know, it's my life, right? School bus catch on fire. Traffic just stops. Y'all ever drive and y'all doing like 70 and then traffic just stop and everybody hit brake?
Everybody try to go over on that side on the shoulder and stuff.
Man,
shit like
traffic
that.
is stopped. So now I'm stopped. But it's like 12 in the morning. I'm drunk. I'm trying to see this goofy chick before she go to sleep because I'm thinking I'm gonna see the baby. And while my foot is on the brake, I'll fall asleep.
This nigga with his stories, boy.
I'm going northbound from Chicago to Waukegan. I fall asleep with my foot on the brake. When I wake up, it's people going southbound that stop their car in immediately, like, do not take your foot off the brake. Do not take your foot off the. I wake up to this, like, what? Bunch of white boys. Do not take your foot off the brake. So I'm looking like, what? No other cars on the street. The fire department took the bus. I'm the only person on the street in the fast lane, parked by the median, sleep. All I hear is, do not take your foot off the brake. So I wake up, I'm like, all right. So I get a fist to the white boys, like, man, good looking. I'm gonna pull up. No, here come the state troopers. You know what I'm saying? State troopers come through. Man, look, bro, you fucking up. I say, yo, bro, I know, my bad. Yo, you got a license? Nah. You got insurance? I ain't got no license. They said, it's a pretty little caddy you got right here. I said, yeah, I bought the car, but I ain't get the L. Like, look. They said, man, what you doing out here? I said, I'm trying to go see my baby mama. This bitch tripping. They said, look, I got a baby mama too. Let me give you this warning. Go on about your business. So that's part of my 72 tickets, but they let me about my business, right? I spoke to them in such a way, and I was bogus, but I wasn't trying to be bogus. I fell asleep, right? But when you speak to them right, you can go about your day, right?
Because they're people and they're men just like you. They're
men, and men understand. If you give them the story, they understand. Like the times I get pulled over, and I'll be like, "Look, I ain't got no L's, I ain't got no insurance, I ain't got no city sticker, no license plate sticker. Look, I'm broke and I'm drinking.
You out here bogus, in other words.
And smell like weed.
Look, but don't act like he gave him a couple of signals too. Don't act like you ain't give him no distress signals.
No, I didn't give no distress signal. They said they saw me talking on the phone without an earpiece, so they followed me and they pulled me over. Then when they pulled me over, they found out no license, no insurance.
You didn't use none of your affiliations, fam. None of
bro.
them.
I was throwing Masonic signs, everything.
Exactly, I know. That's what I know. That's what I know.
But they told me, they said, look, you are already suspended. We don't want to suspend you again. We're gonna get a ticket for talking on the phone with no headpiece. Leave your car right here. Walk away. Like they'll work with you if you talk to them like a man and they understand your situation. Like when I hear these stories about black men being victims like women, the story always starts with, why you fucking with me? It's never, what did I do? All right, you right. I'm bogus.
Right.
It's always, why you fucking with me? You ain't got no right to fuck with me. I'm a black man. Nigga, what? You deserve this.
Now, the craziest thing about that, Dirty, is this. It's like that in Detroit. That's why when you hear people, that's why you didn't really see people marching and shit for police brutality and shit like that, because that's what it was. If you go, I remember I was stationed in New York, right? Fort Drum, New York, and I used to drive home. I get on the 401 in Canada, take it all the way to the Ambassador Bridge or whatever. Get on 97, 95. Take that to Southfield Freeway. By the time I come up on Grand River, the whole street smells like Hennessy and weed. You know why? Because everybody is smoking and drinking. The police only stops you when they're looking for drugs. Everybody has bold license plates, and they got a white cup with some cheap ass liquor and smoking a fucking blunt. It was like that in Detroit for a very, very long time. And if you do get stopped, they'll tell you, you ain't got no drugs, we're gonna let you go. Slow down. Like they wasn't pulling people over for traffic stops too much, unless it was like the 27th. Unless it was like the 25th. You know why?
Quota.
They got to get that quota. They got to make that quota. And that's when they go ahead and put the tickets out there, whatever, get a couple of, if they need to get about 3-4 arrests or whatever, that's just what happens.
Yo, salute to the angry man. He said, "Not me, I'm busting." Yo, angry man, you wild right? Angry man, wild right? You busted at the police, homie?
So, fellas, in reference to Tyreek Hill, right? Yeah. Let me remove his name. Who's one of the most recognizable football players right now on social media that's actively playing?
Oh, I'm about to say Shannon Sharp. Actively playing. Damn. What's the with the Rams?
Tyreek Hill. He's always racing. He's always out there showing his work. He's that one of those guys. It's unfortunate that he was speeding on a game day. They're already setting up roadblocks. They set them roadblocks up 2 or 3 hours.
Quarterback for Baltimore Ravens.
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
But he's not out there putting his, doing TikTok and all of that. Tyreek Hill does a lot of that. He's showing his skills off, which is no problem. But, they set roadblocks up on game days, any city, any state, 3, 4, it's 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning because, people are transitioning. If you're speeding, and I learned this early in the military, if I'm speeding down the highway and the police are right there and they can actually see me, first thing I do is wave at them and acknowledge, like, my bad, I was speeding, I slow down. Never get pulled over. I got pulled over one time, I had a busted light. And I was doing something I shouldn't have been doing, but they just gave me a warning. I was there, baby, 2 minutes and in and out. He just ran my license, made sure, insurance, driver's license ain't suspended or nothing. I'm on the way. I didn't even miss a beat. It's probably less than time I would have took to go to the restroom. However, I'm a different age. Younger people, they sort of engage a little differently. If you do certain things that are suspicious, you're going to get pulled over. It's going to happen. If you do get pulled over, by the time he get out of his car, you have time to get your license and get all of that squared away if it's in your wallet. If you keep your seatbelt on. That was a low car, so it's hard. Those seatbelts be sort of attached to the seat, so it's really hard unless they were in front of him, had that angle. But when you got there, you had your window up. So now you bring suspicion when you already had it down when we saw you. Now it's up. Whether you had a seatbelt on, your window was down, now it's up. Hey, roll your window down. Okay, my bad. Boom. Zzz, it's automatic. Hit the button. Zzz, probably go down in a split second. Zip. Okay, yeah, I'm cool. And I'm chilling. All right, Mr. I'm sorry, man. I was thinking about this play, man. I got to run a new play, man. It was all in my mind, man. My girl, she was acting silly last night, so I'm wound up. I'm excited. All right, man. Tyreek, hey, man, we got a wager on you, man. Get out there, man. Give me point. You on my fantasy.
Right.
Oh, he part of their parlay. I'm with
you. You on my parlay, nigga.
The way they treated him, he was not on their fantasy.
He
was not on their parlay, nigga. They was voting on the other. They was betting on the other team.
And that's Jacksonville fans. They could have had their money on the other team.
Yeah,
right.
Jacksonville, yeah.
He has to be a bit a little more discreet. I think this incident has taught him a lesson.
I don't know. The way he was talking on that first, come on,
in the moment, no. But think about it. He's come back and like, you know what? He's seen it. Like I was stupid. I was a hothead.
Well, I didn't see that one. The one I saw was
he was definitely more control.
I saw the one where he was like, I don't know what I did.
That was the first. Right, that was the first. That was the first after the game.
I didn't do nothing.
Since the video came out, he's shown a lot more contrition in the subsequent days.
We'll do with him. We'll make him even more known to other people in the social media world outside of sports. But also, the last point I was going to make is that even anybody, especially going today, and I don't know if y'all watch golf. There was an incident in the Players Championship in Louisville, Kentucky, where the golf player got pulled over and he was quiet as a mouse, and they handcuffed him and took him down too. So, and they still trying to figure out what happened with him, but it ain't gonna get as much airway and play as Tyreek. You know what I'm saying? But anytime you get pulled over, man, it's a cat and mouse game. If you dirty, you're gonna look dirty. You probably smell dirty, and they gonna search the dirty shit. But if you clean, get the hell home so you can eat your hot plate, go home, play with your little slow ass kids, talk to your lady, do the shit you're supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? But just slow down a little bit or something, man. What if it's Florida, man? I don't know, man.
Yes, but you and I know, you know.
Hold on a second, JT. Hold on a second, JT. Before we get started, before I let you go, I'm gonna go ahead and bring up our special guest. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only Anchor Man in the building.
Salute, AMG. What's up, man?
Light skinned nigga. What's going on, light skinned nigga?
What's up, AM?
Light skinned niggas be the most pro-black. That's why I be fucking with them.
Yeah.
But
yeah, you mute, Angry Man, you muted.
Pro-black my ass. If I was, you just don't know, nigga. If I was a cop, I would shoot first and ask questions later.
That's very crazy.
I would shoot niggas. Like I'm dead serious. Like I'm not about to play, especially if I'm a cop in Chicago or New York or I'm shooting.
No.
Oh Lord!
Yeah,
So you gonna be like that cop of "Don't Be a Menace"? I hate him because his lips are black, his gums are black.
No, I'm gonna be like Charlie Murphy on Paper Soldiers.
Oh Lord!
So what you need to understand is there's a difference between a black man and a nigga. That right there was a nigga.
Nah, you gonna be like a fat boy on damn Players Club. Like I said.
You talking about Freeman?
Yeah.
Players Club, yeah. Them niggas fuck.
That shit was crazy.
No, but seriously though, that's the reason why I honestly believe that's the reason why most black men that become police officers, I think they become police officers because they don't like niggas.
God,
you gotta be
oh Lord.
But that's not.
It got to be something more than.
It's not more than that. It's more than that. It's not more than that.
She said AM must be from Memphis. Try again. Hell no. Hell no. That's hilarious.
No. Here's the thing. I said it when I came up. Most police officers was punks in high school. If you go to a black high school, then you hate niggas because niggas picked on you. But that's arbitrary. Who picked on you? You got picked on, now you police.
I got a cousin that tried to become a cop. That nigga, he can't stand it.
Tried to become a cop, nigga. It ain't
tried.
hard.
He tried and failed. Thank God.
You couldn't fail that.
It'd have been over.
If he became a cop, because he knew everybody business. If he'd have became a cop, it'd have been a problem.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
I know two police like that. I know a guy like that. My nigga Torres, shot the Torres. But they used to try to shoot at him at the barbershop. They hated him so much. But Torres was a player. Torres used to tell you, like, look, he used to run through the double spots, like, look, you know I'm about to go to work. When I come back in my uniform, let this corner be quiet. Niggas wanted to do what they wanted to do. He came back, arrested all the niggas he went to grammar school with, and now they got a hit on him. But he gave you the play, like, yo.
That's some bitch shit.
Look, I told niggas, like, I was on a panel and they was talking about that. I told niggas flat out, I said it would do no good for me to be a cop because I would be a corrupt. I'm not like you're not gonna be able to give me that type of power. You feel me? Because if I pull you over and you on your way from the plug and you got a trunk full of money and work.
So you gonna be Lonzo?
I need that.
You gonna be Lonzo for training day?
Yes. Break yourself. I need that.
Especially if I got a taxi, man. I got a taxi.
If I'm a detective with an elite unit, oh nigga, all of us is problems.
Hey, nigga, I'm doing Lonzo on his ass.
Nigga.
My nigga.
Having a bitch.
Pulling niggas over. I'm pulling niggas over with the cigarette. You feel what I'm saying? Niggas gonna be like, oh shit, it's this
Here come
nigga.
Angry Man again.
Smoking a cigarette,
I had no license yesterday. I ain't got no license today. I ain't gonna have one tomorrow, bro. Look, let me buy you lunch.
That's when you lean in the
man,
window.
You know how much of a headache that shit is, man. That's why I was saying. I said most niggas when they on the beat, they want to at least do 2 years, and they getting the fuck up out of that, man. They want to be detectives, and they want to do some other bullshit. Some niggas just be like, fuck it, I'd rather be a fucking lawyer, and they go to school for that shit. But one of the things in Detroit that a lot of people don't know, that it's not as big as it was. It's dying out, but the MC world, right? The bike world. You'd be amazed at how many police officers are in the bike world, man, whether they're MCs or they're just social clubs. It's a gang of these motherfuckers that's in there. And them motherfuckers ain't trying to be police officers, dog. Most of these niggas do a 4 and out. They out of there. Or they done did some shit that got their ass either arrested or fired or both.
You know what? I'm a co-sign you because I used to dip to Detroit, right? Matter of fact, I used to hang out in Belle Isle. I used to drive from Chicago to Belle Isle, just sitting on the bench. Think, right? So so my whole thing was just Jefferson Parkway. Like I ain't really, maybe Indiana, what's called Indian Village, maybe. What I was really
that's right there across the street from Belle Isle. Yeah.
So you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Look, them niggas was hood niggas with a job.
Yep.
They weren't police. They was hood niggas
with a job.
With a job. The white boys that were state troopers was police. They used to have a stretch out on I-94, like where the coke at. But the dudes in Detroit, hood niggas with a job. They used to go to Coco's Comedy Club with us. Used to go to all that shit. You know what I'm talking about, bro?
Absolutely.
We'll give them some fucking concert tickets. Like, man, Mike Epps gonna be at the comedy club, and they'll let a nigga go. When they come to the club, be like, man, good looking earlier. Send them a bottle to a table. They was cool niggas.
Yeah.
Kwame was a cool nigga. People always talk about Kwame stole all that bread. Kwame was a cool nigga, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, Kwame Kilpatrick.
Yeah, cool nigga, bro. He was a thief, but he was a cool nigga, bro.
Hey, I told you, don't give him all that power. He get paid.
That's why I was saying that it wasn't a big thing at all. We didn't really have to deal with the police brutality and shit like that. You got your ass kicked by a fucking cop. It was well deserved, and it was going 9 times out of 10 it was a black cop anyway. They whipped your ass, right? And you probably already knew who the fuck they was. But that was the problem with Detroit, because people were so integrated into the streets, where no matter what kind of job you got, nigga, you could be a superintendent. If your ass was fucking around in them streets of Detroit, you was in some bullshit. If you was a fucking cop, you was in some motherfucking bullshit. Nigga, let me tell you how crazy it was in Detroit. And they will never put this story out there. It didn't even really hit the news. Niggas had gangs inside their precincts, shooting at each other at cabarets and shit, nigga. That's how crazy it was.
Nigga, Detroit started cabaret.
Yes.
This is what cabaret is a party with no liquor license, so you can bring your own liquor.
BYOB.
The first time I ever been to a cabaret was in Inkster, Michigan. The first time ever. And that's why I know what it is, because Detroit niggas always do grimy nigga shit. Like, yeah, we're gonna have liquor, but you can't bring your own liquor. Like, Detroit niggas is grimy, but I fuck with. Don't go in the alley looking for no weed. Don't be like, oh, we got the weed in that. Don't do that.
You done. You just got done.
Don't go to what's the name of y'all? Not Long Island. What's the name of y'all little subway spot? Coney Island. Don't go to Coney Island. Yeah, you're gonna get laid out. Yeah, don't fuck with Coney Island. But cool niggas. But you gotta be a nigga to get the cool nigga, right? So if you can read above a 6th grade level, you better dumb down. And you can move.
He ain't lying, man. Coney Island at 3 o'clock in the morning right now. Coney Islands, you're gonna have all the Coney Islands on the east side and west side full. Niggas don't sleep.
I got tricked into staying in Detroit when I was 19.
They tricked you.
Tell us the side quest, Angry.
Yeah, I lived there when I was a kid. But when I got older, because I still got family up there and shit, right? So when I got older, I was here and I think I was like 19 or something like that. my uncle was like, "Hey, I need you to help me drive to Detroit. I'm gonna send you back."
I remember that shit.
You remember that shit?
That nigga was gone for like 2 weeks.
I helped this nigga. Look, I helped this nigga. He had a Cadillac, right? So I helped this nigga drive to Detroit and shit, right?
Like,
we get there, right? Because my uncle, he was moving up there for a job or whatever, right? So we get up there, and I'm like, okay, so how you gonna send me back? Like, I'm thinking this nigga gonna put me on a plane and shit, right? This nigga looked me in the face. He said, "Oh shit, I gotta make the money first."
Wow.
So I'm up there in Detroit, wintertime.
Oh shit.
You feel me? Wintertime, right? He getting up early in the morning to go do these jobs and shit. He tell me come with him and shit. And I'm like, man, what the fuck? So I complained so much that the nigga finally just put me on the Greyhound bus, right? And let me tell you something, bro. You don't never want to ride the Greyhound bus from Detroit to
Not
North
at all.
Carolina.
North Carolina.
You feel what I'm saying?
That was like 2 days, wasn't it?
Bro, look, how the hell we have a stop in Pittsburgh? That's like you go this way, then go down and
Then
shit.
you go down, yeah.
Like, bro, look. And this is what's so crazy. When you ride when you ride the motherfucking Greyhound for that damn long, right? You always gonna meet somebody that just got out of prison.
Yeah.
Right? You always gonna meet somebody moving work. You feel what I'm saying?
So it's gonna be a girl
and there's
on the
always
back of the
gonna be
bus.
somebody crazy. There was a chick on there that had schizophrenia and shit, right? I'm talking about this chick was talking to people that wasn't there and shit, right? So the crazy thing,
you got the homeless chick. You've got the homeless chick on the way to New York trying to make it big.
And look, here's the thing, bro. Let me tell you something.
And
I
there's
don't know
one
if
chick
niggas,
giving head at the back of the bus.
I don't even know if niggas do that anymore. But let me tell you something. If you have a stop on the Greyhound bus and it's a big Greyhound center that got food and shit, eat right then, nigga. Don't be like, I'm gonna wait to the next stop, nigga. Because the next stop might be a freaking light pole in the middle of nowhere,
South Carolina,
where the fuck you get off the bus and the only light around is that light under the light pole and shit, bro.
Like Greyhound sign on the pole.
Yeah, if ain't no Flying J, bro, you got to eat at every Flying J they stop at. You ain't lying.
Hey man,
You know what?
it's so hard because nigga, I went through a similar ass situation. That shit crazy as hell. What you saying?
No, because that's Detroit shit. Look, I went to Detroit. A nigga from Detroit came to Chicago, right? He was getting pounds of fucking loud from Arizona for $800 a piece, selling for $3,600 in Detroit, right? He stopped through Chicago to get Italian beef. Apparently, he liked Chicago Italian beefs. I get a nigga a stack. I say, man, look, let me get one for a stack.
What's that? What's the name of it? Start with
No, not Portillo's. No, we got better spots. Portillo's a big one that everybody know about, but we got better spots.
Okay.
No hood shit, right? So I get a nigga 1,000. He say, man, I gotta bag it up, man. I'm gonna come back from Detroit in 3 days and I'm gonna give it to you. All right, cool. I waited 2 weeks. I ain't got shit. I'm calling this nigga. He ain't answering the phone. I hop in the whip. I drive to Detroit. You know what I mean? I get to the D. True story. And I'm co-signing Angry Man on this shit. I get to the D, but I'm driving though. I ain't got to get on no Greyhound. I'm driving. I get to the D. The nigga pull out 6,000 out of his pocket, put it back in his pocket, go under his mattress, pull out my $1,000, my own money.
When he had put away for you.
Right. Pitched his fingers though like I was a lame. Say, yo, put water on this shit, make it grow. Come back. I said, hold on, bro. Just give me what I came for. He said, no, I got something better for you. He said, we right back Canada. I can get you X pills for $3 a pill. I said, all right. He made the call. I said, all right, cool. I'm away. He said, man, I'm gonna take this $1,000. I'm gonna get you 3,000 X pills. Going to Chicago. And I said, all right, cool. So I'm waiting in this nigga crib. I'm in his crib. I'm in Detroit. I'm in y'all town. I'm in his crib. 2 hours. I call the nigga like, where you at? And where the pills at? The nigga like, oh man, I'm at the airport. I'm finna fly to LA. You gotta go home, bro. Just locked it over behind. Like Detroit niggas do shit.
Look, no, check this out though. So while I'm up there,
hell no.
My cousin is like, hey man, I'm about to go to the store. You want to ride with me? I'm like, yeah, I'll ride with you and shit, right?
Yeah,
So I go with him to the store, right? And you know, we go in the store, whatever, you know, get whatever, right? Come out. And this nigga hits me with the Dave Chappelle. I gotta make a stop real quick. This nigga pulls in the alley where the crib, it's like one of these cribs where when you go down the alley and it's in the back and it's like staircase that go up. The crib is upstairs in the back and shit, right?
What was it, like a flat?
Yeah, kind of like that. And you know, like I know, anywhere where darkness can exist in Detroit is pitch fucking black, bro.
Yes.
So he pulls back here. I'm in the car. He gets out of the car, takes the motherfucking keys with him. So it's pitch black in the car. It's pitch black outside. He goes upstairs to this crib, and I'm sitting in the damn crib. I said, I pray to God this nigga ain't doing no crazy shit. Please let this nigga come back. I don't know where the fuck I'm at. I don't know. I don't see nothing, bruh. And I don't even want to open the door and get out in this pitch blackness. I feel like if I get out in this darkness, a demon is going to snatch me into hell, nigga. I'm like, bruh, I don't know. Detroit is different, bruh.
Totally
different.
Totally different. I used to bring
welcome to the show.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
Little podcast.
What up, boy?
Mr. Y'all long-winded as hell. Come on, little podcast.
He got some nerve and audacity.
I know, right? We got side quests, bro. Side quests be crazy. You can learn not to go to Detroit. Listen to our side quest.
Is that really him or is that a photo? Is that really him or is that a photo? Because
that's a photo.
That's a photo.
That's a photo.
That's a photo.
Oh, but here's what's worse. What's worse is when we had to go back to get my uncle. Right? So now I'm in VA. And my uncle is like, hey, I need you to help me drive to Detroit to go get your uncle. I said, bro, you coming right back? You coming right back? He's like, yeah. So we get into this truck and go up there, right? This little freaking SUV, right? So we go up there. So we go to get my uncle. We at my other uncle's house and shit, just chopping it up, right? And so now my uncle has a dog. He has a freaking pit bull, right? So he's like, hey, do me a favor and put these bags in the back of the truck for me, right? He done already put the dog back there, right? So I go outside now. It's dead winter, right? I'm talking about it's the middle of winter, Detroit, brick city out there. I got on the bubble, the Timbs and shit. You feel me?
Buddy.
So I go out there. I go to open the door to put the bags in the bitch. The dog jumps out and takes off running. I take off running after the dog because I'm like, if this dog gets away, this nigga gonna want to fight me. I ain't got time for this shit. I'm chasing the dog. I chased the dog for like 5 blocks, bro.
Was it snowing outside too?
Nah, it wasn't snowing. It wasn't no snow out.
Cold.
It was just cold. You know, that wind. You feel what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
So I'm chasing this damn dog. By the 5th block, I trip.
Oh, shit.
All on the damn hard ass Detroit street. Bow. And I'm just laying there. At this point, I'm like, fuck it. He gone, right? I look up, this motherfucker standing there looking at me. Bruh. I go back to the crib and I go in there and I tell them what happened. I tell all 3 of my uncles what happened. They thought that was the funniest shit in the world. They in there laughing their asses off.
It's kind of funny.
Why'd you chase him? I'd have just let him go.
No, but it's funny. It's not funny because it's you, but it's funny. No,
this one's for you, Angry Man.
It's funny. Now, you know what though?
Y'all gotta hold on. Y'all gotta let podcast get in here before he have a hissy fit.
We learn he's Chicago nigga. We gonna let him in. We got to respect Chicago, even though he's
why he ain't saying nothing?
No, I'm gonna say this though.
We've been trying to, but y'all been talking the whole time.
Two niggas from Chicago up here got on pink.
You got one. Don't worry about that. I got on salmon, nigga. Know your color. Anyway,
Are you talking to me? I'm trying to let you get the mic. I'm trying to let you get the mic. You talking to me? I'm trying to let you get the mic, player.
I keep the boosters boosting and computers puting, nigga. Anyway, as the story progresses,
backhanded ass comments ain't cute, nigga.
The reason that
Your
we
ass
had
was
these issues,
you hating
somebody
from the
asked.
damn peanut gallery, nigga. We seen you.
Now somebody asked if Angry going through this in Jersey, and he wouldn't go through this in Jersey. I wouldn't go through this in Chicago. When you go to a different city, Detroit being that city in our story, we go to you trust the person from that city to be your cover.
Yeah.
Detroit niggas ain't no good cover.
No, we'll leave you in a minute. We'll leave in a minute. Be like, nigga, I'll be right back. I'm about to shoot this move right quick.
That's the problem. Not good covers. These niggas have left and went to move to Canada. They done hit the tunnel on you, and you just in Detroit like, where my nigga go?
And that
like
question,
they not good cover. That's the problem.
We'll shoot a move on you.
That
in a minute,
question
no
was a stupid question because I don't go to Jersey.
Yeah, Brick City. You gotta.
I guess JT. I guess I should be happy that y'all stopped whining and shit about the police and USA and overseer, officer, and all that.
Wow.
Goofy ass shit. I'm disappointed in the Florida police for not stomping Tyreek Hill's guts in. Absolutely. But see, I get it though. He worth more money than can't we all just get along?
Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely.
What did he do to get pulled over? What was he doing?
He sped probably about 30 miles over the speed limit.
He was being a nigga.
I'd have beat that nigga's ass if I was.
He was being a nigga. And they up here trying to tell the white man how to run his country. Nigga, he get to run his country the way he want to. Y'all don't get to tell him how to run his country. Y'all won't let a motherfucker to tell you how to run these little funk ass podcasts y'all got. But you gonna try to tell the white man how to run his fucking country?
Wow.
Fuck out
The
of
white
here.
man had them goddamn whatever them motherfuckers was. They sure wasn't white. I guess they consider themselves white, huh?
That was Poncherella from
that was
Chips.
Poncherella from Chips.
Yeah, man. That's Arthur Poncherelli.
Y'all old as shit.
Here we go, man.
Here we go.
Came from somewhere else. Nigga, you should take pride in being treated like this.
I'm getting Shit. Got the knee on his back.
When we tell you to do something, you do it.
Exactly. What's wrong with you? Look at that tattoo on that police officer hand.
Yeah.
Damn, that nigga shit tatted the fuck up, ain't it?
They're in the gang,
Yeah,
man.
That's the same as when I was like 10.
They trying to handcuff his elbows, you know.
They was like South Beach, bitch.
See, I'm gonna tell you what the problem is. The problem is niggas don't know how to behave when they interact with the police.
Yeah.
You got to know how to behave. I had a police officer. I had a police officer arrest me. I was so polite, he didn't even handcuff me. I was like, I just got in the back of the car. Like, nigga, once I'm caught, nigga, I know I'm caught, nigga. Ain't no need of arguing, fighting, and none of that shit, bro. I'm polite as hell. I had a whole conversation with that nigga about sports on the way to the precinct, nigga.
And listen, because you had the thing is you had extreme disadvantage in a car for even a strategic standpoint. You can't get off. So you might as well just chill.
You know what? To make Angry Man point, yeah, real quick. Antoine, no, I did lose money on that. I lost like $60 on gas to drive to Detroit. He gave me my money back and told me to put water on it. I got my money back, but I paid for gas. To piggyback off what Angry Man said, I get pulled over one day in a car. The car wasn't stolen. I stole it, but it wasn't reported stolen. Right? So don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. It wasn't reported when they stole it, right? So we driving, but I don't know, the car didn't have a back left light. So the police pulled us over for a busted tail light. So when the police pull us over, this is like Lori Lightfoot Chicago. So everybody got on camera. So I'm trying to talk to him like, yo, let me slide. He was like, I can't. I got you on camera. So he took me to jail, right, to write the ticket. I had to go to jail to write the ticket, but they're going to let me out on y'all call it OR. In Chicago, we call it an I-bond, right? But y'all call it on recognizance, right? They're going to let me out, but I got to go to the station for them to write the ticket to let me out. While I'm in the station, my nigga Orlando, and Orlando, if you listen, you are my nigga. You weren't my nigga that day, but you my nigga. Orlando was in the cussing everybody. Fuck y'all arrest me for nothing. Like, Orlando could have been home before I got there, but Orlando been out at least for like 3 hours.
At the time up.
And when I walk in, I'm really contrite because I'm in a stolen car, no license, no plate, busted tail, like I'm bogus, right? And I'm about to steal a car back before they take it to the impound. So I'm about to do a double theft, right?
So this nigga little podcast is really a big asshole. I just want y'all to
I know. Time up, you know what I'm saying?
I see that.
And while I'm in the station, the first thing the police say is they tell my boy Orlando, because Orlando like, yo, folks, tell him let me out. They like, you know him? I'm like, I don't know him. I know this nigga like a motherfucker. Knew what's up. 16. I don't know this nigga today though. And they told him and said, man, if you was cool like him, you'll be home. You still talking shit, talking about this ain't your car. You gonna sue. It's your baby mama car, nigga. You ain't got no. You gonna be here. I'm like,
shit lame as fuck.
Give my thing and let me go. So that's what Angry Man talking about when he talking about, man, talk to him right. You get to the crib.
I don't, bro. I done been caught in so many goofy ass situations. I got pulled over one time. I had won't shit right.
You gotta reset the timer, podcast.
Won't shit right on the car, bro.
Won't shit right.
Right. Do you feel me? I had a car.
10 minutes though.
I had a freaking car, and the cop pulled me over and shit, and I had a gun in the car and shit. And the cop, he get to looking at the paperwork. He said, Mr. So-and-so, do you realize that your numbers on your title don't match the numbers on your on the car? I'm like, I don't know. I bought the car. That's the title they gave me. You feel what I'm saying? I don't know. And I'm in there with a gun and some more shit. But I be like, when the cops pull me over, it's like, bro, you at the mercy of them in that moment. There's nothing you can do except be like, you know, if you catch me in some shit, it's like, you got me. You know what I'm saying? Y'all niggas act like y'all didn't play cops and robbers when you was kids. When you get caught, nigga, you caught. Ain't no need of cursing. You know, every time you get locked up, there's always one nigga in the cell that get put in that one holding cell because he want to spit on the glass and want to bang his head on the shit and scream and all that. It's like, bruh, what you doing all that for? You more liable to get your ass whooped by the rest of us in here because you acting crazy.
Making it hot for everybody else, no doubt about it, for no good damn reason.
Like, nigga,
you know what? Let me say something, man, because I hate that I have to say this shit. Let me mark this on my calendar. Because I don't like agreeing with Angry Man about a fucking thing, right? I'm not going to agree with. I really don't like agreeing with this nigga until he apologized to me, but.
Apologize to you for what, nigga?
You know what you did.
The hell I don't. Y'all Chicago niggas is so sensitive, bro. Come on.
No, we're not sensitive. I just can't reach you. It's a computer, nigga. Like, it's nothing I can fucking do. It's like being in that cop car. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing I can fucking do. I can't reach you, and I don't take flights. So, you know. But I gotta agree with him on this one, on the fact that I'm starting to lean towards the side of this is America. It's the greatest country in the world. And if the police want to kill you, that's cool, nigga. Nah.
What? Yo, who said that? Yo,
nigga, take your L, nigga. Fuck you talking about? Take your L, nigga.
What are you talking about? Who said anything like that? That's not what no one said.
Listen, well, I thought this was what we were supposed to be doing. No more victim Olympians. You know what I'm saying? Stop whining. Trump 2024.
Wait. Hey,
conservative,
let me ask you, podcast. So you think, honestly, that Tyreek Hill was a victim in this particular situation? Honestly speaking,
of course not. I think the police should have stomped his ass out.
Oh, they was on their way. They was on their way.
Listen, they told me that I don't like money, so I'm embracing that shit. That nigga got enough money to where I think they should have stomped his ass out. He'll be all right.
Well, first of all,
Who the fuck are you to tell us not to knock on your window, nigga? We the overseer officer. Nigga,
Well,
you do what the fuck we say, and we do what the fuck we want. This America, this our country, nigga. Shut your bitch ass up. Be happy that we letting you play football.
Well,
but
first
no,
of
you
all,
wanna talk shit. Take these boots.
Well, first of all, podcast, you got to recognize that he know his ass was wrong, just like any of you would know you wrong driving that fast, being that black.
Oh Lord,
That's a fact.
I don't want no problem. I don't want no
driving that car.
That's a fact. As
That's
a black
double,
man
triple black.
in this country, if the speed limit is 40, bitch, do 25.
What? What?
I remember a couple years ago.
Hold on, just a news flash. You get stopped for that too. But anyway, go ahead.
Well,
I remember a couple years ago.
To get pulled over. Listen, man, this is America. I'm tired of niggas complaining. You ain't getting no motherfucking reparations either. The next person say something about reparations, I'm on their ass, nigga.
Look at Tyrese. He know damn well. He should have known damn well when he married a woman that fair skinned that eventually his black ass was gonna be sitting on a court stand. He should have knew that shit, bruh.
You really was waiting on it.
He got a light skinned woman.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You don't know who Samantha?
Definitely.
You ain't know Samantha.
Like 70, isn't that 70% of the black players in the league got light skinned women or something like that, or non-black women?
All the
Like
women Tyreek Hill with, all the women Tyreek Hill with a light right there in that white.
So she not black.
You said I'm wilding, so you didn't see the way that judge talked to him? Or you gonna honestly tell me the way that judge turned beet red that he's not mad at that dark-skinned man for thinking that he could marry that woman? Are you gonna tell me that?
I don't know what the hell going on, but hey, I wouldn't put it past.
He said, "That's not how this works. You sit there and you shut up, and we'll be back in a second." Like, yo.
But you know what that is, though, right?
Wait. You know that judge was on some bullshit when Tyrese tried to get him to recuse himself. He was like, he denied his own motion to be recused. Like, nah, I'm not going nowhere. I'm good.
Yeah, but this is why you don't get a court with light-skinned girls. Because light-skinned girls be Keisha with you, but she be Becky in court.
Oh,
she be in court articulate as fuck. She got two pigtails. She wearing a Catholic school jersey. Like, the fuck?
You know Samantha Lee, professional as hell.
And this nigga need to donate some money to the police department and shut the hell up. We allowed you. If it wasn't for your ancestors taking that white cock, you wouldn't even be able to have this kind of woman right now. Your woman looked the way she looked because of what the ancestors went through. So shit.
Oh Lord.
You know what's happening here?
That's
so podcast. We wanted to be one of the folks when he was young, but we didn't really let him fuck with him. He didn't get to hang out with Bible or Fat Eric or Wakita.
That's what the problem is, huh?
So now he police ready because you know how we was talking about niggas that didn't get included in high school. They become police.
It was podcast.
Yeah, podcast could have been. You could have been one of the folks, but you didn't want to. You want to say these hoes. You ain't when it comes to strip club and objectify them. You ain't want to put $2 in a coochie and let them pop out, pool balls out it. You want to be like, oh, she beautiful, and now you got to be police.
Hey, wait, you know Mercedes? You know Mercedes, dirty folk?
Probably. You know how many Mercedes it is, bro?
Y'all acting like y'all.
Hold on, Angry Man. This is important because he said I couldn't be one of the folks, but I couldn't be one of the folks because in the folks literature, it's okay for you to do homosexual shit when you're in prison. I didn't want to be one of those guys.
Okay, two things.
You're wicked. You're wicked.
That's right.
Two things. Number one, that's not true. Number two, if you not folks, how would you know that? So it's actually
my whole family, GD.
Rule number 4 is rape. You shall not rape any outstanding member in prison or out of. Like we was niggas like you, neutrons. Like we can rape you. We can rape the folks.
Wait. Why does this have to be written down? Why does this have to be a thing? I'm very uncomfortable.
Great question.
Why does this need to be a bylaw? I'm confused.
It's a lot of shit that's about. Number 7 is personal hygiene. You must wash your ass while you.
Why do you need to tell grown men this?
You're wicked. You're wicked. Hey, I
same reason that
I guarantee you nobody light skinned wrote that down. I'm just saying.
I don't know.
The same reason Moses had to tell you not to covet your neighbor's wife.
Filthy motherfucker.
Niggas don't know shit. Another nigga tell them. Like, niggas move like black women. Like, I could do whatever with no penalty. Until nigga tell you what's penalty. Like, it take the penalty for niggas and not do nigga shit.
Absolutely.
Now, here's my thing. We all love to say. Here's the thing. We all love to say.
God damn it!
We always like to say what brothers should do. Let's contrast and see what would happen if it was the other way around. So, I got a little video I want y'all to see. Just to see if there's a little bit of a difference.
And I think I know what video it is.
Contrast is different. You know what I'm saying?
I think I know what video it is too.
Survive a traffic stop. I don't answer questions.
Pronounce your last name for me. I don't answer questions. I'm gonna need you to pronounce your last name. I don't answer questions. It's there on the license.
See, his ass would have been on the fucking ground if he was. Never mind.
Actually, I think it said 40. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's 30. You're pretty sure or you're positive? You're pretty sure or you're positive? I can argue with you. All right, well, I'll just turn around.
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
They're not in Miami.
So I'm trying to figure out what's the problem with that video. That looked like it went exactly how it's supposed to go.
He was being extra sassy to the police officer, and he didn't get snatched out of the car.
Which is his right as a Caucasian male in America. Nigga, you don't get to move like he moves. Accept it. The fuck? He can't run as fast as you. He can't jump as high as you.
He ain't as strong as you either.
Okay, so that he
and his Johnson ain't nowhere near as
No.
big either. So hey, this is double standard.
Accept your role as the lesser.
Is that really at the end of the day? Is that what's this all about, the Johnson? Is that really?
It's always about the Johnson.
It's always about the Johnson.
Look
Okay.
at Washington D.C., man. It's always about the Johnson. It's fear of the black man's Johnson. Man. That's what it is.
He said white guy like he was a Navy SEAL. Boss man, what do you think about that last video, man? Do you think the brothers would have yanked him out of his car because he said I don't answer questions?
Yeah, I mean, if he was a brother, he'd have definitely been out the damn car.
As he should have been.
I mean, this goes back to it's okay it's okay for me, but not for thee type of situation. I mean, this is case in point, and this is case in point situation. And I mean, my black ass wouldn't try this shit. My fair skinned black ass wouldn't try this shit. Okay, I definitely wouldn't. I wouldn't tell my son to try this shit. I wouldn't tell any of you black gentlemen to try this shit. This is some white privilege ass shit. I'm sorry. Don't get me wrong, and I'm trying to look at this as objective as possible. But yes, when we don't have the right, we as American citizens have the right to try this shit, but we also have the right to receive whatever consequences and repercussions that we're going to be due to receive.
That was a skit. It was a skit. It was a skit. I tell you, it was a skit. That wasn't real. It didn't happen.
You know the problem I got with the black man.
I seen this Karen gets her wig snatched out the car. They ain't playing. Hey, listen, if they do it to a white woman, they gonna do it to white women.
Karen was ugly. You may be right. You may be right, because I've certainly seen videos where Karen have tried this shit with the right cop, and the right cop said, "I don't give a shit who you are." you're creating issues, and I'm definitely going to show you that if you create problems for me, I can create bigger problems for you. I can definitely understand that. However, I cannot afford for this to turn out either way. So I'm going to ensure that I am respectful as possible and just make sure that this is over as fast as possible. See what I'm saying?
No,
I can't afford that
all the time, bro.
As you should be.
No.
The
I do
police
without an
wouldn't need to exist if it wasn't for the fact that you niggas keep killing people. That's the whole reason why they can't get rid of the police.
Chicago who don't kill people ain't no real Chicago.
Wait, are you chaotic truth or beans?
Can I ask
Beans is being sarcastic.
Can I ask Arpain? Can I ask Arpain a question?
Sir, excuse me.
Go ahead,
Sarcastic is a black racist word. I would ask you not to refer to me as that. I'm just taking my rightful place. White power.
Okay, so he's being sarcastic, but I'm not being sarcastic. Can I ask Arpain a question? I think Arpain is the oldest gentleman here, right?
Yes.
By a long goddamn way.
Look at him. You know
Arpain alone. I like Arpain.
Arpain.
Yeah.
Can you please?
The R stands for really old.
Can you please explain to me why, no matter how long these Negroes live in America, they continue to think sooner or later white people are going to treat them like they treat white people?
They're lost and they listen to Democrats too much.
I know. Plus, colors want to be slaves. I want to give them the slave they're looking for, but they want bullshit, right?
They're just lost, man. I mean, you know what? It's a real good question because this is a goddamn ship that's never going to come in, man. And we need to stop asking for that fucking thing, man. You know what? We just need to stop being stupid.
But you know what, Arpain? I like you. But here's my thing.
Oh, here we go.
No. I drove 20 years without an L. Had to talk my way out a lot of arrests, right? Sometimes they got me. 72 times they got me, but I talk my way out a lot, right?
He's a sweet talking motherfucker, sugar.
Man, nigga, what? I'm not like a Mississippi pimp. Like, hold on, man. Listen. What?
They got Gary Ray.
For the last 6 years, I've had my L. For the last 6 years, and I pull this shit all the time. You can't pull me over without nothing, bro. Like, I just put my license out the window and give them my registration and my insurance card, and they let me be. I don't have to tell them shit. Like, people act like there's different rules for black men, because it's not black people, because black women aren't really, black men are black.
Okay, but they're dirty folks. There's no different rules as long as you comply.
Right?
That's the point. I mean, so that's the point. That's it.
But niggas don't comply because niggas hate authority.
Huh?
Niggas hate authority, so niggas don't comply. And then niggas blame white people as a symbol of authority when the only two forms of white people they ever meet are teachers and police officers. That's it. White people don't even own the stores in their community. Them Arabs.
Wait, what about judges and lawyers? You forget
by the time you get to the
doctors.
By the time you get to a judge,
the bill collector.
No, it's a lot of black people calling you with the nice voice on the bill collector side. But the judges don't come until after the police, right? And the doctors don't come until a nigga shoot you. So, like, on an everyday basis, it's teachers and police officers. If you can't talk a white bitch or a cowardly white dude out of not fucking with you, you got communication problems, my G. Like, you need to get your game right.
So, but this is the thing, dirty folks. I'm gonna be 100. It's a career thing with these fucking cops, man. Your ass been on the force for 8 years. You still a beat cop. You are a failure.
Failure.
Okay, but JT, what does that have to do with you being?
I'm gonna tell you what. No, it got to do with frustration, bro. You niggas get on.
Why your frustration?
Niggas get on. Let me tell you something. Niggas get on my nerves. I ain't even a fucking cop, and I can't. So imagine if I had a fucking badge on. I'm shooting somebody at some point in my life because my life is a failure, and these niggas is fucking with me. That's basically what it is. If you got more than 4 years on the beat, and you ain't went to school and you didn't become a motherfucking detective or your ass to do something else, I'm telling you, you're gonna look at your life as a fucking failure because that shit is bullshit to be dealing with people.
Nigga, if I'm
most niggas can't fuck with people.
Nigga, if I'm a cop in Miami and I'm riding around with that fucked up ass uniform, that damn goofy ass helmet, and I'm watching everybody else. I'm watching people ride by in fucking Lambos, Ferraris, and everybody look like they having a good time. It is when you be working at a fast food restaurant in the summertime, it just look like everybody's having a great time outside and shit, right? You riding around, and here come this nigga. You keep in mind, I'm a different race, right? Here come this nigga in a fucking high profile car. Not only did the nigga have the nerve to be successful, but he think he can break the law. He think he can come through here 30 miles over the speed limit. And he lucky they ain't beat his ass out there, bro. Wait, they gotta beat his ass.
Wait. Angry man, it's 90 degrees. It's Florida 90 degrees.
It's hot.
Florida 90 different, bro.
And I got this helmet on my head.
Let's be honest. Let's reverse the role. Even Beans, because he full of shit. Even Beans, let's reverse the role. Let's say that this was a black country where black folk ran shit and Beans was a cop and some white dude comes speeding down the street in a brand new car flying. Man, by the time Beans pull that dude over, he gonna have steam coming out his ears, bro. He gonna snatch you out the car. What you think you doing, white boy?
That might be true. Yo, BMU. Here's the issue with that, right? I know where to move.
Narratives. Let me tell you something about Beans. Beans would be proud to see that white man speeding down the highway. His ancestors paved the way for that highway.
Wait. Is your name Beans or Chaotic Truth? What is happening?
Beans and
Chaotic Truth.
At least Beans know he black. Chaotic Truth don't even know he black. So shout out to Beans. But look, DMU, let me explain something to you, sir.
Wait, hold on for a second.
Black man unfiltered. I just want to say, no, not every black person who got shot by a cop was not complying. Some of them were complying, but that's part of the compliance. Part of the compliance is that you have to accept that you might get shot, nigga. That's your place in this motherfucking country. Accept it. It's okay.
Hold on, Beans. You missed my analogy, right? I'm not saying if this country is the way it is. I'm saying if this was a country that was founded by black people and white people were the minority. If you was a cop, nigga, you would get up in the morning to go fuck white people up. I know you would.
There was a movie called White Man's
Burden.
John Travolta.
Y'all have to act y'all age. I know y'all old, but we are on YouTube.
Hey, look, I'm wearing mine. I'm wearing mine.
Wait, y'all. Let me read this.
Black man want me to read
it. Right?
Go ahead, read it. I'm gonna address it. Go ahead, read it.
Black man want me to read it. He said, in the South, they would have our pain and dirty folks running down the Interstate 20, butt naked, barking like farm dogs.
Okay, here's the problem with that. As a nigga that lived in Atlanta and went to college in Savannah, I know about I-20. Never happened. But let me tell you this, though. I know where to go and where not to go. That's why I'm going to Mississippi. Look, and white people don't come to Inglewood and Chicago or in Cali. You got to know where the fuck you accepted. You ain't accepted everywhere just because you in America. Like, I move where I'm comfortable moving, where I can lock down a spot and fuck your wife and she don't snitch. Like, I can do that. I know where to go. I don't go where I'm not needed. I move around. I stay on I-20. I go right past Vidalia, Georgia, and fuck all them bullshit ass little small towns with a population of 300. I keep moving. It ain't funny. I don't even go to the gas station, my nigga. I keep moving.
Hold on, Angry Man.
You got that green book? You got that green book?
the fact that dirty folks said, the fact that dirty folks said, I go where I'm needed right after he got through. The fact that dirty folks said he go where he needed right after he got through talking about fucking people's wives is nasty work. Bro.
That's real nasty work.
You think you do a community service? That's that bullshit.
Listen, Izzy Bands, Angry Man, as my mentors in this conservative douchebagness. I want to say, I know they are going to agree with this thing that I say 100%.
What?
You niggas is the reason why the cops keep shooting y'all. Let me explain to you. Watch this. It's gonna make sense.
Shot by the cops, sir.
Watch this. You think you right now? You thinking I'm being facetious? Watch how I make it make sense.
That's how.
You know why the cops keep shooting you niggas? You know why it's y'all fault? Because they really don't want to shoot you niggas. They really want to hang you niggas. But you kept crying and whining about that. They keep lynching us and Emmett Till and grinding y'all asses off. So now they can't hang you. You got the Emmett Till bill. Nigga, they ain't got no choice but to shoot you. Y'all fault. Stop whining.
Wow. Sir, I do not approve of that message.
I've never been
black man.
Don't read this shit, man. Get that shit off the screen.
I'm good everywhere I go, bro. I've never been anywhere and not been treated like a cool nigga.
Hold on, dirty.
Never.
Black man said, not Atlanta nigga, Alabama, Texas, Louisiana.
Roll time.
They will have you and your pain, our pain, with the fly swat sweeping shit of the cattle truck.
Okay, let me help you out. Look, I've been all around this nation. Y'all done heard my side quest stories. I've been in South Carolina, Atlanta, fucking Wisconsin, Iowa, Cali, Georgia. I've been everywhere. If I pull out this Illinois state ID and I say I'm from Chicago, all I gotta do is ask for a pop, not soda. Like, oh, let me get a pop. Yeah. Well, you're not from here. You want some pussy? Yes, I would like some pussy. I don't worry about none of that shit you talking about. I'm cool everywhere I go. When my man's hopped off the plane in Cali with a whole Bulls jersey on, they say, man, is you a slob? He said, man, I'm from Chicago. They said, oh, shit, VIP in the club, bro, but you got to turn your shirt inside out because you know what that red do out here. Like, Chicago niggas is loved everywhere except Chicago. But niggas in Detroit. Detroit don't like Chicago niggas either.
You fuck with Chicago?
But we out here, bro. Nah, Detroit and Chicago be having beef because I'm hearing nail shows. I don't know what's going on with them hearing nail shows. These hoes got us fighting. I don't know what the fuck going on with them hearing nail.
Don't forget about heaven. They don't like y'all in heaven either.
Damn.
No. We ain't going to heaven, nigga. Fuck heaven. Ain't no parties in heaven. All the born ass people in heaven, nigga. We partying, nigga. We shooting out the club, nigga.
They gonna get y'all ass to 300 kick.
Down in heaven. Well, I know where I'm going, nigga.
I'm glad that y'all are finally admitting that black people need to stop co-opting the white man's religion. This shit is getting out of control. I want to complain about white Jesus. White Jesus is the reason why you niggas exist. Like, y'all always complaining and shit.
Who are you and what did you do with me?
Exactly. Is he Chaotic Truth live? What is happening here? We
don't broke beans, bro. Y'all broke beans.
Y'all broke beans.
I took the chip, nigga.
Hey, can I?
Man, last year Beans was like, I just want to understand who I am as a black man.
I just want to fast forward this a little bit. So again, there's a
Hold on a second. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
There's a second half part. It's not as severe, but certainly there was another Miami player who came to the scene, Calais Campbell. Yeah. Who certainly he was put in handcuffs. He wasn't officially arrested, but he was put in handcuffs simply by just trying to, I guess apparently he wasn't keeping enough distance for the cops like him. I think the cop told him to move his car, and he said, "Look, I'm not leaving my teammate," and so they put him in handcuffs. So any thoughts on that? That in terms of, I think everyone's kind of in agreement to a degree that certainly Tyreek could have handled the situation better in terms of his attitude towards the police. But any thoughts on Calais Campbell and how he was treated in this as well, or were the cops just so amped up that anybody who came at that time would have gotten?
I think it was the same out of control Cuban policemen who were handcuffed.
He showed up. He showed up thinking that he was gonna co-sign the fact. Hey, don't you know he a football player? And them cops said, "Nigga, don't give a fuck what he do for a living. You're going down," and put his ass in handcuffs too. You feel me? Because
As a matter of fact, nigga, get these bracelets too.
Yeah, that's all it is, bro. Stay out my business, bro. Like, and I'm not co-signing the police handcuffing them, but Rico exists, bro. You're an accessory to a crime at this point. I'm arresting him, and you done popped up. All right, cool. You rolling with him? All right, both of y'all can go down.
Here's the thing with niggas, and this is the goofiest shit in the world, right? So niggas think they see shit on TV, so they think when the police pull them over, niggas say, "Well, don't you know who I am? I'm this person or I'm that person." And, nigga, your fight is not with the police. They stormtroopers. Your fight is in the courtroom.
Yeah.
You feel me? So if you feel like they arresting you for no reason and you got money, let's go. Let's go. Because guess what? Not only am I gonna beat the case, but I'm gonna sue you niggas too. You feel me? So standing there arguing with the cops is a waste of fucking time. You arguing with, bruh, it's like you trying to argue with some damn stormtroopers, bruh. Them niggas ain't Darth Vader. You talking to the wrong person.
So y'all got angry man up here telling the truth. And the fact of the matter is this guy who Mr. Bennett wants to cry about. I got the video pulled up. Yeah, I got the video pulled up. This guy is a 6'8", 300-pound. His name is Coon Campbell. He is 6'8", 300 pounds. He should have been put in handcuffs. He should have had the handcuffs that cuff your hands to your stomach and your ankles. They should have tased him.
No, but this is what I'm mad at for this bracelet, man. And I said this on your show, Izzy. Nigga, if you gonna talk that shit, don't put your hands up. Don't be knocking on my window and talking all that tough talk. Hey, nigga, when that nigga bring the smoke, what you gonna do now? Right? What you gonna do now? Because you was talking tough. At the end of the day, you wanted to smoke. Now you got smoke. What you gonna do now? So big 6'8", nigga. At the end of the day, I got you lost. Hold on for a minute.
Go ahead.
That nigga know for one, he's gonna be ostracized because he's too fucking big for anybody to fight. So, nigga, the only thing you can get out of this is a bullet in your fucking stomach. But what I'm saying is when you got this nigga out here talking tough the way that he's talking tough, and like I said before, this is me talking to them. Fuck them cops, because they was out of pocket big time. But you know that they were out of pocket, nigga. If we sitting here and we keep saying we know how fucked up the cops is, and then we get stopped by the cops because we broke the fucking law, then we gotta expect the shit that we gonna get. If the nigga talking tough to him, all right then, nigga. If you talking tough, then that means that you got something that can back that shit up. Guess what he had? Tyreek had to back himself up. My knee.
Victimhood.
I hurt my knee.
Victimhood.
Nigga, wait, what you talking about now, nigga? You was talking tough. Don't be knocking on my window, nigga. Just give me the motherfucking ticket, nigga. At the end of the day, nigga, you pick a fucking way that you gonna rock with this shit. You either gonna go out there, you gonna go out like a soldier, dumbass soldier, or you gonna just comply so you can get your ass to the game, so you can warm up, so you can win a motherfucking your first game that you play. Was it the first game, y'all?
It was the
first game, yeah.
First game.
It was the first game.
Okay, the nigga.
It's season over with Buffalo.
Right. Either you get the ticket, shut the fuck up and get your ticket.
Yeah, two was
or you talk that tough shit and we about to go to war. Which one you want to have? You can't have all the other shit. Because ain't nobody gonna do nothing but talk about your shit on a motherfucking podcast like we doing right now. And if you would have got shot, we would have just been arguing about it was wrong, it wasn't wrong, or whatever, but you've been dead. And the big nigga probably been dead too, because he's 6'8". Nigga, you don't walk up on nobody at 6'8".
I got a question.
Roll that beautiful bean
I got
a gun.
I got a question. Why is it niggas accept it when a nigga in the hood put a slug in somebody's ass and say he deserve it, But when the police do it, he didn't deserve it.
My baby ain't did nothing to nobody.
Thing you know, you
still got shot at Baby's party.
Here we go, y'all. This is what Mr. Bennett was talking about earlier.
We're trying to talk to him to the window, get his ID. He doesn't put his window down. You gotta identify yourself when you get stopped. Yeah, this is crazy. He's driving reckless since the turnpike back there, and we pulled him over here. If he knows he's coming here, he knows all the traffic, all the pedestrians. You can't drive like that, man. You can't.
Hey, sure, don't stop recording, bro.
And he got them butterfly doors, don't he?
Why is he coming over?
Suicide doors.
Security in our area, man. This is ridiculous, man.
But are you listening to what I said?
I'm not going nowhere. I'm right here.
No. He's driving reckless back behind the turnpike.
Man, all of this is uncalled for, man. All of this.
All he had to do.
Why is he getting arrested? Why is he getting arrested?
What's your name?
Janu. Why is he getting arrested, though?
If we stop you and you don't identify yourself to the police, we have to get you out of the car. That's what happens.
Him? I'm talking about him. I'm talking about him, my other teammate. Why is he
I don't know what happened there. You guys gotta listen.
Why the fuck you even saying anything, man? Just shut the fuck up, man.
Stop. You just gotta listen and everything's fine.
Hey, read all the camera, dog. Yo.
Man, we be looking
hey,
bitches, dog. I swear to God.
You know where it says lot 44? Yeah, lot 44.
You know what's hilarious about this shit? You got all these niggas standing out there that got money because they players fucking on the phone. But you know who they not on the phone with?
They lawyer.
Fucking lawyer.
Not even
lawyer. This is how you know these niggas is
the same thing, angry man. You ain't
They was on the phone with the agent, though. They was on the phone with the agent. Trust me.
This is what I was thinking. This is that civil rights justice. This is get your ass beat and they name a street after you justice. This is that John Lewis justice, right?
We look.
No,
I hate to see you these niggas look gay. They look gayer than a motherfucker, dog. When you came and talk assertive to a nigga and tell him, listen, all right, is y'all gonna arrest him? No, all right, hold on. Y'all ain't gonna arrest him. Whatever. Or yes, nigga, I got the lawyer on the motherfucking phone right now, dog.
The police explained themselves and they didn't have to.
Hold on.
And then he asked you, do you understand what I'm saying? And the nigga went full strong single mother mode.
Yeah.
Like, this is a single mama energy, bro. This is black man energy. It's vaginal energy.
Let me say this. Let me say this, because you know, podcast is being sarcastic, and I know why he's being sarcastic. But I need to say this shit. I gotta say this shit, okay? Every nigga that get arrested ain't Martin Luther King, y'all. Like this shit is goofy. Like you got this nigga standing out there. Oh, this is unnecessary. What? An arrest? It's an arrest, nigga. Get your monkey ass in the damn car. Go down to the station. Post your bond, and then fight your case in court.
And it's like $100 bond. It ain't even no major bond.
Like, this shit is goofy, bro. Like, it's not that serious. The only reason it's that serious, first of all, look, let me tell you something that I know for a fact. Anytime you speed at least 15 miles over the speed limit,
you're getting a ticket.
Ticket? A lot of times you'll mess around and you can get arrested for that shit.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Especially in the school zone, absolutely.
Yeah, it's at the discretion. It's at the discretion of the police officer. You feel me? He can come up there and have a whole attitude with you because you're it's reckless driving. That's what it's classified as.
That's it. Anytime you see cones, construction work, if your ass is speeding, then you could get the maximum.
No, hold on. Wait.
So you have to be careful.
On top of that, you gotta think about this too. Not only was the nigga speeding, and I didn't even know this until y'all said it. So you're saying when the cop knocked on his window, he said, "Nigga, don't be knocking on my window. Just give me the ticket."
Yeah.
Gotta drug his ass up out of that car too.
Knocking on my window like that. He said like mad times.
Yeah, like
I would have said, look, you know what he's lucky they didn't do? Because I've seen cops do this.
Break his damn window.
They'll
Break his
break
shit.
fucking window.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
They
that's what
hit
they
it
told
with
him they
that
was gonna
thing.
do.
Ah! And then snatch your ass up out the car like, get up out the car, nigga.
But hold on, man, because niggas be tripping because they be thinking that these motherfuckers non-blacks is the motherfuckers that got the attitude. The black motherfucker cop is the nigga that got the attitude.
Oh yeah.
Come to Detroit and say that shit to a nigga in Detroit and tell that nigga when he just stopped you, stop knocking on my window. He said, stop knocking on your window. Guess what he gonna do? Exactly what you just said. Bust that bitch.
Yeah. If that would have been black cops that pulled them over, it'd have
been over.
It'd been a whole
You
different
know what I
story.
just thought about? I just thought about something, man. In America, there seems to be some type of hierarchy. You know what I'm saying? If it seems like if it's a white guy that get pulled over, ain't nothing gonna happen to him. If a black guy pulls over a white guy, guess what? The white guy gets off. Then on top of that, you got a black guy who looks down on Hispanics and pull him over, and now we got the same interaction. Do y'all think that's exactly what happened in this particular situation? Tyreek looked down on a Hispanic man, and said, "What you doing tapping on my window for?"
Love, hold on, man. We ain't.
I don't know. As Hispanics, a lot of those Latinos in Florida don't look at themselves as Hispanic, especially if they're from Cuban base.
No doubt.
Europe.
Look, bro, check this out. Check this out.
We ain't got no patience.
None.
You a black cop, nigga. Say what you was saying with that motherfucker to a black cop that's been in that heated ass motherfucking shit. Like I said, with a helmet on a fucking motorcycle.
Bro, check
tell
this
that
out.
to that black motherfucking cop. I guarantee them windows is out, nigga.
I don't believe there's a black cop would have pulled him over and then busted that window after he said that and snatched him up the car and had him hemmed up. I'm Tyreek Hill. Man, shut up. I'm Tyreek Hill. Would have beat him up and put him in the back of the car. And on the way to the station, he'd have been like, yeah, you should have shut up with all that bullshit. But man, I'm Tyreek Hill. Nigga,
A black cop,
the game, nigga.
because a black cop would play it both ways.
Look, he was said, nigga, I know who you are. And I definitely didn't like that performance in that last game, motherfucker. And would have took his ass on to the station.
Yeah, because black cops,
nigga.
Because black cops are emotional too. But you play it one of two ways. The black cop will let you go, or he'll fuck you up. The white cop has.
But it depends on how you talking to us, man.
Right, but that's as a man anyway. How do you talk to a man is how you talk to a man. I will fuck you up. You disrespect me, nigga, I will fuck you up. I've been arguing with these motherfucking duck cat eating motherfucking Haitians for 3 days. I'll fuck them up. Look,
they eating cats.
Don't disrespect me, nigga. You can say what you want to say, but don't disrespect me, nigga.
And the cats, the dogs.
Everybody. Everybody keep thinking, this is the crazy part. They be thinking and they talking as if these motherfucking non-black cops are so fucked up where the black cops are the ones that got the patience. No, it's exactly what Dirty said. Nigga, how you bring that energy to me is how I'm gonna treat you. You come with that motherfucker, come with the bullshit, talking about why you knocking on my window? Why you knocking on my window? And you keep repeating that shit too.
First of all,
I'll bust that motherfucker window. I'll be like, nah, I ain't got to knock on it no more.
Let's be honest about this shit. Because anytime situations like this happen, niggas try to pretend like, we're oh my God, we're so downtrodden. We're such victims, all this bullshit. Let me ask you this question. In your average everyday interaction with black folk, how often do you come across black folk that's patient and civil?
Not really. It's not.
If you come across a black person that can keep their cool on a normal basis, you look at it like it's some extraordinary shit. You be like, man, he's really cool under fire. He's calm and collective.
Here I come. Oh, here I come. Oh.
Niggas, the moment you say something they don't like, they turning up on your ass.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
You feel me?
No, even worse than that. Because Angry Man, I am that guy. I'm cool as shit. I'm the nigga that laugh, but I'm laughing because I'm about to kill you. Like, I'm not laughing because I think it's funny, right? You said all this wild shit, and I'll be like, This nigga, man, he crazy.
That's our shit right there. When nigga be talking shit, you be like, really?
Right. Like when I get cool, you should be scared. Like you want me to argue with you. If I'm cool, you should be running.
All I'm saying is this, because niggas like to make this argument, and I'm not trying to defend white folk that do messed up shit. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, how can black people expect other groups of people to show them the level of humanity we don't show each other?
Yeah.
Well,
how?
That's too angry, man. But in addition to that, because there are a few bad apples within the enforcement element of our society.
More than a few. It's more than a few.
Well, yeah, more than a few. I mean, I'm speaking just
No, I hear what you're saying. I just had to throw that in there.
Speaking of just, yeah.
Yeah, but with that, we want to target everything because we're in this victimizing, mentality. We want to view everything through a very racial lens, as if everything has to be pushed through a racial lens. So in this situation here, I guarantee, I haven't seen all the coverage yet, but I guarantee it's going to be pushed through. This cop must have been racist. It must be because he saw a black person that shouldn't have been driving this car. It must be because he was racist. Well, no. Or it must be because they have a prejudice against black people, which some cops definitely do. I'm not going to say that's not the case, but it's not to obfuscate any culpability or responsibility on us as people to not just be, not be assholes when it comes to us being responsible and accountable for the shit that we do when it comes to interacting with law enforcement.
Man, look,
let me just say this. Boss man, let me say this to you based on your point. You know what? It's possible for a racist cop to give you a ticket without doing anything extra.
Yes,
sure.
Yes.
And so that's what I'm saying. If Tyreek Hill would have just shut the fuck up and complied, we wouldn't be talking about this.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this, okay? Because I'm not a police officer and I can't stand niggas. I'm driving down the street seeing niggas cutting up and shit. I be thinking to myself, if I was the police, nigga, I pull you over right now. I pull you over right now, nigga, if I was the police.
Hold on, Lana. Wait, Lana, you don't know the difference. Lana,
hold on a second. Izzy, when you had your show, there was a part where the supervisor shows up and the Hispanic officer got all humble and meek and mild. That's the reason why I asked that question, man. Is because he told a completely different story when his white supervisor got there. It was a completely different situation.
But it wasn't the same one that turned up. See, what we didn't see is it was the number 2 officer that was hyped. The first officer that approached, that talked to the supervisor, he was calm the whole time. He really didn't turn up. It was number 2, the Cuban dude with the tattoos, that started wilding out. That's who it was.
No, it was really 3 officers. It was the one who tapped on the window, the other guy who was also in frame, and the other guy who had a body camera on that had those other 2 guys in frame.
Yeah.
That's the guy we didn't see.
Right.
That's the guy that went to the computer. We're not talking about the first guy. That guy that went to the computer was telling the supervisor what was going on.
Right.
But the whole interaction changed when when the white supervisor showed up. All that bass took out their voice. That's the only reason why I asked. Was Tyrese being a Karen, or was the Hispanic guys, out of pocket?
It was both. It was a combination of both. Yeah. It was a combination of both of that shit, man.
And let's not forget.
But who's in authority, though? Who's in that sense?
Yeah, but let's not forget, man. Let's not forget. If we were a gang, per se, 3 or 4 of us would be enforcers in this game. 3 or 4 of us would be pulling up ready for the smoke. It'll be some of y'all like maybe lit, Brother Bennett, y'all calm, y'all can negotiate. This bottom row, that's the enforcers.
I agree with that. They might not do as much, fam. Like for instance, right? If I know I'm in the wrong, I'm humble as shit because I'm trying to get home. If I know I'm in the right and you messing with me, that's when my boys tell me like, man, folks, please don't wild out, nigga. We got weed in the car. I like, all right, I chill.
I want to arrest Beans right now for having a purple hat with a pink hoodie.
Hey, that's foul, bro. You faked up the sound and some other
Now
shit.
that shit.
Y'all niggas is
All right,
wilding in that Chicago shit.
Lana, let me answer Lana in the chat real quick. Lana asks if there's a difference between being a victim or a freedom fighter. Yes, if you're a criminal or not. A freedom fighter, you're in the right and you're standing in your square. When you're going 30 miles over the speed limit, you're a criminal. You need to chill.
They think freedom fighters. Here's the thing with niggas in America, right?
Relax.
Niggas in America think just because niggas were oppressed by white people, they shouldn't have to follow law and order. Yeah. Those two things are separate. Just because white people wrote the laws doesn't mean the damn law shouldn't be followed. Okay, that's the problem y'all got. See, y'all have taken the concept of pushing against the system to a degree where you're just degenerate motherfuckers at this point. Because even if we got rid of even if all the white people stopped being in charge and it was black people in charge, you niggas still need to follow some rules.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you can't just do what you want to do.
We're supposed to be brothers. Come on.
But now some of those rules were on the books, though. Some of those laws were on the books.
So, Anger Man, let me give you an example. Okay, let me give you an example of a very absurd justification that as you coined the title, the communita loves to try to use as justification. We're mad at the society for pick a reason, right? So we black people, we want to riot and destroy and pilfer and ravage shit. And then we're mad at the fact that we are then jailed or incarcerated or you know, beat up or whatever the case may be. And apparently it's justified rioting and destroying and pilfering and destroying shit and extirpating shit. It's a problem for us to receive our due justice because of that. But we did it for a just reason. That's the exact example of wanting, I guess, to us to be excused of proper repercussion for justification of some sort of harm that we felt was done to us, but we want to be excused for doing something abhorrent. Correct?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because it's like, how you going in one breath be crying all the time about something that happened in the past with Black Wall Street? They destroyed our businesses and stuff. But then when you get mad about something, you destroy your own businesses.
Yeah, that shit crazy.
And not only that though, but when white people are happy, they destroy their own shit. Have you ever seen a small college town when they win a chip?
Oh yeah, they tear them down goalposts and shit up.
Cars, yeah.
They throw toilet paper all over everything.
That's my point. See, that's my point right there. See, here's the thing, right? The same way in the black community, we got niggas cutting up and tearing shit up while black folk is at home chilling. What you just described is some degenerate white folk.
Right, college kids, trailer park kids, destroying.
You know,
and I'm not taking anything away from that. You're right, but what I'm saying is that you can't say that, man. Other people, because the people who did things to Black Wall Street were degenerate white people. Like people don't understand. Here's the flip side. I need niggas to understand this because y'all colors, y'all understand shit because y'all listen to girls with clothes on, right? But for every trailer park white person who hung a nigga or burned down a town, there was a trope of middle-class white people to stop those trailer park white people. Y'all didn't stop them. White people had to come and stop the white people. Like, yo, y'all just doing nigga
Hey, yo,
shit.
check this out. Hey, Black Hawk, I can say whatever the fuck I want to say about black people because I am black. You raggedy nigga.
Black Hawk, he's black.
Questionable yellow boy. I like
he's
it.
black. He's black.
Light skinned niggas always pro, like I said.
My homie is black.
This right here is the kind of shit that I don't like.
My homie's mother's black, his dad is black, his uncle's black, his grandma, rest his soul, was black. His people are black. God doggone.
I'm gonna put an end to this shit right now.
His sisters are black. God doggone.
I'm gonna put an end to this shit right now. My kid's mom.
I'm feeling the Harris Walls energy up here now.
If we being truthfully honest, wait a minute. If we being truthfully honest, Black Hawk, I know that you really know that I'm black. And the reason why I know that is because if I was a man of another race disrespecting you, you wouldn't say shit. Wow. So shut the fuck up. That's how you know I'm black. You got a problem with what I'm saying.
My kid's mother is light skinned. Her mother and her father are both dark skinned, and she looks like both of them. Both of them.
I get that. Look,
guess
man.
Where they both, but guess where they both
seriously,
from?
Let me
from?
Let me ask
Louisiana, nigga. And if you go to Louisiana, you gonna see some real shit.
Don't let me talking shit about Angry Man make y'all think that, man, that we going colorism. I'm just fucking with y'all good. All y'all other yellow niggas good.
When do you see these niggas? When do you see these niggas on white people panels, Latin people panels, Asian people panels, giving them smoke because they critical of black people?
Word.
You don't see it.
Only Tommy Sotomayor do it.
The only people that you know in here that you gonna say something to when it come to talking about niggas is other niggas.
And we gonna stop being a goddamn the easy target for y'all motherfuckers. We gonna keep doing y'all ass. You bring your ass on this motherfucking panels, I'm gonna tell you right now, we're gonna give you the motherfucking business. Please believe that shit. Please believe it.
Talking about you ain't like I wish a nigga would. Like, first of all, you just don't know, nigga. If I was a different race, nigga,
you wouldn't see Angry Man at all. Y'all wouldn't see Angry Man at all. Y'all wouldn't even know Angry Man.
Somewhere getting paid, nigga. I'd be somewhere exercising that privilege, nigga.
Right.
That's a whole nother thing. If you're not a minstrel, colors don't really support you. So I don't really care about what y'all say about niggas anyway. Because y'all don't have groups for y'all best and brightest. The Jews got to come take them. Y'all don't have groups for y'all most industrious, y'all innovators. Somebody else got to take them. Y'all only got AAU and all other type of smoke for motherfucking minstrels. All y'all like is niggas who bounce balls and make motherfucking poetry. That's it.
What?
Bounce balls and make poetry, nigga.
Wow. Pause.
Wait a
minute. Nigga. Pause.
Ain't no pause. That's what they do. Poetry. Cat in the hat. Rap on the beat. Like, and I like rap, but that's what it is. It's poetry. Like, that's why you don't see that many niggas in their elder years be like, I don't fuck with rap. Because you don't want to hear nursery rhymes. So when you get old, you want to hear substance.
He ain't lying.
Holy shit. That is the best explanation I've ever heard.
Yeah, you don't want to hear that bullshit. Like, nigga, fuck off.
You don't want to hear that weak shit no more.
I'm done with
it.
Nigga, we all listen to more podcasts. We do rap. I guarantee you. Every nigga on this panel right now listen to more podcasts than we do rap.
But that shit,
no doubt.
That shit
old school.
Nigga, once a nigga turns 35 years old and he's still trying to pursue his rap career, we already looking at him like, nigga, you've already failed.
It's over, right?
It's over with,
bro.
It's over.
That shit annoys the hell out of me when niggas do that shit, because niggas like to gaslight people. Like, nigga, don't gaslight me. I know you know I'm black, because if I was of a different race, you'd show me a little more respect. That's some shit I know about niggas. If I was a nigga of any other, if I was of any other race, see that's a New York shit. I was going to say if I was a nigga of any other race.
That's racist.
If I was a white nigga, y'all would show me more respect. You feel what I'm saying? That's real shit. Yeah. Y'all ain't never seen when they be having panels and shit like back on Fight Club and somebody white come up on there and niggas, niggas straighten up and
tighten
shit.
up, yeah. This butt
even
the most ratchet.
And then try to
tighten their diction up.
Try to get more articulate and
right,
shit.
Try to be all articulate with them.
Opportunity race. That's why I don't call them white niggas.
Hey, look, misusing words, mispronouncing words and shit, using words out of context.
You gotta be racially sensitive. Like I call Snowman my guy. I call Snowman a Mick all the time because he Irish. I call other motherfuckers sauerkraut eaters, sand niggas. Like I'm racially appropriate. You'll never be a white nigga fucking with me. I'll find out what you are. You'll be a spick, a wet back. Like I'm here for you. I want you to feel the energy. I want you to know that I don't give I'm equal opportunity. Fuck your life. You ain't gonna do shit. I'm equal opportunity.
I gotta say this. I know these motherfuckers in the comment section is like, it's too many personalities up in this motherfucker right now. It's like a personality overload up in this bitch right now, man.
Yes,
these motherfuckers is like, God damn.
But I tell you what, if this makes y'all feel any better, the older I get, the more I get like an old racist white.
Yeah, and I ain't got no motherfucking patience. I swear to God, I ain't got no goddamn patience.
No.
Get off my lawn.
Get
off my lawn.
Would you please get off the grass?
Now I'm gonna tell you what it is. I'm gonna tell y'all what it is, right? Because I've been like this since 20. I'm finally getting old enough to fit my own shoes. I'm the stay off my lawn dude. That ain't white man shit. This is stay off my fucking lawn. The older I get, the more I get stay off my lawn.
I be looking out the window. I be looking out the window at people delivering shit. I be like, that motherfucker look like he up to no good. I might have to drop a dime.
We got action.
Hold on, dog. We had I really experienced white flight. I swear to God, I did. I experienced it, but it was white people that was like, I ain't going no motherfucking where. And it stayed there. But motherfucking kids, and it was this white man that came out with his shotgun and said, if I had to tell y'all nigglets one more time, stay the fuck off my lawn. Shit at you.
Hey, we had one of them. Her name was Blondie. Her husband died. She never sold the crib, nigga. She died in that crib at 79
You
years
better
old.
stay off that man lawn. This is
Lawn, bro. They got daisies and everything, man. They did all type of little, shit, landscaping shit. Stay off their lawn, and then you know it. You know who lawn to step in. Man, don't step in Mr. Johnson shit. He be tripping.
Motherfucker had a shotgun though, dirty. I didn't even want to go tell my daddy because I'm like, he ain't even got no gun.
Your dad just found out just now.
Rest in power.
Him be me, bro. That's me. Stay off my lawn, nigga. Don't ring my bell. Don't do shit. Like leave me the fuck alone, nigga.
Did y'all see Charleston White when he was talking about what he would do if he shot a nigga?
Nah.
He said he would shoot the nigga and then call 911 and be like, yeah, I'm here with somebody that just attacked me. He got a gunshot wound. I'm doing compressions right now. Your ass about to die, nigga. I told you not to fuck with me. Yeah, I'm doing the chest compressions right now. Oh, bitch ass nigga, you about to die, nigga. This nigga, bro.
Yeah, that sounds like me.
That sounds about right.
Yeah,
like bullshit. I guarantee we can look some shit up right now if somebody did it.
A whole lot of somebody did it. Anybody who ever owned property did it. You come up in my shit, I'ma do it. I be thinking sometimes to do it to my parents when I visit my dad. Like, yo, nigga, you on that boomer shit.
Yo. Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
Whoa.
That boomer shit be real ill shit, bro. I be like, yo, if you want my dad, I would earth you.
You can stop it.
You related to would say shit that no nigga on the street would ever say to you. Like I talk to my dad like I'm Zod and Superman too. Like, why do you say these things to me when you know that I would kill you? Like, my dad will say some shit and I'll be like, do you know your son? Like,
oh my God.
What you say?
Shout out to RBN.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, yeah, act like I'm lying. Act like y'all boomer parents ain't saying some shit. You be like, yo, when them nigga in the street say this shit to me, be like,
them boomers didn't give a fuck.
Boomer mamas.
Yo, they was even worse than the goddamn daddies, for real. Tell you the truth.
Facts.
My dad don't say crazy shit. My mom definitely say a bunch of crazy shit.
No, my mom say crazy shit, but my dad enforced it because happy wife, happy life. So now I'm gunning at both. Like, yo, y'all really got me fucked up. Like,
nigga, your dad ain't never
Hey, you
beat
ever
your
have
ass with a
you ever have your
tracks?
look
My
to
dad
all,
don't say crazy
to all you dudes, to everybody up here that got boomer mothers. You ever see your mother say some shit and you just look at her like,
am I related to your ass? How am I related to you? That's
did you really just say that shit? Like,
nigga, I couldn't hold my
I swear, sometimes I'm like, yo, I don't think I need to check. Sometimes I'm not related to your ass.
I be trying to love you, mama. I'm trying to love you.
Ain't no way I came from out there, yo. Ain't no fucking way.
bro, all the time. You know what's so fucked up about me?
Won't let me love you.
While I'm beefing with my mama was a hood bitch. She had a street nickname. Motherfuckers called her Granny. Like, I pull up on the block, man, that's Granny right there. Like, she was riding in a 6'4" or some shit. Like, and they didn't know that was my mama because I didn't really hang out with my mama.
Wait, whoa, what?
I'm saying they would act like she riding in a 6'4". My mama really drove a
matter of fact, you know what? I got a question I want to ask R. Payne. Because he's a boomer male. I just gotta ask this question.
He knew that was he was trying.
I gotta ask this question, bro. I gotta ask this question because as a Gen Xer, I can't understand it because I don't have this issue. But I notice boomer men always have this issue. Why y'all feet be stinking, bro?
What? That random.
Like boomer men will take their work boots off and the whole room is filthy motherfucker. Like, bro, you be like, what the hell? Like, how do y'all?
So after listening to you motherfuckers, man, I am the greatest baby boomer that was ever born in the fucking history of mankind.
Shout out to the greatest baby boomer. We got the greatest baby boomer.
I like it on your side. Hold on, I'm gonna check Angry Man for you. I got you. This is why they feet stink, Angry Man. I got you.
How you say you got him and said this is why?
No, but I'm gonna give them the reason why though, because boomer men never got out of fucking Stetson and Brute 33 and Old Spice and shit. They used to also the same old colognes. Like, that shit didn't work in 1960. They try to bring that shit in 1990, 2000, 2010. They never changed brands, bro. So like, shit just be fucked up. Like, you probably use or some other shit, Viva 2000. They don't use that shit.
They did try jupe. They tried jupe for a little while. They did try jupe.
Like I said, listening to all this fucking boomer bashing, I'm
and they try some great flannels.
I'm like Jesus Christ, because all this shit y'all say.
Whoa!
And why do y'all like?
He's a second nigga on YouTube that said that the Jesus Christ is a shit. No.
Hey, so here's the other question though.
I don't know what y'all talking about.
Here's the other question though. Why do y'all like reruns of Gunsmoke and The Rock?
Ponderosa, bro. Ponderosa, Gunsmoke, Andy Griffin.
Wait, don't forget Highway to Heaven. Don't forget Highway to Heaven and Little House on the
Prairie. What's the other army shit? They know nothing.
And MASH.
Remember the show Quincy? And then they got what's the show with Abby? Abigail.
I saw Gunsmoke when it was first released.
That's why.
Wait for the goddamn rerun.
For the first episode.
Oh, you see episode 1.
The first episode.
1. He said, I was there when it
was a
pilot. Can I ask you guys a question? First of all, I'm having a good time tonight. You guys are special, and this is some stuff here. But hey, so am I. But certainly from Angry Man, Dirty Folks. I mean, obviously, there's always an effort. You want to improve relations with police officers. And again, we all kind of had the conversation to one degree or another. But is there something specific, just from your experience? Because I know, especially Angry Man, Dirty Folks, RP, you guys, all games aside, you guys are very wise, and I watch you guys long enough to know that you guys got a lot of things. Anything specific that you can advise to black men who don't want to be the N-words or what have you, that can help us in terms of improve our relationship with law enforcement, so we have less escalation of these incidents? And how do you guys feel about more black people, black men in particular, joining law enforcement? Do you think that's something to help the situation in terms of relations, or do you think that the blue basically corrupts the black person? So I would like to hear your perspectives on both of those. Something salient that you give the guys.
So my thing with it is this, right? When you, as a black man, especially a young black man, when the police pull you over, don't be a nigga. Mm-hmm. In other words, you code switch to go to work and get your paycheck.
Yeah.
Code switch to save your life, because you never know which cop you gonna get. You don't know if you're gonna get the cop that's cool and just doing his job and just want to go home, or you get the cowboy that woke up that morning and couldn't wait to mess a nigga up. So my thing is just understand that your fight is not with the police officer. He's the low man on the totem pole. You feel me? Your fight is in the courtroom, and a lot of times the stuff that you get a ticket for or that you get arrested for, a lot of times that shit get thrown out of court. It don't even end up being as big as you thought it was going to be, right? So like for me nowadays, if the police, say, if you do that, I'm going to arrest you.
Mm-hmm.
Come on. Don't threaten me. Like, because that's the thing. A cop is not going, if he's going to arrest you, you're not going to threaten you with the arrest. He's just going to arrest you.
Mm-hmm.
You feel what I'm saying? So that's my thing. As far as the brothers becoming police officers, I think there is a degree of being corrupted once you become a police officer, but that's only because there's such a small group of brothers becoming police officers. You feel what I'm saying? Like, and a lot of times the guys that are willing to become police officers, they're the pricks of the neighborhood. They're the lames of the neighborhood. That's why they act like that. Like, the cool dudes never want to be the cops. The guy that's gonna be more understanding of the situations that's going on in the hood, them the dudes that don't never want to be the police.
Yeah.
But they may be the lawyers one day or something like that.
Yeah,
That's
so
like,
they ain't even gonna be that.
you don't think so?
They want to shoot basketball or
right. They end up being truck drivers, bro. They end up being truck drivers.
Yeah, like they not, so yeah, I think if you had more people, if you had more black men becoming police officers, you would see that culture slowly shift in a better direction. You know what I'm saying? If the right brothers become police officers, you feel what I'm saying? But yeah, that's what I feel about it.
All right, and as far as I go, man, and the number 2 point gonna be, that was a great point. My number 1 point, because I fight police. I told y'all, but I only fight police that don't have mustaches because I think they gay and they trying to fuck with me. So we go there.
Any dude with a mustache with just a mustache without any
the porn stash.
Like, if you just got the mustache and no other hair on his face, he's suspect, man.
No. No mustache. We gotta fight, bro. Like, why is you stopping me?
Wait, no.
You need to go.
Boss man doesn't have the mustache I'm talking about. Y'all know the mustache I'm talking about.
Get motherfucker to curl around.
Boss man has the Chico.
Oh, that thin ass, yeah, bro.
Hey, Boss man has the El DeBarge. Boss man has the El DeBarge.
Any cop that look like if he wasn't police and had me in a white van with no windows, we fighting, bro. It is what it is.
We talking about the thick ass. That
composite
picture the white guy,
the village people stash.
So the caterpillar.
Y'all can't knock me fat. Y'all understand my plight, nigga. I'm trying to save my booty hole. But second though, right?
What?
Hey man, with no money. They got look. I've seen. I've seen police. No, ain't no time out. I've seen police tell girls, "Give me head, I'll let you go." I don't trust the dudes with no mustache. I don't know. I don't know what they gonna ask me. They ain't got no
I'm with
mustache.
you, brother. I'm with you. I don't trust dudes without a mustache. That's something I don't do. A mustache.
It took you 15 years to get this, so I'm glad you could trust me after
I ain't
15
gonna
years.
I ain't gonna hold you neither. I don't trust a nigga with no facial hair either. But you
You the exception. You
just
the
said
exception.
people like
I
Kevin
appreciate that. I appreciate
no
it.
eyebrows, no
I
mustache, no
appreciate it.
I be scared, bro.
the glasses make you trustworthy because you kind of
The
look
only
like
problem
You got to put the shades on, right? But all right, but here, all right. Second point. The second point is the major point. It's not just do we need more black police officers. It's not just that. Once again, you got to choose whether you're going to be black or a man. Do we need more men that look like you to take positions of authority? Why in the fuck are all of y'all state's attorneys black women? Why in the fuck is all y'all senators and fucking dyke ass mayors and all? Why do you trust women with clothes on? Like when men want positions of authority, then you'll have order. When it's cool, like your mama told you it ain't cool to be police, and then when you get older, she called the police on you because she ran your daddy out and she need a man to check you. Then your girlfriend called because she had a bad dream. 2 a.m, you got a flashlight in your eye because she had a bad dream you was cheating. Like all the bitches that told you don't take a position of authority are looking for people in a position of authority to stop you. So once you get comfortable with authority, and always, right, whether it's a mayor, a alderman, a police officer, whatever, I agree with all that shit. All that. So yeah, police officers, yeah, we do need more male black police officers. I don't trust female police officers. All they do is have orgies when they get off work. I know this because I be at them. Right? Damn. I'm just saying, y'all know the list of hoes, right? It's CNAs, then strippers. CNAs bigger hoes than strippers. It's CNAs, then strippers, then teachers pre-K through 3rd grade, then police women. They number 4 on the list of hoes. So all they do is try, and then all they want to do is fuck convicts. So they want to lock you up because they like you. So they want to give you a record, so you got a parole officer. They can give you some pussy. Like they're not good people. So when men decide, when men decide they want to be in positions of authority, and they can run, and you see a man as a position of authority because they respect white men. They call white men, quote unquote, the man, and then call you a boy. They see.
Hold on, Dirty. You made Mr. Bennett sorry he asked you any of this
shit. Let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook.
Beans
Let him cook.
clock in the back.
This shit, like what?
It's real shit.
But in regards to your question, the only problem with young brothers, I think there was a one time, and again, I'm just speaking to my age in Gen X. You know, you didn't look at being a police officer as a bad thing in the community. Young brothers, that used to be one of them, man, I'd be a police officer. When you're young, you know, in your former years, 12, 13 years old, because police officers look like you. They used to walk their beat, and they might shoot a couple of jump shots with you and, you know, throw your little, I guess you can play stick ball or something, you know, just something within that. But then again, to come crack era, which is my favorite era, a lot of things change. And the only problem now, brothers feel shunned. You would only get shunned by your own people trying to be a police officer. Police officers make good money, you know, but again, why not be in a position where you can police that neighborhood? Now, there could be some level of temptation, but at least if you're cousins and you know people who are out there, you can at least, I mean, there's ways you can get around it, you know, and not get yourself caught up, but you only gonna get shunned about it being in the black community. And my thing is this, I don't have to be a police officer in my neighborhood. I can go a couple of, I talk to police officers all the time. They police officers 3 or 4 counties away. I don't have to be around the people that look like me. I can go harass somebody live in the suburbs for a little while and catch them violating the jaywalking and the skateboard routes. Come here, what you doing? Let me get you this ticket. But
you get more tax deductions and benefits.
Who wants to make $65,000 a year at 22, 23 years old? Apparently not young brothers. So.
I'm just saying you get more benefits if you live in the county that you police. But I agree with you. If it was more comfortable to see people like you telling you to get off the corner, then more people to get off the corner. Not only that, but when you know the neighborhood, you will tell people like, look, I know you're gonna do dirt over there, and keep it quiet. And you could, because everybody else do that. Do you know that they lowered the height requirement for police from 5'9" to 5'3" because Asians wanted to police Chinatown. They reduced the weight that police officers and firemen have to carry from 60 pounds to 35 pounds because women want to be police officers. They reduce the math because women, girls can't count. So they reduce the math portion. They reduce all this shit so people can be representative of their communities. And then they tell black men, yo, do not be an authority figure in your community. You can't even be a father to your child. If you got a black baby mama, then anybody but the daddy. She want mentors, coaches, stepdaddies, whatever, but not the daddy. So you can't even be the authority of your household. There is no place where a black man in this community could be an authority figure in this community. But you can't have a community unless men commune in unity. Women can't commune in unity. When you have women in control of your community, everybody dies. That's why the most dangerous places in America are the projects, because there's women in control and everybody dies. Everybody want to move to places where 2-parent households are, because when men run shit, the kids can play outside, the women can run with no socks on with them New Balance shoes and shit. Everybody cool when men in control. When women in control, everybody dies. But y'all act like women are part of you because black. You got to choose between being black and being a man. Once you decide to be a man, you can be a police officer. As long as you're black,
Look, here's the other thing that bothers me too. Not only do y'all's feet stink, but you have the nerve to rub them together, like you put them up on something and freaking rub them together and shit. Why do y'all do that, R-Pain? I need to know.
I have no idea what you're talking about, because my feet don't stink. They just don't.
Your wife love you.
Never put them up.
So I don't know what you're talking about. Listen, I can rub my feet till they roar. That shit, they don't stink. My feet are clean.
You sit back, put them up there, and just start rubbing them together.
You know what? I feel sorry for the plight that you're under.
But now you know what? Maybe being an asshole, but I ain't gonna lie to you. I bought my dad one of them things I saw in the infomercial, like you slide the sock on it and you put your foot in it, because my dad, he older, he can't bend down. I tried to give him the sock on it, right? He won't use it. He just want to have his fucking raw feet in these fucking Velcro ass gym shoes and be funky all the time. I'm like,
first of all,
you shit.
Hold on, dirty folks. You sure your fathers aren't from the silent generation and shit? Because I don't know what y'all talking about.
You got it, like and then I told him to give it back. He can't find it, so you threw it away, nigga. Like that damn. I'll put the sock on it.
I'd like to answer the other question though about the police. There's two parts to it, right? I think we need to have more black police. I think there should be ordinance that make them live in the communities that they're supposed to serve. I believe that they changed that. Yeah. But as far as the other thing about women being in charge, I mean, that's part of the programming that's going on. And I think, as far as I'm concerned, I don't want to get down that thing. It's part of the whole liberalism shit that's going on right now. And the thing is that makes me really angry at white men. You motherfuckers conquered the whole world just to let the fucking chicks take over and fuck everything up. I can't get past that. Killed every fucking body in everywhere, and then all of a sudden now we got women just fucking everything up. No, all the men are effeminate, all kinds of shit's going on, and we got to sit here and say, man, god damn it, God, what happened?
But that's the easier to wait real quick. That's the easier to conquer you with. Like they use your women against you, but it doesn't affect them. It's not affecting the elite. The elite. It's not affecting them at all. It's a form of control.
The funniest thing in the world. I was on Chaotic Truth's panel. And there was a white guy up there trying to be racist. He was hurling every racial slur he could think of. And I told him, I said, I know damn well you ain't up here trying to exert your authority when you and every last one of you have completely failed this country. Bruh, I went on a rant about that shit. I know he had to been mad as a damn horse. I said, bro, you done let the women take over, and you got the nerve to come up here and flex. I said, nah, bro, you done lost your rights to racism. You can't say shit.
Let me
But
just
that's a power. But that's a power play,
let me
though.
just
That's
add this one last thing. This not a mistake that when we start looking at when they want to have something about supporting the LBGYNs, the fucking alphabet community, it's a black one. It's I have a list of at least 10, 15 black women who have power, mayors, AGs. They're all fucking up the bag. All of them. They're going to jail. They're doing all kinds of dumb shit. Not just Tiffany Henry. They're going to jail for theft, fraud, mail fraud, lying, stealing, cheating.
Did you really think?
They can't handle power.
Did you really think for 1 second, R-Pain, that when they got that position, they was gonna run it well? Did you really think that?
No. Women who get degrees to marry a felon. A bunch of girls who think that a man's apex is being a scammer. You think they weren't gonna scam?
Hey, can we go around? I just want to get some of the other guys on the. I know JT didn't speak yet, and so I want to hear from Boss Man as well and Izzy. So again, so two parts. So again, anything specific you would have, especially for young black men, because we've all the generic thing. Okay, comply, right? But anything specific, like because something that's really practical that would help us have better interactions with police. And then what do you think of, again, more, as I'll use Dirty Ferg's term, more men who may be black to become police officers? That in fact, start to change the dynamic in our interaction to get more of us in there. So just your thoughts on that. I guess, JT, if you want to take it, and then we just kind of go across. I just want to get everyone's perspective on that.
Yeah, sure. So when it comes down to interacting with police officers, first and foremost, you have to be a little more assertive than aggressive, right? You have to, it's a hard thing to say when you understand the inner city and a lot of the cats that's in the inner city. Specifically, when you talk about my city, Detroit, most of these dudes don't have license. A lot of these motherfuckers running around, driving around, they don't have license. A lot of these cats have bitch warrants. So it's kind of hard to talk to those dudes because at the end of the day, I don't give a damn what kind of court case they got. They ain't going. They like the gingerbread man. So first and foremost is that you got to take care of your personal business. And it be on some bullshit too. It don't even be no real shit. It be some bullshit that they be on. But when you're talking about trying to get younger folks to be more apt to be into the law, it's going to be difficult to get black folks into that spectrum, right? Because for one reason is because they've been affiliated with a lot of fucking criminals, or a lot of people that think they're criminals. Like I said, it be people that got warrants on bullshit. It be like, you do understand they don't know the law, right? So they just be like, I'm gonna just die. You catch me when you can, type of shit. And you be like, all you gotta do is just go turn yourself in, nigga. You gonna be good, fight it, and get yourself up. It's a traffic. It was a traffic stop that you just failed to appear to court. That's it. It's just a bench fucking warrant. They think that this shit is like America's Most Wanted type of criminal and shit. They think these niggas think that they about to go to court on some murder shit when it's not that. So then they bring that on to the younger folks that's looking up to them. Specifically, it could be an uncle, it could be a father, it could be a mother, it could be an auntie. So these folks will not have they won't shine a bright light on to police, enforcement. The way that you do it is to first and foremost change the trajectory on how you're living your own fucking life when you're having kids. It's not a community thing when it's been fucked up with the people that's right close to them. Mother, father, brother, uncle. So that's where it really gets fucked up at. You got people that ain't never even committed a crime ever in their life. Not even a fucking ticket. But for some odd reason, they don't like police officers for the simple fact that they will see some shit that happened in LA. They'll see some shit that happened in Carolina. Some shit that happened in Texas, right? On the news. Boom. It shines a terrible shadow on that. So being an officer, first and foremost, what a lot of people don't realize is that it's a hell of a fucking responsibility to do. That's why I was saying being a beat cop is not something that you want to ultimately retire from. You don't want to do that shit. As a matter of fact, you want to get in there and get the fuck out as fast as you can. Go to school. Once you get in there, take your ass to school. Get some type of training so you can be a detective or you could do some real police work. You know, you pass the baton on. You got motherfuckers that's been on the goddamn force for 20 fucking years and all they know is the streets. They ain't never even did anything with their career, right? So if I was a cop or if I was someone that was affiliated with it and I'm talking to some young folks, the first thing, and I tell them that police officers are not your enemy. They're not. They're not. However, there are some fucked up goddamn elements that's in that force. And then I just give them, you know, first you got to hand them off to people that actually know what the fuck they talking about. One of the things I keep telling people is that police officers do not know the law. They don't. Niggas on YouTube know the law better than motherfucking police officers do.
Convicts know the law better than your lawyer do.
Right. So, but if we, for instance, you just ask yourself, if they just said, fuck it, take all the police away. Take the police away and we'll let the citizens govern themselves. It ain't gonna even be 12 hours and it's gonna be mayhem, right? So we already understand that's not an answer. So we have to condition them. We have to condition them to be assertive people that cares about their community. They care about helping other people. We have to condition them to do that shit, man. Right now, there's no conditioning to do better. There's only motherfuckers out here conditioning these young ass people from the age of 3 all the way up that the way to go is to just be free. Do what the fuck you want to do. Don't let nobody else tell you what the fuck to do. We have a problem with that right now because it's not about being free. Every one of us has to be governed. Self-governed, community governed, you know, and then it goes on and goes on. Because at the end of the day, the majority of us don't have self-control. Guaranteed it'll happen. I don't care if you're in the suburbs or if you're in the inner city. You fuck around enough, you're going to find out. So at the end of the day, what we have to do is change the way that we condition our kids. I think the way that the world is going right now, it's up to us to be able to do that. Condition, educate, you know, all those different things that we have to do. We have to do it directly to our children right now. And that's going to be a hard ass thing to get this generation of people to do because a lot of people don't want to obey shit. They want to be free and fluid. This is where we at now. I think it's just going to take for us to have some type of tragedy a mass tragedy in order for people to be back, pulling back together. I think we're going to have a lot of fucking casualties before all of this shit can happen. I see it coming down the pipeline. I understand what's getting ready to happen. Reason being is because I know history. And I definitely know Black history. We were the best when we were up under the thumb and the foot of our oppressor. We were the best with each other. The more we ended up getting freedom, the more fucked up we end up becoming towards each other.
Yeah, the more you let girls talk with clothes on. Here's my pushback.
Hold on, man. Goddamn, hold on. I'm about to go to yo. I appreciate y'all. Let me just say it real quick. Let me just say it real quick, yo. I appreciate y'all having me up here, man. Salute to everybody on the panel. Salute to all my brothers. Yo, real quick. I think the first thing is recognizing that police are people. They're people at the end of the day. And the more that you recognize that they're people and that people and looking at them in the same lens that you would want to be looked at, it goes a long way. But also to have an oversight, we need to have community or neighborhood oversight, community liaisons between the police and the community so that, there could be some kind of accountability for their actions. But also you teach your children, listen, when you treat a man with respect, a man or woman with respect, 9 times out of 10, you're going to have a good outcome. So listen, treat the people with respect. It doesn't cost you nothing. It doesn't take nothing from you. Come home. You want to make it home. And then when police officers are in the wrong, then you go ahead and you have the oversight community go ahead and bring infraction upon them. Now, there's a couple of things that you could do to make sure that you're as safe as possible. Go to when you're stopping on a traffic stop, go to a well-lit, well-populated place. You know what I'm saying? Close as possible. Put your blinkers on. When you get there, turn your, put your car in park, turn your car off, take your foot off the brake, take your foot off of the gas, of course, right? Roll your windows down, have your stuff ready. If they get to you before your stuff is ready, have your hands on the steering wheel. Hey, officer, how you doing? You know why I stopped you? No, I'm not really aware. Oh, well, you were speeding. Oh man, I didn't know. Listen, you have your license registration. Yes, officer, can I reach to get that? You let them, and then boom. And then usually it goes pretty smooth. Like I said, I've been stopped. A lot of times they just give me a warning and let me go. Because I know how to talk. I just talk regular to them, treat them like a human being. I don't disrespect them, and I'm not acting crazy and huffy puffy in a rush. That's it.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all.
All right. Boss Man was the last one. I think, Coach, I know you gave your comments. Actually, did you, Coach, you spoke, right? Or no?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I just spoke on one half of it. Yeah, so go ahead.
Okay, so Boss Man, if you want to give yours, and then we can go back to Dirty Folks and anyone who wants to put a bow on this.
As the youngest guy on the panel, I kind of struggle with this. I think it's a two-part responsibility. I agree with the sentiment of having a more of a communal approach from the law enforcement aspect of it. Because I think if they were more community driven and not seeing the community for which they are operating in, if they didn't see the community as the enemy that they are policing, then it would be, I think it would create or disengage a lot of the contention in a sense. Yes, they are supposed to prevent, regulate, and police problems and issues within the society, and for the most part, they are supposed to enforce the very laws that they, the society, conscribes, upon them. But for the most part, if everything if their entire approach, with the community, if their entire approach is to look at everybody as a problem, that needs to be stopped with the most highest lethal option as possible, it's always going to be a devastating result, and everyone's going to always see them as a stormtrooper. I think is what Anchorman mentioned. I definitely agree. We're going to look at them as a devastating force as opposed to a helping hand that is supposed to, regulate positively. On the other hand, I think culturally, we have a duty and responsibility to change how we see police officers as well. If we train or raise each generation to fear the police, police or law enforcement, then we're going to look at them as something to constantly rebuke, revoke, and repel, and see as a problem versus someone to respect and treat as a human being as well. The other thing I see happening is that we don't respect anyone within our community, especially men, who, one, respect law enforcement, but then two, anyone who actually ascribes to want to be a police officer. If you see a young person say, "I want to be a police officer," I think we look at that in our community and we say, "Oh, that's lame." We don't give that person any type of credence or respect. We have more respect for a person who says they want to be a basketball player, as opposed to someone who says they want to go into law enforcement. So we don't give any encouragement for someone who wants to actually go into law enforcement and to actually make a difference. Kind of goes back into that person who speaks the Ebonical language of the society versus someone who actually wants to speak with verb noun, verb noun agreement type of situation. So I think it's a dualistic, dovetail kind of sort of effort. It's some part of our responsibility to change our culture, but then there's also some responsibility that's incumbent upon law enforcement to change how they treat us as well. So I think it's dual-headed there. Over.
Gotcha. Dirty folks, you want to reply to JT or just a commentary?
Yeah, I did. And it's a culture problem. It's not a police problem. He said something to the extent of, well, quite a few people said something to the extent of respecting police, respecting the authority, and being part of the solution. Here's the thing. Men of whatever age don't mind being on security, right? They don't mind whistling on the corner when they see the cops. They don't mind holding a pistol at the spot. They don't mind getting their security license and being in a liquor store or a library for 8 hours looking at migrants. They don't mind securing. The problem is that they don't feel an ownership to the place in which they live, the country, neighborhood, the nothing. Men secure what they feel is theirs. Nothing is proprietary to Black men in the quote unquote Black community. It's not your girl. It's not your child. It's not your home. It's not your commune. So they don't feel that. But it might be your job, or it may be your place of, how we get your bread. So you don't mind securing yours. You just don't feel the commune of unity in where you live. That's a bigger problem. It's not even a police problem. That's why 5'3" people, Asian people, can patrol Chinatown, because they feel an ownership to Chinatown. They want to protect theirs. Until you can out-5 somebody comfortably and affect your authority on a domestic level, you will never feel like you're outside, like your perimeter is yours. As a man, you're supposed to protect your perimeter. You don't feel like it's your perimeter. Anybody can walk into your perimeter. And the person, you know the mindfuck it takes to blame everything on white supremacy? I just listened to my dad the other day have another soliloquy about blaming all his problems in life on me. I'm like, bro, you know you did that, right? Do you know the mouthfuck it takes to say, yo, my girl called the police on me, but it's the police fault to come to the crib? Or once again, the only authority figures you see are teachers and police officers. All your problems are white supremacy, but everybody that's against you is not only black people, but probably your family.
Mm-hmm.
There's a basic cultural issue that has to be dealt with before you go to the exterior. I gotta feel like it's mine, and my guys gotta feel like it's theirs. And the only people that do that in the quote unquote black culture is gangs. And I'm being honest, like I'm not even trying to just promote gang banging, but that's the only time you see people say, yo, this is my hood, my set, my block. Everybody else wants to be other. They want to be in a Greek frat or a Scottish lodge, or they want to get a white girl because they just don't want to deal with Keisha. They want to get a passport and go somewhere else because they're scared to choke a chick. Like everybody else runs. Nobody sits there and be like, yo, this is my shit. Thou shalt not pass. And if you got a problem with it, we can all go to war. And that's security, right? My shit, now we can go to war. That's the base of policing. Don't fuck with my shit.
But here's the problem, though, because I don't see this type of, I guess, policing in affluent black communities where people are owning property. The problem with a lot of these inner cities and these housing projects, these Section 8, you don't have no collective bargaining. So they're going to bring people in to police you because you have no vested interest in your 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom apartment with your big screen TV. You'll never own anything, so you're not going to value it, as like brothers was saying already. Get off my damn grass. That's home ownership. That's generational growth. That's security in a sense for your children. But if you moving from apartment to apartment every year, then you have no collective bargaining. They'll tell your ass where to go to school, what you go study in school. They go bring in the alphabet communities into these schools. I've seen it happen firsthand. I've seen it all over Chicago. They did it. All of these people were affected. Most of them were renters. Very few were homeowners. And it's just unfortunate because if you have no collective bargaining, then you're going to fall victim to all of this policing, all of it. So,
but you know the flip side of that, because collective bargaining, you can call it programs. People love colors, especially love programs. There is no program that's a quote unquote black program that affects men, right? It's always black and brown, right? So everybody brown get your shit, you don't. Black women get it. They can get $10 billion from Goldman Sachs and they can get free housing and all that. But those same black women will stop you from getting whatever. It's not just the Big Brother program that Obama tried to do in the last term. I've been to HUD and I've talked about like, yo, we got a program so men can get a voucher and not be a homeowner. Because if you give a man a house, a girl will sleep with him, go to the bathroom at 3 a.m, naked, be like, oh my God, I love it here. Next thing you know, 6 months later, she's pregnant. Now you got a family. Like, damn, bitch, you still here? When a man has a home, you get a family. When you give women a home, she don't need no man. So when I came and said, yo, check this out, man, men need homes. Let's do this program. Y'all got in Chicago, they got 500 houses from Bank of America from the foreclosure list. Yo, let your boy get 24 of them. I promise you I ain't gonna do you dirty. And they like, and black women are in control in Chicago. Black women control everything. That's why everybody died. And they like, you can't do it unless a woman name on the lease. I said, niggas name ain't on your lease. Yeah, but men kick women out. I said, no, you're projecting. Women kick men out because you had a bad dream. Men don't kick women out. Men sit in their car for an hour and look at the crib and don't go in the house.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But you dealing with horrible. You sleep with the enemy and then you love your enemy because you're Christian. I sleep with the enemy too, but I know they're the enemy because I fight domestic violence. But I'm saying, man, domestic terrorism is still terrorism, right? Yeah. I still sleep with the enemy, and when I choke them, they like it better, right? Y'all make love, I choke them. We both nut. Look, at the end of the day, because you want to be black, you're all inclusive. You include foreigners, Mexicans, South Americans, women with clothes on. It's crazy. Once you decide to be men, then you have some type of order. Then you have gangs call them sets, college boys call them fraternal leagues. You know what I'm saying? You have something that's intrinsically yours, and then it operates well. But you got to be a man, because women first, right? Women are always women first. Gays are gay first. He could be black, but if he suck a dick, he LGBT. He not black until he about to get beat up. Everybody is what they are except men. Men want to be black first. You can't be black first. It's too all inclusive. You got to be men first, be tribal first, and then you can patrol and protect your tribe like everybody else, like the Chinatown, the little Italy, the Greek town, like it's all over, right? The little Lithuania. Everybody got their own little sets. Y'all was talking about little Haiti earlier down in Florida. Everybody got their own little sets of people that look like you, have the same culture, protect their shit. You can't protect your shit because you sleep with the enemy, then blame white supremacy. The motherfucker's crazy.
It is.
But yeah.
Mr. Bennett, I'm going to answer your question.
Dope.
I don't think I got an opportunity to answer your question. Yep. Appreciate it, folks. Let me ask y'all a question. Why is it that we don't have bad interactions with the fire department? Think about it. I'm going to tell you why. Because when you're kids, you had the fire department to come to your school, or you went to the fire department. Y'all met the fire chief and got on the truck and all this other stuff. And everybody remember, stop, drop, and roll, you know what I'm saying, from 3rd, 4th grade. That's because people were brought in from the fire department to know how to interact with the fire department in case you save your life, to save other people's lives. You know what I'm saying? Why is it that we don't have the police officers come into the schools and teach them how to interact with the police like we do the fire department? You understand what I'm saying? That's what I want to know.
They don't have officer friendly no more. They traded for a gay dude.
Yeah, I think they brought in the suites. You know what I'm saying? Right. And that's probably the reason why we don't have proper interactions, because we're wasting our time bringing in the wrong folks to talk to our kids. You know what I'm saying?
It definitely is that.
In my experience, in working in the high schools, they bring the police in. The police will come in. It was a really big thing when Chicago was trying to get the Olympics in 2008. They put in a lot of resources, and I would have to, well, I didn't have to, but they would provide me with pamphlets to give to young men and young women as they navigated through their communities on how to interact with the police. Certain things to say, not say, movements, everything. All of those things play a factor.
That's the pamphlet is good, but I need somebody to go eyeball to eyeball.
No, but what I'm saying is the officers would come in and they would have it. The problem is the officers look like me and you and our pain. We understand that. We have that. It's not when they have these like meetings and they don't bring in more white officers to have a better understand so they can start that communication. That's the problem that I always saw. I'm looking around, there's 15 cops there, 2 of them are white. Everybody else is black. So they know how to go interact with the young kid. And like I mentioned earlier, playing a little stick ball, might throw a little football, shoot a couple of jump shots. That was the norm at that time. But now, post-crack era, man, a lot of things changed after that. A lot of things changed after the crack era. Once crack hit these streets, these people were intentionally brought in to police you. And the firemen, they saving lives. You know that from a baby. The fire truck coming, they're going to save a life. At least attempt to, so it's a different relationship, so it's a little easier. But police, they have to bring in large numbers of white police, the ones with the big tattoos, the Asian, anybody that already has that mindset where they can actually treat everybody like Tyreek Hill has to be in these meetings, is all I'm saying. They have to be there.
Gotcha. Mr. Bennett.
And you're talking about 15 plus. That's a lot, because we had cops would come, but it'd be like 1 or 2 cops. They used to call it officer friendly program. So they would come to your grammar school, they come to your middle school or high school or whatever. But again, it's one, and that same guy is doing all the work. So again, to your point, it's not the local police force in your town is not necessarily interacting with the community. So you just send one officer who's probably the best officer they got, or at least the one who has the, the best way to communicate. That's not going to change a culture of policing if you're still going to have this perception of how the police look at the citizens and vice versa. So certainly, I mean, from what you're saying, I think that's significant. I have 15 officers to go to one school. I think that's a significant thing. But I don't recall ever seeing that. It's like one or two guys, and that was it.
That's what I'm saying, brother. In our time, we didn't have to get police like that because we understood some law. We understood law. We had, so you respected the law. Today it's totally different. You see them all the time. Police come. Why you pulling me over? Why you asking the police 1,000 questions? Knowing they got weed coming out the car. So just be quiet is the best thing. That was the biggest thing. Just be quiet.
It was, but it's definitely where I seen it was that when you had police that actually live in the community that they policing, right? It was really, really big in Detroit. We had a group. It was a musical group called the Blue Pigs, right? They were police officers.
The what?
The Blue Pigs.
Yeah.
The Blue Pigs.
Anybody in Detroit, they'll tell
you. Run with it.
It was a blue, and they used to go to all the schools, and they used to play music, and they played. They covered all different types of music and stuff like that. And I still think that they're still out. And when I seen the Blue Pigs, I was probably in the 4th or the 5th grade. But that was a part of being, committed to your community, right? But we also had PAL League. That was police officers that ran that. A lot of people in other parts of the country called it Pop Warner, right? But we had PAL League, the police, league for Little League football. Little League, we had the for the girls, it was cheerleading. You had baseball. You had these things that was, and it was a requirement at one time in Detroit, where in order for you to even be a public servant, mayor, i.e., what was it? Community. What you call those? City council, right?
Right.
Police officers. Deputy mayor. You had to live in the city of Detroit. So if you didn't live in the city of Detroit, you had to move to the city of Detroit in order to even be considered to be on there. And that was including police officers too. And then we had where in Detroit they had lamps, right? The neighborhood watch program and all these different things. So you had a lot of people in a lot of committees that was in the city that was trying to improve the city. And still to this day, they're starting to bring it right back up again. And that's where, because when people know each other, it's a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? And
It's
even
kind of hard to look little Timmy in the face and throw him into jail.
Yeah,
10 years
it
later,
is.
you know what I'm saying?
Or a dude that you went to high school with. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Not just on the cop side, it's the thing of even if you was out there in the streets, right? You don't want to be embarrassed. I had a story where a guy ended up being sentenced, right? He was getting ready to be he was convicted or whatever, not sentenced, but he was convicted, and he was in front of the judge, and the judge ended up being a colleague of his that went to high school with him, and they were really good friends. And she was getting ready to sentence this man, and she saw him and she asked him what his name was. And when he told her what his name was, man, that shit changed a lot. This man was looking at some time. Look, the common criminal. It wasn't no real big stuff that he was, he was on drugs and shit. I think it was a B&E or whatever it was, but it was crazy that he ended up
facing the judge that he faced was a girl that he used to be study partners with in high school. He broke
let him
down
go?
in court. Nah, I mean, she did. She helped him. She helped him, but then, you know, she had to
ain't
do
let
what
him
she
go,
had to
man.
do. But I think
Give me the happily ever after. You know what I'm saying? Put some stank on that thing, man.
But I think it was the embarrassment of, you know, being in front of her. Like, they were friends.
Yeah.
Right.
And that man was embarrassed. You know, it does something for us when we actually are common with each other, right? When it comes down to, we're everything in our community. We have our stores. We have, you know, and this is what people have been fighting for a very long time, man, in all of these communities across the United States. But for some odd reason, we can't get it right. Because when we know each other, I'm telling you, man, it just changes our attitude on what life is about. And we end up being righteous. We end up at least trying to be righteous, right? Ain't nobody truly righteous, but this is what happens with that. So what we have to do is actually, it's coming down to the individual. We done had people, man, for decades, man, that's been trying to get this community thing together. But you can't get the community together when you don't have individuals that actually want to do their part. You got people that's living in neighborhoods that's not even being of service of the neighborhoods. They extracting everything from the neighborhood, but they're not giving anything back. And that's where I see the problem is, bro.
Okay.
Yeah. Listen, I'm hearing all this kind of talk. I'm single-minded focused. We've been talking a lot of this stuff for years. I just think that our mentality is governed by the way we have been programmed, both men and women. And we're a product, where we are now is a product of the program. It really is. The destruction of our inner cities, the leaders we choose, knowing that they're not equipped to be choosing. We're getting ready to put a woman in the White House because she has brown skin, for no other reason, right? There's this kind of programming has us fixated. We have a great amount of men who are voting for somebody because their women are telling them to vote for. We have a whole lot of men who can't lead because they're too busy asking their women what they should do next. Right? We have, our black woman hates us. The word's not hate. They hold us in contempt. They have contempt for us as black men. And we allow that shit to happen. Not every woman, but enough of them, because we're in these YouTube streets and we hear them speak. And then we know a lot of women who are in relationships, they want everything. But when's the last time you heard one of these fucking women say what they're going to give to the man they want? Mm-hmm. What they're going to do for them, what they're going to give to them, how they're going to, be a wife to them. They don't even call us husbands anymore. They want us to be partners. Right? I haven't heard a woman say, I want a husband in a long goddamn time. They want partners. So we don't even have to be married. They tell us that, they had this spinster come on and defame two black men who are rich, who can't be controlled because they have a couple of baby mamas. When in the same backdrop, over 70% of black women have a kid out of wedlock by the time they're 24 years old. So if I'm a man looking to start my own family, I don't have nothing to choose from. And the women I do have something to choose from, some of them are already indoctrinated. And then when these ladies want to have somebody take care of them, back in my day, stepdaddyism was almost a badge of honor because women were stepmothers. Now, you're an asshole if you become a stepdad because women don't appreciate you. You can't discipline their kids. You can't do anything. So we're under this cabal of programming where men are less than, right? In order for women to be greater than, they think that they have to emasculate the men. And it's not just black men. It's just men in general. We've been taking a backseat. That's not where we belong. No, and I'm not saying leaders, just because we're leaders doesn't mean we control everything. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we just need to be controlling the square that we stand on. We even acquiesce in that. So I just think that we're in a bad way. And, so when I look at this election coming up, people say, oh, you know what? It's just an election at this. And we're in a battle for ideology. It's an ideological battle. Do we want schools to tell our kids they can cut their balls off and have gender affirming care and remove their breasts? And as a parent, you can't even say nothing about it. It's who wants that? We have all these illegal immigrants coming in. They're even trying to say, don't call them illegal. They're illegal. They're breaking the law. And we're spending taxpayer money on them. We're breaking the bank for people who are not even here illegally. Right? And every time they want to profess that, they'll put a woman up there telling us, oh, man, this is how we feel. Right? And then an effeminate man, especially a black one, right? Telling us that we're not men because we don't vote the way they want to. It doesn't matter what the ideology is. Just do it because the women are telling you to do it. We're broken. So hopefully, and as black men, I landed here, as black men, I've been saying this for a year. If we want to change something, we got to destroy the Democrat Party in November. They got to lose every swing state. And they need to come back to us and say, you know what, it's your fault we didn't win. And I want to say to men, don't apologize, tell them, yeah, because if you ever want to get back in power, you got to give us some shit first. Mm-hmm. Whatever that plank is, you got to give us something that we know that benefits us first. You did it for the Chinese, do it for the Jews, you do it for everybody but us. So I'm just, I keep coming back to that. As long as we continue to have a mindset that one party controls our whole race of subculture here in America, we're doomed. We're doomed. And the evidence is all around the place, and everybody's blind to it. Because what's another thing? I said I was in. That's why we can go up in arms because some white cops throw a stupid asshole on the ground. But in Chicago, 800 black people could die in a month, and nobody says shit. So and listen, man, I'm done, man. We're doomed, man. We're doomed.
Appreciate that, pain.
I'm about
welcome to the show, sir.
Real quick, because I'm about to be out. Yo, Arpain, I appreciate you saying that, bro. And it's not that we don't notice. It's the math work you got to do to blame everybody but women. We know what's going on. White supremacy, all that shit. Like, I'm in Chicago, bro. 70% of people that go to prison go in jail over a woman. Most of this is domestic, like retaliation for domestic disputes. Like, a girl, you make her mad. She's like, I'm gonna call my brother. Now she got two men that love her killing each other, and she don't care.
Yeah.
And child support. Like a lot of this is female. So people not. When the last time I saw a crack smoker? Like people ain't out here selling drugs open air like that no more, bro. Like most of this is domestic. So 70% of people that go to jail, it's over women. Most of the people that grow up in a really emotional state, ready to cuss out everybody because they don't have a dad. They're raised by women. Your politician in Chicago, all our politicians are gay men, black women, and pastors who depend on gay men and black women for their tithes, right?
Yeah, exactly. We're in the pickle, man. We're in the pickle.
Yeah, so it's a weird dichotomy, and being a heterosexual man that can read above a 6th grade level, you're acting white. You're the white people or black people. I've had girls dump me because they found out I didn't have a parole officer. They're like, you ain't never did a murder. You ain't on parole. I wasted my coochie. Really, shorty? Heard them say it in real life. We're in a place and space where the people you love hate you, and you blame white supremacy. You say, well, the white man turned our women against us. Did they? Or did your women turn against you and look for a way out? They say, man, the best times we had was under Jim Crow in 1950. Those 1950 married black women were the ones burning their bras so their daughters didn't have to marry their sons. Like they never loved you. You love them, they don't love you.
Well, I don't agree with that part, but I hear you though.
It's true. My grandma was a bra burning, and she was married to my granddad for 53 years. But every chance my grandmother's an awesome woman. As a mother, I don't know who raised my dad. My dad's mother was a mother. My grandmother was awesome. My dad's mom was a mother.
Now we have a different outlook on that one. But I understand where people say this is the genesis. I think my genesis that's part of it. But I just think that when the pill was invented, that began the downfall. And then when they made those stupid deals and from Johnson told women that I'll give you $3 without your man, as opposed to them having $5 working, that was the other one.
When women out of the house, man, it was down here. It wasn't even just a pill, bro. Women been trying to kill their babies. When women we don't
have to argue over that.
Even before then, I'm saying when women got to choose their own man, when she couldn't sneak off and get pregnant, and then dad put a shotgun and had a shotgun wedding or sent them downstate, down to Mississippi. Like or arranged the marriage before she got knocked up. When women got to choose their own man, that was the genesis of everything dysfunction for all races, but black women took over the quickest. When women got to choose their own man, everything went downhill. Because women make horrible choices because they can't count, they don't have a value anything, they don't. So they need adult supervision. They just toddlers in adult bodies. They need adult supervision. So without the adult supervision, look at who they choose: stepdads, weak men. Like there are no happy wife, happy life dudes. There really no black women with assertive black men. The assertive black men end up with white women. It's a lot of black men who love black women as an ideology who marry black women. But there's not a lot of dudes who be like, I want power. That end up with about I want money. You okay, cool. She'll spend your money. I want power. I want influence. I want shooters. I want my name to be something. I want my son to be named after me. And people say, yo, that's such and such boy. They don't normally have black wives.
Dang. You know what, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, JVJ. What's happening, man?
What's going on, my boy?
What's happening, man?
He said, what did I step into? You know, what's going on over?
My bad, bro. What's happening, man? How you doing, brother? How you doing, man?
Man, I'm doing good tonight, man. Y'all gentlemen doing all right?
Yeah,
what's going on, JVJ, man? Ain't been a minute, brother.
Yeah, it's been a while since I got to get up with y'all, man. Like to the last gentleman, like I agree with a lot of his points. I just don't agree with the nexus of why he said it is. But y'all were talking about the politics for a second.
Yeah.
When it comes to the parties, I've been trying to push a message to like black men and like anybody as a whole in America. They kind of got us hooked a little bit right now. Cause like black men will be the first ones to step out and be like, nah, we standing against that. We gonna stand against this. We not going for the flugazy stuff. And I know we don't get a lot of credit for that. But I wanna try to advise some of my black men, like, look, they both work together. Like both parties. They work together. Like Democrats ain't passing nothing without Republicans helping out, and Republicans ain't passing nothing without Democrats helping out. They don't want to give us shit regardless of who it is. They don't matter. Like I think we do need to be out there as a people saying like, look, y'all can't get our vote unless y'all tell us what y'all gonna do for us. And in this election right now, who said they're gonna do something for us? That doesn't include anybody else, any other race of people. I haven't heard one person yet. I haven't heard Trump say something that's going to be just for black people that is actually going to benefit us. I haven't heard Kamala, the fake black lady, say I heard her out of her mouth say she not going to do nothing for black people.
You're doing shit for you. Okay, so that's one distinction. That's one distinction.
It is one distinction, but it's a distinction with the exact same result.
No, but I disagree with you. But I'll let you finish. I have one point that you made.
Go ahead.
One of the problems I think we have, brother, is that we keep forgetting that we're Americans, right? And when I say that, this is what I mean. There's policies that are good for us as Americans. And there's policies that's bad for us as Americans, right? It has nothing to do with our skin color. And so that's where I'm focusing on, not just the color of our skin. When I have a candidate saying that she wants to tax unrealized gains, shit, she's crazy. Because I'm an investor. I understand what it means to have, but
Right.
I understand what that means. Hell no. So that's destructive. I have a candidate saying that anything goes. So if your kid wants to have gender affirming care and they're in high school or grammar school, that the teachers can't tell the parents that they're going through a process and a procedure without you. That's one part. That's not both. That has nothing to do with us being black. That's crazy. So I'm just saying these are the things that we have to start looking at now. What it could do for us as black, hey man, get rid of private prisons because we're the chattel for that. Some shit like that. Have a different policy in terms of letting the brothers out of jail because they have an extended jail term for marijuana when somebody on the other hand is making $1 billion on it. That's the kind of shit I would like to see. Some of that stuff. So, but I hear you. But when we start saying both sides, I agree with you. They all go to the same country club at the top level. So I agree with that part. You know what I'm saying? Right. But who's in charge gets to set the tone for the rest of the country at some level, right? Even though they're all grifting us. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's one thing. And then I'm going to end it here and I'll let you go back again. But there's something fundamentally broken with black people for us to be over 90% voting for one party. We're the only demographic that does that. There's something wrong with that. There's just something wrong with that. That's what I want to see broken. That's crazy. Nobody else does it. The Jews don't do it. The Hispanics don't do it. The whites don't do it. Then there's subdivisions don't do it. Why are we so grifted to one party who takes advantage of us every 4 years? They blew smoke up our ass. And then the other party, if they win, knowing they won without us, said, well, I got to do shit for you. You didn't even vote for me.
Yeah.
So we're broken on both ends. It's crazy. So I'm you know what? Go ahead, man. Let me shut the fuck up.
No, look, I get it, man.
I was listening to you, though, bro.
I've heard that grievance before, and I agree with you. Like, I can understand the mindset, and I can actually, depending on how I'm feeling a certain day, I can get behind that. Yeah, you got one party that we all been voting for as black people that's blowing smoke up our ass. At least they blowing smoke up the ass. That's why they've been getting the vote. They've been lying to you for years. But the opposite is that party said, we're not doing a goddamn thing for you. That's why I don't want to mess with either one of them. And I think black people need to actually show the power of their vote by not look. First off, this is how they playing with us, y'all. We literally, before they took Biden out and put Kamala in there, we had 2 presidential candidates that had AARP cards. That's how they playing with us. They playing with us. That these dudes are senior citizens, way past their time. They do not understand the American public and what the young people, because that's the future of the country. I'm just saying the young people are the future of the country. So you should be trying to, if you're a father or anything like that, you want to leave a better situation for your kids. These people are still focusing on Joe Biden and Donald Trump. We're focusing on what would be good for them, what they grew up on. But now they switched it up and they brought in an ambiguous woman that pretends to be black. And they're running against Trump. So we got a felon versus a woman that locked up a lot of black people. And she lying about her race. Neither one of them are talking about doing anything for us. And I understand we say America, we need to get past that. Not about my race, not about this. America told us what it is. And they've been telling us for a long time what it is. Both parties. Your race does matter. Because there would be no reason that the wealth gap is different. They've been fucking with black people for years, decades, generations. And they can't figure out why we ain't succumbed to everything that they've done. While they've been giving everything to other people. They'll give it to immigrants until black people get mad at them. They'll give it to shit, they'll give it to anybody. They'll give it to Ukraine. They'll give it to the. And the sad part, they still sending money to Russia while they sending money to Ukraine. They'll give it to Israel while they still trying to get us to get mad about it. Like, we need to stop saying, look, that's your problems. Y'all focus on y'all problems until you start talking to us, because we will swing an election. We can swing it. Black people can swing an election. Elections are won and lost by very small margins. Very small margins. If all of us get together and be like, look, man, until we get a plan, this is just my view. I could be wrong. Until Black people get together and say, look, this is what we want. This is what we're going to advocate together as a whole, like everybody else does, besides white people, because half of them doing something, half of them doing something else. We're not going to get a damn thing from any one of them. We voted for Republicans in the beginning because Republicans actually put policies in place for us. We were the Republican Party for the longest. We held that shit down for the longest. We got people in office way back when. But as soon as they stopped doing shit for us and Democrats actually wanted to do something from us, then we switched. We switched and started voting for these motherfuckers. But right now we're living in a time where they don't want to do a damn thing for either one of us. They just keep laughing in our face. They keep pissing on us and telling us to rain. But I'm going to digress.
JBJ, you said something very unique. If we come together,
yeah,
we can't listen. Even I'm just gonna focus on the man. Young man and old man can't get together on one common cause. It's about how some people feel about it, and it's about how some people think and understand it. So that's a problem within itself. But then when you split that in half, you got women. And if me and you we're running against each other. Your policy is to allow the women to have all the freedom they need. I'm saying, no, we need discipline. We need to do this. Who you think will get the votes? You'll get most of those votes.
Yeah, there's more women in the United States. So yeah, the women that side.
But it's not that. It's just like children. Children always go to the easiest path. What's the easiest path to go to? You know, at some point, America's going to cut its own head off. It's because they're not in, I've been saying this for the longest. This is probably the greatest time for us to at least come together, at least 80%, find a common cause, because things are changing in the world. Forget America. When these two wars are going on, America is fronting two wars. It used to be where the country would all participate and help support it. Now they don't need. We're not participating. They're just sending the money and the resources. All the money that we saying we can't even get, right? So that's a problem. Now, going into the future, it's telling poor Black people, your sons and daughters can be alphabet. We gonna teach them in elementary school how to do it. Your son and daughter can have a pronoun as a name. Now, the men are even more excluded because women are being put in the front of these spaces to speak for us. We're not even getting in that. Outside of YouTube, you don't see it. So how are we going to fix that dynamic for the next? I will just say this. Today is 2024. We have the Olympics coming in 4 years. And this is my closing statement because I do this. Listen, if you got a child 12 and over, get y'all lazy ass kids outside and put all these kids in the Olympics in LA. We should have more fucking kids in LA. Teach your child discipline, put them in something to keep them from having these crazy interactions with the law. Because until we, and I say we, but we have to find a way to, we can talk about the issues all day. If you're not trying to come up with solutions for your life and at least your immediate circle, I'm going to say it like I used to, when I first started getting into social service work. If you don't make the stands, you can continue to live poor in America. At some point, wherever you are as a young man or young woman, you're going to have to make a stance for yourself and follow the laws and follow the avenues that are already here and take advantage of those. Get your pride out the way, get your feelings out the way. Other than that, man, you know, we can do this for the next 4 years and still be on the bottom with another election talking about what we should or they should do. If they don't come with us, Willie Lynch syndrome. If the women and men don't come together, we're gonna always lose.
Hey, Ferg, I agree with one thing you did say. Like one thing you did say. Well, the main thing that I agree with, because there's a lot of things I did agree with. The solution is cut these fuckers off. Whether it's your kids, your cousins, your mother, your daddy, your sister, your brother, it don't matter. Cut them off. Like, black people got to get to the point of making a separation between niggas and black folks. And just stand on it. We got a problem where we don't want to hurt people's feelings. We the most forgiving people that I ever done seen in my life. Cut them off. Like, if you a detriment to us and what we're trying to do right here, like if you ran a company and one employee was a detriment to your company, you'll fire them on the spot. But for some reason in our community, we want to excuse shit. We forgive the same people that enslaved us. We forgive the same people that'll shoot you down because you had an attitude, but you weren't breaking the law. We'll forgive. I remember that one man and that judge, black female judge and a young man whose brother got killed. I walked into the wrong house. I shot him, you know. Oh, sister, we love you. Come on over here, give you a hug. Take a Bible.
Killed me. That pissed me off, man.
Well, I'm under the mindset, no, I believe you need to burn in hell. Because if I did that, and we know how America treats us as black men, black people as a whole, if we did that, there's no forgiveness. So even with our own people, cut them off. Let them go figure it out. That's going to be a man up the stream without a paddle, a man with no country, a woman with no country. That's the solution if we really want to fix it, because we have, I believe every gentleman on this panel is a smart man, intelligent man that understands we have problems and we need to solve them with solutions. But if we still have sympathy and compassion for the same people that bring us down, because no matter how good or what great things you and all of us do, the nigga on the corner selling weed is still going to bring us down, because that's how we're going to be viewed. We got to cut them off. We have to cut them off.
Appreciate it. Welcome to the show. Big Op. What's up, brother?
Yo, what's good, everybody?
What's happening, man? We're going to give you the last word, man. We're going to get up out of here. Go ahead.
So everybody cooking on here, and I think the biggest issue is we keep fighting against each other for what's best for each other. You know what I'm saying? It's like we've already had these conversations, you know what I'm saying? Social media and shit like that, internet, we hear now, but we've been having these conversations. You go back and look at Malcolm X all the way to Marcus Garvey. We've been having these conversations, and the most foulest thing about it is that we fighting against each other. That shit is fucking foul. You mean to tell me that we doing all of this and we want better, but at the same time we'll let certain shit slide? Just like my boy JVJ just said, and everything he just said, it's like we letting this slide, we letting that slide, but then you mean to fucking tell me that we'll argue about this and this and that? Black people, we let Democrats slide with the bullshit that they say and the bullshit that they fucking do. Once we got complacent, Republicans, we was with them at first. Now we with Democrats, and then you mean to fucking tell me they doing all this bullshit? But okay, Kamala Harris, she can cosplay black. We should vote for her. We even got fucking Plies, the same dude that is on some shit talking about, you know, he was a goon, got the pistol on his lap and all of that. And then you mean to tell me that we shouldn't say nothing to Kamala Harris? What are we talking about? Hey, just tell us what your policies is. I'm gonna vote for you, but give us something. And on some real G stuff, dog, black men, we vote more so for what's important for our families. They've been trying to separate our women and stuff like that. Just did a show last night, and this chick that was going at everybody, at least she said something real. She was like, because the white chick came up, it was like, oh, they did a Pew Research study that white women will be the ones that say, oh, we need to all stick together as women. And then black women would say black first. Hold on. Even the black chick, she was causing chaos on all this. It's a revolt channel. You know what I'm saying? On Revolt.
Oh,
But even she called it out. Huh?
No, go ahead.
She was like, even though she was causing chaos, didn't like it. She still called that white chick out. Was like, hold on, but come back in the days, I'd be Wells and everybody. You mean to tell me that you expect for us as black women to keep taking y'all side and that separated our black family? Now I ain't gonna sit there and act like you ain't got no black females that ain't been doing that for the longest now, at least the last 50, 60 years. But at least she said that. And I was like, all right, cool. I'll at least give her that. You know what I'm saying? I can be fair on at least that. You know, so I could take that, at least that with a grain of salt. We need to do more of that and sticking together. Now, I'm not going to sit here and act like, you know what I'm saying, that we don't need to call out the bullshit that some of our women do, especially our men do, because they make it hard on us that's trying to be better. We sitting here, we trying to have a conversation. Shout out to all y'all brothers. We trying to have these conversations. But at the same time, it's more of us that have called us out. Wrong or right. We are pandering all of that, and we doing all of that. But at the same time, the things that we need to do for each other, it's more likely going to be us. You know what I'm saying? But going back to what JVJ said earlier, dog, it can't just be we going from one plantation to the next plantation. We need to leave that all together. We need to leave that alone, and we need to go ahead and do what's best for us because they're giving to illegal immigrants. Kamala Harris is giving that to, you know what I'm saying? They doing all of this stuff in our face. She's saying she's not going to do nothing for us. Trump ain't saying he going to do nothing for us. You know what I'm saying? They'll call it out and say racism is not a problem in this country. But when it comes to calling out Democrats who are mostly white, then we'll call it out. So moving forward, we need to do better than that for each other. And we need to stop waiting till our pride and ego come into this crap to start saying something and start actually doing something for each other. That's my thing.
That's a good last word. Mr. Bennett, you want to say anything before we wrap this thing up?
Wow, we've had like 3 different shows tonight. Appreciate the commentary tonight. But I definitely think that I just wanted to address one thing Arpain was talking about as far as blocks who vote just Democratic. Jewish Americans on the whole, on average, at least 7 in 10 vote Democrat. If they're college educated, it's over 80%. But the difference, I think, is in part is, again, I think they move with more unity than us. The only ones who would stick out of that are the Orthodox ones. Those are what's considered the conservative wing. They tend to vote more Republican. But certainly there are groups of people who do move together. But again, if we're not going to have a black agenda, like the question I've been asking the whole time, especially for black men who are considering voting for Kamala Harris, I'm not hating on them, but I'm asking, well, what's the agenda? You know, you're giving money, but what's the agenda that's going to, you know, that we're going to hold her accountable to? And until you can come up with something like that, then you're going to get the same result that we've always been getting. But in regard to the overall conversation regarding just the policing and whatnot, I think just at the fundamental level, I think it's about respect. There's one thing I've said in the past that sometimes I get criticized on is that I always believe, and I think the Bible teaches me, from my interpretation, that respect is given, it's not earned. Trust is earned, but respect is given. And just we live in a culture and a society today where you have to earn my respect. So so basically that gets passed on. So again, how Tyreek interacted with the police. Again, I'm a $100 million athlete driving this McLaren. I don't need to respect you. Hey, just give me my ticket and just do what you got to do and let me get out of here. No respect. And I think it has to get down to fundamental where everyone gets respect at every level just for being a human being. Love thy neighbor as thy love yourself. And if that's not going to be at the foundation of who we are, we're going to have these contentious debates. We're going to have, we're going to have these interactions that don't go very well. And I don't care how much money you have, because you can move yourself into a totally new tax bracket, into a totally new community. But if you bring in those ways that you grew up with from this inner city or wherever you grew up, that's not going to necessarily change who you are. It's just going to give you more license to be the person who you are. It's just money exposes you. It doesn't change you. So I think that Tyreek Hill experience is a lesson that just because you change your put a few more zeros on your tax bracket, the way the country looks at you, especially if you act disrespectfully, they will remind you that again you function and operate at our privilege. And so so we need to be able to recognize and understand that. But the question I still have that I'm still raising, and again I'm not looking for an answer, I'm just pondering the question. If the society is essentially telling you that regardless of of who you are, what you've accomplished, or how much money you have, that you're still going to be treated differently because you're black, then again, is it fair to even call ourselves Americans? I'll still ask that question. I know that was a question that we dealt with in the 80s. And I'm still asking that question now where, unless you operate with the full rights as an American, can you really call yourself one? So that's just a rhetorical question I'm just leaving out there. Maybe we can have another discussion on that on a future broadcast. But I really appreciate the interaction tonight. I really appreciate the respect tonight, the voices that came in, and all you guys were cooking tonight. And so this is the barbershop. I know it's gotten, contentious with this political season coming up. And, but I want us still to come together in love and respect one another as brothers. And I think we can do a lot more with this platform and turn the temperature down a little bit. And let's just understand that, you have a right to, your views and your opinions. Let's argue vigorously over them, but we shouldn't be dividing over it as men. We do need to stay together. So I just appreciate just the opportunity to co-host with Lost tonight. Thank you, as always, for what you do for this channel. Appreciate you.
My pleasure.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's my thing. If you guys want to continue to watch shows like this where it's entertaining and it's educational as well, and you get an opportunity to talk to several educated brothers like you did today, make sure you guys support the channel. Make sure you hit the Cash App, Super Chat. You know what I'm saying? This stuff ain't cheap. This stuff don't pay for itself. You know what I'm saying? We reach into our pockets and we pay for this stuff. So make sure that you guys support the channel as well. We're not asking for a whole lot, just enough to keep this thing going. Also, make sure that you share so you can help out by letting other people help out as well. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe and make sure you share. As always, y'all, it's been a good night. I appreciate all the fellas for coming out. Boss Man, Coach Ferg, R Payne, JVJ. I appreciate y'all, Angry Man, and everybody else who came out tonight, including little podcast. Man, y'all make this show do what it do, man, on Friday nights, man. I really do appreciate y'all for coming out. Ladies and gentlemen, it's truly been a pleasure talking to y'all tonight. Make sure you guys stop by. We have a show at least about every day this week. We also have Mr. Bennett coming in on Sundays. Him and Peter. It's called The Gray Area. Make sure you do that. Also, make sure that you check out R Payne on Monday. And Mr. Boomer, he has his shows on Monday as well. R Payne, did you guys have a show that y'all want to talk about already? That y'all got planned to have the people ready to look at?
Yeah, real quick. Mine is I'm gonna lighten it up a little bit. I'm gonna do another reaction video to the balloon show reunion. There's a couple of things going on there where we could get into some really good conversations.
Gotcha.
On that one, so that one is gonna be a light one. So, but I'm gonna have the panel come up early. I don't have that many clips this time, but that reunion show is pretty interesting. There's a couple of things there. I call it the engagement, baby mama drama, and the STEM. That's the title. So that's the title. So there's a couple of things going on there.
Gotcha. Appreciate it. Mr. Bennett, y'all got a show coming up too as well this Sunday.
Yes, sir. I'm not going to tell you what it is because it's like the last 2 weeks we flipped the show on a dime and we just go with that. So right now we're supposed to be talking about family get-togethers. I mean, you got the holidays coming up, and so how different cultures break bread to one another. But again, P, he can reach out to me like and say, hey, I got this idea. So we just gonna run with it. But the whole idea of the show is we have obviously two people come from different ethnicities, different life experiences, right. And we understand that there is no such thing as true black and white. A lot of this area is nuanced, and a lot of the world we live in is a gray area. And so we try to have a very civil conversation, trying to find a common ground while respecting the differences that we have. So, certainly we invite anybody. So again, Sundays, 9:30 here on the Black Man Unfiltered Network, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. And so we appreciate what you guys come on through. And, we just try to have again, respectful, decent conversations and just let them go where they go.
Absolutely. JVJ, tell the folks how they can find you, man, and what you got going on.
Well, hey, right now, y'all, I shut down Let's Talk with JVJ, the channel, but y'all can definitely find me over on the JVJ network, trying to build it back up, get it right. The former brother that was up here, Op from the Norm, Op 2024, he does a show every Thursday, and we cover a few things. We do a little sports show. I actually got to come around for y'all sports show. I gotta come over and mess with y'all, gents, when y'all do y'all's. But we cover the NFL, and we do that every Tuesday. But pretty much around 7:00 p.m. Central Time, y'all can catch us over there on the network. We probably doing something.
Absolutely. And you always can catch me on Monday nights on Humble Dash Podcast, on my podcast with simulcasting as well.
I got to give you guys. You guys come on. I got my notepad out. I mean, you guys have some very substantive conversation, especially when it talks about relationships and whatnot. I think you guys do a phenomenal job over there. So it's definitely worth, if you want a high-end intellectual conversation, it's definitely a place to be. So I really appreciate what you guys do over there.
My pleasure. And also on Tuesday nights, we flipping tables as well too. So we can have intellectual conversations. We can also get into some geeky stuff from time to time too. So let y'all know that we equally as sharp on both ends. So I'm gonna let you know we're not boring over here. I really do appreciate y'all coming out tonight, man, and everybody checking in. Just make sure you guys hit the like button, subscribe, and every now and then y'all get in the habit of leaving comments. Let us know what we're doing good. Let us know what we're doing wrong. Let us know what you want to hear more of. Different show topics or whatever. Make sure y'all put that down in the comments. Everything helps the algorithm. We just want to make sure that we put on and give you guys the best show possible. I want to thank you guys for coming out as always. Thank you guys for coming out to the Barbershop. Black Man Unfiltered. Y'all have a good night. Peace.
God bless. Take care.
It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies. Come and saddle up a ride. Need a yeehaw, you know how here for one night and we just wanna party. In a fast car, a Ferrari. It's a push start, I don't need a car key. Slide on Broadway, and it's gnarly. On a late night, but I'm not tardy. Right on time for the parties and Barbies. Strolling with a chunk of green like a golf swing. Hey, 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 hey. Bottles on ice, mess around these skates. Hey, hey, hey. If I gotta say it twice, then I got nothing to say. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. It's going down like a rodeo. It's going down like I told you so. I hope you're all here for the ride. Come inside, cause it's going down tonight. Only here for one night, no lies. Come and saddle up a ride. Come and kiss me up, it's going down like a train with no brakes, I'm not slowing down. See it showing up, we're showing out. Better pack it.